Chapter 51 Nine Tales of Fate. It's okay, Senior. What are we going to do next? After calming down for a while, Juxina said to Wang Ran. At this time, Wang Ran had time to look at Juxinai's mental space. Different from the dark environment in Naruto's body and the tides everywhere, he used a gate to isolate Kyuubi from himself. Juxinai's spiritual space was much dry and wide, and it was much brighter. It seems that the living environment of Kyuubi is much better. However, in fact, Kyuubi was more suffocated in Kushina's body than in Naruto's body. Because the seal on Kushina's body is the seal of the four elephants, although it is also very advanced, it still has a certain gap with Naruto's gossip seal. It's not that no one can use the gossip seal now, and Kushina needs to borrow the nine-tailed chakra, so there is no need to use the gossip seal of the nine-tailed chakra. Imagine that in the future, Naruto will only have half of the nine tails in his body, and the sealing technique used or the more rigorous gossip seal, the nine tails of chakra can leak out. So, when I thought about it, I knew what Kushina would do to prevent Kyuubi from making trouble. Looking at the current appearance of Kyuubi, you can know how miserable it is now. At present, the entire body of Kyuubi appeared in large letters, and was severely bound by several chains formed by sealing techniques. If it wasn't for Kyuubi's temper, there would be no way if he didn't do this. Wang Ran would have to wonder if Juxinai had any strange habit. However, Kyuubi was enough to suffer, and he was chained to death every day. No wonder he wanted to his body from Kushina every day. If I were like this, I would eat every day. It would be too frustrated. Wang Ran looked at Jiwai, who was unable to move, and silently hugged him with an injustice. However, the grumpy Nine Tails didn't care what Wang Ran thought in his heart. Originally, it tried again and again to infect chakra of Juxinai and affect his mind. Although there hasn't been much success yet, there are still things that can be done. In the next second, Juxinai came in with a strange human. Now that's alright, there is something to do. Terrorizing humans is much more interesting than slowly invading Juxinai's mind. Although this man feels strong to him, what does it matter? Uncle Nine Tails has become like this. What can you do to me? Raw. Damn kid. Are you thinking about accepting this uncle's power? Kyuubi snarled at Kushina, but he also knew that it was impossible, so he immediately stared at Wang Ran with his bigger eyes. And you, humans, don't tremble when seeing this uncle. You wait for this uncle to go out and have to tear you all to pieces. A horrible breath rushed toward his face, and a strong sense of oppression hit Wang Ran and Juxinai. Juxinai had no doubt that if it weren't for Kyuubi's inability to move freely, it would definitely pounce on himself and Wang Ran as soon as possible. Even if he hadn't strengthened the seal before, Kyuubi would have to act now. Seeing Kyuubi's uncommunicable appearance, Kushina looked at Wang Ran nervously. Wang Ran waved his hand. Don't worry, I'll talk to it. Humble human, what qualifications do you have to talk to me? Kyuubi grinned sarcastically when Wang Ran said he wanted to talk to him. A smile appeared on Kyuubi's face, and there was an indescribable sense of evil. Wang Ran glanced at Jiwai with some disdain, and when dealing with this kind of arrogant fox, he couldn't talk to him properly, or he would be off by him. Humble? Didn't you just get sealed by the humble human in your mouth? You are in a corner every day, unable to move even if you want to move. Wang Ran's words directly hit the pain point of Kyuubi. Roar. Before being played between applause by the two perverts of Senjujuma and Uchiha Madara, it was enough to lose a fox, but later he was brought back to Konoha by Senjujuma and sealed. As Konoha has important combat power to intimidate other shinobu villages, the sealed Kyuubi had tasted the sins of life. Since Uzumaki Maito, he has been bound by the chains formed by the sealing technique, and has no freedom at all. Originally, when Uzumaki Maito was old, she was going to die. Kyuubi thought he would be free in the future, but another whirlpool Kushina appeared. I was sealed again and received the same treatment as before. The only difference may be that the surrounding environment has changed. But this is not what it wants. He wants freedom. But the sad thing is that the Maelstrom clan is simply the natural nemesis of the tail beasts, and the seal technique restrains itself to death. And the hope of breaking the seal can be described as slim. Human, you completely irritated me. You wait. When I go out in the future, I must blast you to pieces. Looking at the furious Nine Tails, Juxinai looked at Wang Ran dumbfounded. Senior, that's how you communicated with Kyuubi. Is my social communication studies not solid enough? Or is your thinking too peculiar? Are you sure this is okay? How do I feel that if you irritate Kyuubi in this way, my days will be even more sad? Wang Ran ignored the dazed Juxinai, but looked up at Kyuubi's eyes, and said every word. Nine-tailed. Everyone knows that there are 9 big-tailed beasts in the world. They are called by the number of tails of the tailed beasts, from 1 tail to 9 tails. But they have always ignored the real names of the tailed beasts, or that people don't have any at all. I have considered that the tailed beast will also have a name. In fact, you want people to call you by your real name more than Jiwai. I'm right, Julama. Wang Ran's fluttering words not only made the still dazed Juxina even more dazed, even the furious 9 tails became quiet. Juxina's idea at this time is very simple, that is, the tail beast actually has a name. Although my country was ruined since I was a child, I was educated in Konoha's ninja school. Why don't you know such important information? Even Maito, Jiraiya, Tsunade, Sarutobi Hisaki, and even the deceased Uzumaki Maito had not mentioned this to her. At this moment, Juxinai had a deep doubt about his own knowledge. As for Kyuubi, she was completely shocked at this time. Except for the old man, his brother Hamura, and a few other tail beasts, no one knew his name. The old man and Hamura had died long ago, and it was impossible for the other tail beasts to tell humans their names. So, where did Wang Ran know his real name? Chapter 52 Big Huayu is online again. Who are you? Nine Lama asked sternly, without the arrogance just now. Wang Ran shook his head. It was useless to answer its question directly. I see through the future with these eyes. You will not succeed. What will not succeed? I tell you humans, don't pretend to be here. I have lived for more than 1,000 years, and no one has ever seen it. Kyuubi's voice was a little frustrated. He didn't believe Wang Ran could see the future through. In other words, he didn't want to believe that he would always be trapped in Ren's Yeli's body. However, the mystery that Wang Ran showed had already made Kyuubi feel a trace of fear. Wang Ran chuckled lightly when he saw that Jiwai looked a little frustrated. You don't have to behave like this. If I don't intervene, you will always be like this. Oh, I forgot to say, your life will be better in the future. Although the environment is a bit bad, at least you don't need to be chained. In fact, since the moment Wang Ran called out his name, the credibility of Wang Ran's words with the 9 Lama has been higher by 3 points. Who are you? Why are you telling me this? The 9 Lama asked sharply. Although he didn't want to believe what Wang Ran said, he still asked to find out his future. Seeing that the 9 Lamas were somewhat subdued, Wang Ran silently praised himself in his heart. It is worthy of being the most arrogant of the tail beasts. As long as it is not used to its temper, it is easy to talk. And the trick of telling its name directly is really good. No wonder so many fanfictions use this trick. Coupled with this pretending tone of his own, it is specious. If it is mysterious and mysterious, it simply fits Hokage's way too much. Isn't that? Kyuubi is such a highly compelling pet was also bluffed by himself. My name is Wang Ran, the current Tibetan sect master. Telling you this is just to make you cooperate. Zangman Corporation? The 9 Lamas' hearts were full of doubts. What exactly did Wang Ran come from and what did he mean? It lived for more than 1,000 years, and it was the first time I heard the name Zangman. But shouldn't this be? With Wang Ran's sense of mystery and threat, his background is definitely extraordinary. For so many years, I have never heard of it without reason. Wang Ran naturally knew that what he said to Han Zhang could not deal with the 9 Lamas that lived for thousands of years, but he also thought of a set of rhetoric to deal with the 9 Lamas. Therefore, after he said his identity, he looked at the dazed Juxina. Juxina, you can sleep for a while. Huh? Hearing Wang Ran's words, Juxina shouted in confusion. Then, there is no more. She felt heavy in her mind, and fell asleep in a groggy state. Wang Ran looked at Juxina who had fallen asleep, and was very satisfied with the illusion he had used for the first time. He didn't deliberately want to hide Juxina, but this set of rhetoric is not suitable for anyone who can contact the outside world to know. This naturally includes Juxina. But the 9 Lama doesn't matter, this fox certainly wouldn't say much. Although Wang Ran is not afraid of anything now, he also hates trouble. If there is one thing less, why do you have to do more? He also wants to safely push his strength to the level of breaking the boundary in the ninja world, and then go to the 10,000 worlds to see and see. Of course, while improving the strength, it is also excellent to complete the tasks of the system. It can not only enrich oneself, but also repay the kindness of the previous Tibetan master. Wang Ran still understands the truth of drinking water. Seeing that Wang Ran had just finished speaking, the 9 Lama fainted Juxina and gave him a surprised look. Although there were a lot of doubts in my heart, it did not ask. He knew that Wang Ran would answer his doubts. Sure enough, Wang Ran said to the 9 Lamas in the next second, I'm very confused about my origin. It doesn't matter, listen to me slowly tell you. Our Tibetan gates are spread across the heavens and all realms, exploring the secrets of heaven, and being companions or enemies with fate. The ninja realm is also one of the many realms. Wang Ran said only a little bit. The information revealed was already shocking enough, and the 9 lamas were no exception. Therefore, as soon as Wang Ran's voice fell, the 9 lamas questioned loudly, the heavens and the realms? As a companion or enemy of fate? Are you questioning my IQ? Human. Because of the size of the 9 lamas, the voice of the 9 lamas is already very loud, and it raises the volume to raise questions, and ordinary people may hear the eardrum buzzing. The extremely high volume of the 9 lamas made the atmosphere in the spiritual space a lot more serious. Wang Ran didn't get angry when he was interrupted, let alone the doubts of the 9 lamas. After all, this reason is difficult for normal people who have formed a general worldview without personal experience. What's more, it is an old fox like the 9 lamas, whose worldview has formed 1,000 years. Shaking his head with a chuckle, Wang Ran looked at the 9 lama. Do you know the Datongma clan? Don't they also come from outsiders? It's just that I'm from a farther place than they are. Naturally, the 9 lamas knew the Datongma clan, and the old man was the son of the Datongma clan in the ninja world. However, he is not very clear about the origin and purpose of the Datongma clan. After all, even the 6 immortals and Datongma Ui only knew that his mother Kageyuji wanted to destroy the ninja world. Do you know the origin and purpose of the Datongma clan? The puzzled voice of the 9 lama reached Wang Ran's ears. Wang Ran didn't conceal it, and just told the truth. They, wandering in the boundless universe, looking for a suitable world, planting the seeds of the sacred tree, and then waiting for the sacred tree to blossom and mature, and collect the fruits of the sacred tree. Oh, by the way, Datongma Teruya stolen the fruits of the sacred tree and wanted to destroy the ninja world to create a war machine to resist the sanctions imposed by his people. You still know Huige? The 9 lama's voice was full of shock. Wang Ran was able to say the name of the mother of the 6 Tao immortals, which was beyond its expectation. Wang Ran shook his head disdainfully. I said, we can explore the secrets of the hidden gate. To be honest, we have been investigating the ninja world for a long time, and many of the heavenly sects in the future are already known, let alone what happened before. As long as the person who has been shrouded in the destiny of the ninja world, I can find out his fate. It is precisely because now is one of the most active eras of the destiny of the ninja world. There are a large number of destiny favorers and resistors that have been born or are about to be born. I think this is the most exciting and the most anticipated era in ninja world. So I am here. Chapter 53. Get the 9 lamas. And why are you telling me this? The 9 lama asked suspiciously. I told you this just to make you cooperate with me. Of course, I can also use violence to subdue you, but I respect each life's own choice and will not force them. Wang Ran shook his head with a chuckle. This look, coupled with Wang Ran's words, made the 9 lamas laugh. Human, although you are mysterious, do you think you can beat me to change my mind? Wang Ran showed a mysterious smile. Oh, it's difficult, but if you don't believe it, let's try. With that said, a huge chakra power burst out from Wang Ran, and at the same time a large number of chains formed by seal runes appeared in front of the 9 lamas. The pure immortal technique chakra urged the sealing technique to suppress the 9 lamas even more. This made the 9 lama who was still arrogant just now silent for a moment. However, if you lose, you don't lose the battle. How can I confess to human beings if I have a handle on the animal world? Humans, if it weren't for fear that this little devil, Juxinai, would be affected, and I would not be able to use her strength after taking her body, I would definitely compare with you. Wang Ran looked at the hard-mouthed deer fox. Although he secretly smiled, he did not penetrate it. Can you talk to me now? Human, tell me how you want me to cooperate with you? I think about it. The 9 lama stared at Wang Ran. He was very curious what Wang Ran wanted to do. Wang Ran also looked at the 9 lama, and said straightforwardly, it's very simple. Cooperate well with Juxina. Don't interfere with her in the future, and lend her your chakra. After listening to Wang Ran's words, the 9 lama was a little confused. Why? Your existence like this shouldn't care about Takashina, and, what is the purpose of your Zangman? Wang Ran shook his head. What do you seem to have misunderstood? Do you think my Zangman is like the Datongma clan? So what bad intentions are there to come to the ninja world? You think too much. As I said, Our Zangman is with destiny, we are either enemies or friends. The previous Zangman masters will not participate in the world's hegemony. Our purpose is very simple. It is to accept those who are shrouded in fate and enter my hidden gate. Those who are favored by fate will naturally raise the power of the Tibetan gate. As for those who have been abandoned by fate, it makes sense to watch them work hard to break free from fate. To put it simply, I use the identity of an ordinary master to travel through various worlds, collect some disciples, give them an opportunity to change their destiny, and watch them embark on a path different from the established destiny. As for the disciples, they will take another. What kind of path is their choice, and I will not interfere more. Wang Ran's voice was very plain, as if he was explaining the simplest thing. Of course, when teaching them, I will still establish a good life values for them. Wang Ran silently added a sentence from the bottom of his heart, saying that it was a bit low, so he didn't say it. In the eyes of the 9 lamas, Wang Ran and Zangman are very compelling. So, Juxinai is what you call the person who is favored by fate? Do you want to accept her as a disciple? The 9 lama grinned, and it felt that Juxinai's destiny was definitely not the same as his own strength. Generally good. However, reality gave him a hard punch, because Wang Ran shook his head, as if he had seen through the idea of the 9 lamas. He gave it a weird look. No, Juxinai is not a person who was favored by fate, or she was favored by fate, but was abandoned by fate. But I want to accept her as a disciple is true. How is it possible? With my help, how could Juxinai be the one abandoned by fate? The 9 lamas shouted in shock. Wang Ran shook his head regretfully. If there is no opportunity to change her destiny, she will die in a few years. She is very talented, so I want to put her under her sect and give her an opportunity to change her destiny, and see where he can go in the uncertain future. Then what will happen to me after Kushina's death in the original destiny? After listening to Wang Ran's words, the 9 lama asked with some doubts. Wang Ran did not conceal it, and said directly, You will be resealed into a child, but that child will change you. He is the true son of destiny. Well, have you figured out how to choose? Is it to accept the original fate and wait for the son of destiny to come, or to help Kushina to break her destiny? As Wang Ran's voice fell, the 9 lama Qiang laughed. Ha ha ha, what son of destiny? Can human beings change my mind? And why should I make a choice? And what good is it for me? Although the voice of the 9 lamas was loud and loud, Wang Sa could hear that its voice had shaken. If you don't make a choice, isn't it a choice? As for whether human beings can change your mind, you will naturally see you in the future. As for what is good for you, at the very least, you can have a lot of freedom. Freedom. 9 lama murmured. To be honest, it was moved. Not because of any fate, but because of the magnificent world. Wang Ran said. The heavens and the world. The 9 lamas who have existed in the ninja world for thousands of years have already seen enough of this ninja world. If they had the opportunity to see the wider world, it would actually be tempting. There was silence for a while. The 9 lama did not speak, nor did Wang Ran urge it. Zangman sect master Wang Ran. I can do my best to help Juxina, but I have a request. When Wang Ran heard this, he breathed a sigh of relief from the bottom of his heart. What's the requirement? Speak out and listen. When you leave the ninja world in the future, take me. The 9 lama stared at Wang Ran, saying every word. Wang Ran was taken aback. He thought that the 9 lamas would want to be free or something, but he didn't expect it to leave this world. However, this is not a big deal. It can be satisfied. Yes, when I leave in the future, I can take you away. However, you exist in the rules of heaven in this world, so I can only take away a part of your chakra to make you aware. This is purely Wang Ran's fooling around with the 9 lamas. There is no indispensable part of the rules of heaven. The 9 lamas are not that important yet, and it's another way to say that the heavenly Tao does not exist in the Hokage world. If Wang Ran wants to take away all the 9 tails, it's not impossible. He said that because he wanted to leave Kushina and Naruto with a whole card. Yes, that's enough. When the 9 lama heard that Wang Ran agreed, a smile appeared on the face of the huge fox. Although there are some restrictions, it has been met. Chapter 54 Juxina and the 9 lamas. But you have to know that even if I cooperate with Juxina now, she cannot master my power overnight. She needs to adapt slowly. The 9 lama did not forget his promise, calmed down, and explained to Wang Ran. Wang Ran also expressed his understanding. As long as the 9 lamas cooperate, he believes that Juxina can master the power of the 9 tails in less than 2 years. Kushina, this kid is really lucky to be valued by you. The 9 lama glanced at Juxina, who was still lying on the ground, and said with some emotion. Wang Ran did not refute. He did give Juxina a chance to change his destiny. However, Juxina is worthy of him. Trust me, When you really accept Jixinai, you will be gradually changed by her. Wang Ran took a deep look at the 9 llamas. After all, the tail beasts are lonely. The same is true of human column power. When an important light appears in life, whether it is a human or a tail beast, it will do its best to protect it. I believe that with Jixinai's character, he can warm the lonely heart of the 9 llamas. This time the 9 llamas did not refute, but fell silent. After staring at Jixinai deeply, the corner of the 9 llamas' mouth suddenly smiled. Do you change me? What you say makes me look forward to it. Wang Ran smiled, did not say anything more, waved his hand. A soft spirit wave moved towards Jixinai. Originally lying on the ground, Jixinai slowly opened his eyes. Looking at the familiar mental space, Kushina blinked silly. The sleep just now was so sweet that she couldn't turn her mind for a while. But Kushina was a ninja after all, and the cautiousness in her bones made her recover quickly. Broken, Kyuubi made trouble again? Jumping up suddenly from the ground, the diamond blockade was performed in an instant, and a large number of golden chains gushed out from behind her, locking the 9 llamas who were still sighing a moment ago firmly. The 9 llama said that he wanted to scold people, and just now he thought about helping Jixinai, but she killed him in the next second. Kushina, who subconsciously displayed the King Kong blockade and sealed the 9 tails, looked at the 9 tails vigilantly. As her gaze moved, she saw Wang Ran with a wry face. It was then that she remembered that it seemed that Senior Wang Ran had come to help her solve the problem of Kyuubi. It seemed that she didn't need to do it herself, right? Did you make a mistake? But if you say that, you fell asleep by Senior Wang Ran's ghost? But why is this? Senior. At this time, Wang Ran simply didn't know how to describe his feelings. I want to sympathize with the 9 llamas, but I can't sympathize. But I have an urge to laugh. But laughed out. Isn't it not too authentic? 9 llamas' such arrogant character would definitely make him angry. Hey, Wang Ran didn't expect to say anything. Jixinai still has such a tiger side, so he can do it without saying a word. 9 llama, what did you do before? So hated? Kuzina, you should accept your seal technique first. It's okay. Hearing this, Jixinai was embarrassed to disarm the ninjutsu, freeing the 9 llamas from the transformation of the rice dumplings. As soon as he came out, the 9 llamas said to Wang Ran with an awkward voice, Wang Ran, I think I regret it now. Wang Ran coughed lightly. The accident is purely an accident. Jixinai, quickly untie the seal technique on the 9 llamas. At this time, I missed a wonderful performance by Wang Ran, but I still don't know what happened. All she was thinking about now was when Kyuubi was so good at talking. Shouldn't it scream at herself angrily at this time? Suddenly hearing Wang Ran let the seal of testing the 9 tails be released, Kushina subconsciously wanted to refute. Senior, 9 tails. Hey, kid, you remember, my name is Jilama, but it's not Jiwai. If you call it wrong next time, I promise you will regret it. Before Jixinai could speak, he was interrupted by the voice of the 9 llamas. But Wang Ran heard the 9 llamas actively tell Jixinai his name, and saw its sincerity. It's okay. I have communicated with the 9 llama, it will help you in the future, just rest assured. Oh, yes. Don't always call the 9 tails and 9 tails, you know its name, 9 llama. Is this solved? Senior, are you sure? Kushina is still a little unbelievable. This is the strongest tail beast. Why does it feel that the style of painting has changed suddenly? What happened to Wang Ran and 9 tails during the time they were asleep? Wang Ran did not explain to Jixinai, but nodded. Don't worry, it's okay. Hearing this, Jixinai was silent for a long time before looking up at the 9 llama. 9 llama, right? Since the predecessors said it's okay, I will believe you once. Also, not only do you have a name, but I also have it. My name is Uzumaki Kushina, not a kid. As he said, Jixinai's hands instantly formed seals. The chains on the 9 llamas also bloomed with dazzling light at this moment. Then, as if it had been weathered, it slowly shattered into pieces and dissipated in the air. Resolute and vigorous style, lives up to the name of Blood Red Pepper. Boom. The 9 llamas, who had lost their chains, fell to the ground instantly, making a near-splitting roar. The 9 llama, who was suddenly able to move, sat on the ground and twisted his neck, and then stretched out his huge head in front of Jixinai. The huge body makes Jixinai look extremely small in front of it, and the whole talent is about the same size as its eyes. Jixinai looked at the 9 llamas close at hand, and his eyes seemed to have an indescribable sense of evil. Even Kushina could feel the heavy breathing of 9 tails, and a drop of cold sweat fell from Kushina's forehead unconsciously. For a moment, Juxin almost couldn't help but want to take control of the Nine Tails. But she held it back and couldn't show her timidity. Suddenly, the Nine Lama smiled and raised his head abruptly. Okay, Kushina, I remember. Remember, don't lose the face of the strongest tail beast in the future. Fu. Kushina let out a long sigh of relief. To be honest, he was really nervous just now. Wang Ran quietly watched what happened before him. No matter how tense the atmosphere just now, he didn't say a word. This is a matter between the two of them. Now, seeing that the atmosphere between Juxin Ai and the Nine Lamas one person and one fox ceased, he smiled and said to Juxin Ai, some things are not when you should know, so I just let you sleep. But you have to believe that Kyuubi will try his best to help you in the future, don't worry too much. Also, like humans, tail beasts are intelligent individuals. You must learn to accept and trust it from the bottom of your heart. In this way, you can better accept the power of the Nine Lamas. Chapter 55 Senior Josana Juxina nodded thoughtfully. I see, Senior. Cut. I want you to be nosy. But when Kyuubi heard Wang Ran's words, although he was very pleased in his heart, he was still tough in his mouth, maintaining his arrogant personality. Wang Ran smiled indifferently. After all the help was done, it was time to get straight to the subject. Wang Ran was not idle and had nothing to do to make up a story for himself. Actually, I can also teach you a method that can make you adapt to the Untitled Chapter faster. But what? Senior. Wang Ran stretched his tone, making the impatient Juxin Ai unable to help but ask. Although I don't know what happened between Wang Ran and the Nine Lamas, the problem that has plagued me for many years has been solved based on the performance of the Nine Lamas. This made Juxin Ai arouse great curiosity about Wang Ran's better way to accept the power of the Nine Tails. Although I know that there is no free lunch in the world, if I can fully grasp the power of Kyuubi, I can go out of the village to perform the task like Watergate. So, for freedom. Let's listen to what seniors say first. Wang Ran took a deep look at Juxin Ai. However, this method is my Tibetan practice technique, which belongs to the kind of secret that is not passed on. I like this. Juxin Ai was a little disappointed. It was all unspoken secrets. Why did he say it? Nine Tails looked at Kushina silently. A clever girl who is usually clever, why doesn't her mind work at a critical moment? Forget it. Help them. Hey, Juxin Ai. Since it's an unspoken secret, wouldn't it be okay for you to worship Wang Ran as a teacher? With his strength, he is more than enough to teach you no matter what. Moreover, you might be able to see the world beyond the sky in the future. Of course. The last sentence of Kyuubi did not say what should be said, what should not be said. It is clearer than anyone. Since Wang Ran didn't want Juxin Ai to know, the Nine Lamas would naturally not talk too much. Juxin Ai was stunned by the words of the Nine Lamas. How could this be? Looking at Wang Ran, he said with some surprise, Senior can still operate like this? Wang Ran smiled. Jalama is really a good assist. Of course, if you worship me as a teacher, you will naturally be a Tibetan, and you can naturally learn the exercises. Juxin Ai's heart was moved. In terms of seniority and strength, the three forbearances would call Senior Wang Ran. I worship Wang Ran as my teacher, and it's entirely because I picked up a bargain. But, hey, forget it, Senior. You don't know who I am. Although I really want to worship you as a teacher, the village will not agree to it. Wang Ran smiled indifferently. Konoha agreed that it was Konoha's business. As long as Kushina agreed, everything else could be solved. You don't have to worry about Konoha, you can think about it yourself. And you don't have a teacher. I am not a ninja. I just have a good talk with you Naruto. Really? Juxin Ai asked in surprise. Of course. That's great, Senior. I am willing to be your apprentice. Freedom. Here I am! Juxin Ai shouted excitedly in his heart. Wang Ran unexpectedly sighed at this moment. It was too much trouble to accept an apprentice. Fortunately, Juxin Ai promised to be refreshed. Otherwise, my Wang will lose face today. Okay, let's go to a teacher. Wang Ran directly said that he cut the mess with a quick knife and put an end to all future troubles. As long as I apprehend the teacher, Juxin is the one of my Zangman. This is system certification. Even if Hokage does not agree, this matter will not change. Kushina was taken aback. Senior, here? It's too serious, right? Shouldn't it take a long time to prepare for such a serious thing as a teacher? Wang Ran shook his head and went out to prepare. How can it be convenient and smooth now, if Konoha jumps out to block? His plan to accept apprentices will be put on hold again. No, we Zangman didn't have so many rules. The 3 apprentices I took before were very simple. Furthermore, no matter how serious the place is, Can there be spiritual space for seriousness? Isn't it more solemn to be a teacher from the soul? Moreover, I shouldn't stay in Konoha for too long. It takes too long to prepare the details. Hearing Wang Ran's awe-inspiring words, Juxina couldn't find anything to refute for a while. He had no choice but to even claim that, even if he was preparing to apprentice, he was different from the 3 juniors who were born in grassroots. The traditional ninja was very clear about the rules of apprenticeship. Looking at Juxina, who was preparing for the cumbersome apprenticeship details, Wang Ran was relieved. The Chinese traditional culture of Daoguoxu is really thorough, and even the traditional apprentice etiquette can be seen in the Hokage world. Unlike in the anime, Kushina prepared a lot of things. What she has to prepare now is to apply for an apprenticeship, commonly known as apprenticeship. To be honest, Juxina is so grand and Wang Ran is still very happy. However, Wang Ran was serious when he said that there weren't so many rules in Tibet. He didn't like red tape. Okay, don't have to be so troublesome, just have this intention. Kneel down and count out 3 times, everything is simple. Wang Ran stopped Juxina, who was racking his brains to apprentice. Juxina was taken aback. Ah, is this okay? Of course, I said that there are not so many rules in Tibet. There are only 4 rules to say. Wang Ran smiled and continued. 1. Don't deceive the teacher and destroy the ancestor. 2. Don't do evil for evil. 3. Don't bully the weak. 4. Don't kill each other. As soon as he finished speaking, Juxina immediately knelt on the ground and knocked his head 3 times. I was shocked when I saw Wang Ran. I was still preparing to apprentice a post, so now? Shouldn't you insist on persisting anymore, and then make everything simple under my strong request? You do this, it makes me feel that you are very perfunctory. What Wang Ran didn't know was that Juxina struggled to remember an article from the apprentice post he had read before. However, all the previous experiences were used to learn the seal technique, and the apprenticeship was just in my spare time and I swept my eyes inadvertently. Wang Ran also said that he would be a teacher now, which made Juxina very broken. After thinking about it for a long time, I came up with a sentence. Now that Wang Ran said that everything should be kept simple, Juxina felt very happy. In this aspect of nervousness, Kushina and Naruto are still very similar. As for the 4 rules, can they also be called rules? Uzumaki clan, Konoha ninja Uzumaki Kushina pays respects to the master. After speaking, he banged his head at Wang Ran 3 times. What else can Wang Ran do? Of course it was agreed. Well, get up. Thank you, master. Ding. The host's apprentice Uzumaki Juxina, talented S-grade, reward Dao Fa, Jinghua Shuayu. As Wang Ran officially took Juxina under the sect, the system guy was unwilling to be lonely and came out to brush a wave of existence. Chapter 56 Taoist Restrictions. Jinghua Shui. Wang Ran was overjoyed. He knew the power and practicality of Taoism. It is a pity that, except for the serial mission to assist Sannin when he first came to the Naruto world, there was no Tao Fa in the several rewards Wang Ran received. Unexpectedly, after accepting Juxina as an apprentice this time, he received a reward from Tao Fa again. But the name Jinghua Shuayu is a bit misleading. This is the Naruto world, not the Soul world. Throwing out the mess of thoughts in his mind, Wang Ran quickly settled down to check this skill. Jinghua Shuayu, as the name suggests, is somewhat similar to illusion. After casting, all 5 senses of the target can perceive what the caster wants him to perceive. This property is somewhat similar to the blood inheritance boundary of the Pommel Horse clan. However, the power of Taoism is naturally not only shown in this aspect. When necessary, the caster can consume a large amount of Xianzi chakra to completely transform the illusion into reality. For example, the Pommel Horse clan can perform illusions through the blood succession boundary, and by controlling the opponent's 5 senses, he can feel burned by flames and get injured. But Jinghua Shuayu is different. If necessary, the caster can consume the Xianzi chakra to force the flames to burn the opponent. In this respect, there are also some characteristics of Izanagi, the forbidden technique of writing round eyes. However, if life and death are reversed, it will not cause blindness. But the amount of Xianzi chakra consumed is not something ordinary people can afford. If it is used forcibly in battle, it is estimated that even if it is successful, after the chakra is gone, death is not far away. Therefore, the two can only say that each has its own merits. But looking at it from another perspective, as long as the soul is still there, this is a brand new way of resurrection. If Lord Madara knew about this, the existence of Nagato doesn't seem to make much sense. Master, Juxina stood up from the ground, and saw Wang Ran standing there in a daze, and seemed quite happy. After waiting for a while, Finding that Wang Ran didn't mean to speak, Juxina had to remind him. Juxina's words brought Wang Ran back to reality from his joy. I have to say that this skill is a bit strong. As long as the strength is strong enough, this skill can be read for an unlimited month. Huh? Ow, it's okay. Since you are already my disciple, the cultivation method of Zangman can be taught to you. Wang Ran looked upright and couldn't be ashamed in front of his apprentice. What is the appearance of having never seen the world? Really? Thank you so much, Master. Kushina didn't care what happened just now, and now his eyes were shining. This is a shortcut to freedom. Wang Ran saw the excitement of Juxina. Didn't he understand what she thought? It seems that I just told her that Dao Fa can accept the power of Kyuubi faster. Did you say nothing else? But it doesn't matter anymore. Today can be said to be more joyful, and Wang Ran doesn't want to think about these. It just so happened that I just got Jinghua Shui, and it was just right to use it to teach the 9 Xinai Taoism, which not only saved myself a lot of time, but also tried Jinghua Shui Defer. Beautiful scenery. The moment Wang Ran shot, Juxina felt the surrounding environment changed. I am no longer in the spiritual space, but in an antique study. 2 books appeared in front of me out of thin air, one named Dao Fa and the other named Dao Fa Xianren. Subconsciously, Juxina took the 2 books and turned it over, and then read it intently. And the 9 lamas who had been watching from the side only realized that Wang Ran took the shot. Juxina's eyes fell into obsession, and his hands were still fluttering in the air like reading a book. It gave Wang Ran a surprised look. Although he knew that Wang Ran made the move, he did not understand how Wang Ran made the move. Moreover, it is quite certain that it cannot resist this technique. Kushina was still flipping through the books in her own world, looking very slow, but after a while, she had all the information firmly in her mind. Of course, this is because of Wang Ran's use of Jinghua Shui's assistance. Because of Juxinai's strength, Wang Ran also taught the full version of Taoism to Juxinai. It is the Dao Fa Immortal. The full version of the exercise is very mysterious. With the words of Kushina alone, it is estimated that it will take a long time to understand before you can try to practice. Fortunately, Wang Ranxin got Jinghua Shuiyu, and he saved Juxinai a lot of time. This is comparable to the 3 juniors, but Wang Ran's cultivation perception is stronger. Feeling that Juxinai had already penetrated the Taoism, Wang Ran relieved Juxinai's magic water and moon art. After recovering, Juxinai found that the surrounding environment had become his own spiritual space. However, the information just received from Dao Fa has made it difficult for her to pay attention to these issues. In other words, it is already difficult to calm him down. Master, after successfully practicing Taoism, can you really perform all the arts in the world? Juxinai's eyes were full of shock, and the information he had just received was really amazing. Of course. Wang Ran shrugged unquestionably and gave an affirmative answer. Mudan can also be, simply put, as long as it is a technique that can be used by simply urging chakra, it can be displayed. Of course, if you need to use a certain part of the body as a medium, then there is no way. It belongs to the ranks of talent. Unless you can get that medium, although Mudan is strong, it still belongs to this range, so it can be used. Wang Ran explained to Juxinai that the faces of the 9 lamas who didn't care at all were almost black. To ask what the 9 lamas are most afraid of, there are only kaleidoscope writing round eyes and would escape. Now Wang Ran actually said that as long as he cultivated Dao Fa, he could use Mudan. Doesn't that mean that as long as someone who has cultivated Dao Fa, he can hang himself? In fact, the 9 lamas think too much, let alone how many people can learn Taoism, that is, the chakra volume used to perform Mudan, not many people have. However, if you can get a writing wheel, anyone who cultivates the Isle method should be able to hammer the wild state of Kyuubi. This cultivation technique is too strong, Juxinai said with emotion. Wang Ran didn't care. Although Dao Fa was strong, he still restrained the people of Hokage world very much. Probably because of the rules of the Naruto world, Dao Fa is like an immortal model. Except for Wang Ran, no one can maintain this state for a long time. Although there is a broken version, the effect of practicing chakra is also very good, but it cannot be compared with the full version. Unless their strength can break through the shackles of this world, that is, reach the Super 6 level, beyond this ninja world. Otherwise, they would only be able to enter the state of Taoist immortals for a short time in their entire lives, and could not maintain them forever. Chapter 57 Rakuo Kansina. Well, even after you have cultivated into the Taoist immortal mode, you won't be able to use the large-scale Mudan like the original Hokage. You don't have to think about it so much. It's almost time, don't worry your little boyfriend. Also, don't you want to try the tail animalization under the cooperative state of the 9 llamas? Wang Ran smiled and prevented Duke Sinai's shock. Hearing Wang Ran said that Watergate was his little boyfriend, Duke Sinai blushed, and he was attracted by Wang Ran's words. Yeah, I have to try tail animalization. Throwing away all the random thoughts, Kushina said excitedly. Then he looked at the 9 llama and asked tentatively, can you? The 9 llama, Ang, then you are ready. The 9 llamas did not refuse, and since they made up their minds, they naturally had to go all out. As the voice of the 9 llamas fell, Wang Ran and Jixinai opened their eyes at the same time in reality. Upon seeing this, Watergate immediately wanted to ask how it was going. However, before his question was uttered, the scarlet-tailed beast chakra rose up from Jixinai. This made Mizuman's complexion stiff, and so did Sanin. At the same time, Sarutobi Rashap in the Hokage office outside also felt the breath of Kyuubi chakra, and the body was still correcting the documents. Come here. Inform Shuamao to stop the 9 Tails riot. Yes, a dark shadow was fleeting. Sarutobi Hijitsu didn't have time to think about it, and instantly tore off the imperial robes on his body, leaking out the battle uniform, and an instantaneous spell disappeared in the Hokage office. Is this 9 Tails out of control? At this point, the 4 Gylias wanted to subdue the rioting Kyuubi in an instant. But the Watergate, who was all focused on Jixinai's body, found that Jixinai's eyes were still sober. Teacher Gylia, wait a minute. Hurrying to stop Sanin, Mizuno asked Kushina, Kushina, are you okay? At this time, Jixina felt that his condition was better than ever. He hadn't used the 9-tailed chakra before, but the 9-tailed chakra at the time was full of anger and other negative emotions. These negative emotions affect Jixinai's sanity all the time. But now it is different. With the cooperation and purification of the 9 llamas, Jixinai did not feel the influence of the tail beast chakra on his mind. Yes, there is only the feeling of endless power pouring out of the body. Watergate, don't worry, I'm fine, the master has helped me solve the problem of the 9 llamas. Jixinai shouted, and at the same time the 9-tailed chakras on his body quickly formed a tail beast coat, and tails began to form slowly. Master, 9 llamas? Both Watergate and Sanin were shocked, but the 4 of them quickly reacted, and the master that Jixina said should be Wang Ran. As for the 9 llama, it is the name for 9 tails. But this is not right. Didn't Wang Ran help Kushina solve the problem of Kyuubi? Why did Jixinai worship Wang Ran as his teacher after such a short time? However, the 4 of them had no opinion on this. They all knew how strong Wang Ran was, and Jixinai's apprenticeship was completely beneficial and harmless. As for the identity of the 9-tailed Joshina, please, they are not the old stubborn Danzo. It would be nice if Josina was happy. What's more, for Mizuman, there is no way to compare Kyuubi and Kushina. But the village is really not easy to explain, so I have to talk to the old man. At this time, Sanin thought about it in his heart. Ah, that's right. I have officially accepted Jixinai as my true disciple. Now, she is also a person in my possession. Wang Ran explained. All 4 of them nodded and didn't say much. It's just that Prajanam is still a little uneasy about Jixinai, and a worried Zhao Wang Ran asked, Senior, is Kushina really okay? This has 4 tails. Wang Ran shook his head calmly, don't worry, there is absolutely no problem. The 9 llamas will try their best to help Jixinai in the future. Hearing this, Watergate was relieved. In the crisis contact, Shirya laughed loudly. Senior, are we considered in-laws? Jixinai is your apprentice, and Prajanam is my apprentice. They are still. Hee. Tsunade was also very happy, as Kushina, who is the ninja, is what she can't worry about the most. Knowing his own situation, it is impossible to set foot on the battlefield again. So after Mute graduated, she prepared to take Mute out to wander the ninja world. But Kushina is different. As a 9-tailed person, she cannot leave the village with herself. And if there is a war, Jixinai will be sent to the battlefield at any time. However, once Kushina used the power of 9 tails beyond her limit on the battlefield, she would be in danger. Fortunately, she has now worshipped Wang Ran as her teacher, and she has successfully solved the problem of 9 tails. In this way, Jixina's safety need not be considered. With the power of Kyuubi alone and Kushina's own sealing technique, her safety is guaranteed. What's more, there is such a big backer as Wang Ran. Sure enough, her instincts are still very accurate. Wouldn't this be a big surprise? Jinya's words were ignored by the 4 Wang Ran, and even the person involved in Watergate did not answer his teacher's words. Seeing this, Jai Lai also felt boring. I originally wanted to liven up the atmosphere, but now it doesn't seem necessary. Putting away his mind, He and the four of them stared at Juxinai. As time went on, there were more and more tails behind Juxinai, and soon reached the level of 6. At this moment, Juxinai's expression was already very solemn, and she felt that she had reached the limit. He whispered, "Well, 9 Llama, I have reached the limit. If I keep on, I will feel hurt to my body." The 9 llamas in Juxinai also knew that Juxinai had reached the limit, so the moment Juxinai spoke, he stopped strengthening the chakra. Is the current limit of 6 tails? Looking at the 6 scarlet tails that were windless behind Juxinai, Wang Ran whispered. Although it took a bit longer because of the first attempt, it was worth it. At least I knew where the limits of Nyuzina were. The 6 tails are already very strong. You must know that this is a complete 9 tail. When Naruto had only half of 9 tails, his unconscious 6-tailed state was already strong. 6-tailed Kushina is now awake. One can imagine how strong it is. Not surprisingly, he should have caught up with Sanen's level. However, accidents always happen inadvertently. Forbearance, King Kong wishful. Chapter 57 Pot Shadow Nuke Sinai. Bo Feng Shuiman was shocked. It was not someone else who made the shot, it was the 3rd generation of Hokage, Sarutobi Hizen, who rushed over from the Hokage office with all his strength. Wang Ran and the others now focused their energy on Kushina, and the Sarutobi Risen appeared suddenly and had no intention of killing. So except for Kushina, everyone present didn't notice Sarutobi Hitoshi's shot for a while. When they found out, it was too late to stop it. As the target of Sarutobi's slash, Kushina felt it the moment Sarutobi's slash was shot because of his full perception. However, she was not afraid at all, but rather excited. Kushina, who already has 6 tails, feels that his current strength is no longer what it used to be. However, she didn't know exactly what level of her strength was. It just so happened that Sarutobi Hizen's attack arrived at this time. In Konoha, besides Wang Ran, are there any opponents who are more suitable to test the strength than Sarutobi Hizaki? The name of the true doctor of ninjutsu is for nothing. Sarutobi Hizen, who is proficient in various ninjutsu, is simply the best training partner for Kushina. As for Wang Ran, Juxinai's heart had long been classified as an invincible level, especially after Wang Ran had just taught her Taoism. She had a bolder guess about Wang Ran's strength, and for Wang Ran who had cultivated such a perverted and powerful technique, Juxinai had no idea of doing anything with him. If he is like this, it is estimated that the master will solve it by himself. Therefore, Sarutobi Risen is simply the best training partner for Kushina. That's right, in Kushina's heart, Sarutobi Rizen's strength is far worse than Wang Ran. At the moment when Sarutobi Hizen's attack fell, Kushina did not evade and waved his hands instantly. The hand wrapped in the 9-tailed chakra instantly slammed into the wishful wand of the monkey demon. The huge impact force caused the Sarutobi Risen in the sky to fly backwards in an instant, and Kushina couldn't help backing dozens of steps. Sarutobi Hizen looked at Kushina with a frown. He didn't expect Kushina's strength to rise to this point. It's not much worse than Sanin, right? It seemed that the Kyuubi riot this time was quite serious. It was really a headache, and the powerful ninjutsu could not be used. No wonder they still hadn't subdued Kushina. Jiga, Tsunade, Oshimaru. Together, you are attracting Kushina's rest from the front. Mizuman, you harass from the side. I am going to take control of Kushina and prevent Kushina from continuing to riot. In an instant, Sarutobi Hizen made the most appropriate decision. It's a pity that he didn't figure out the situation. The first thing he felt was too serious. But he is not to blame. After all, Kyuubi is too important to Konoha, especially after the 1st and 2nd generations passed away. After ordering a few people, Sarutobi Risen was ready to continue his shot instantly. Frightened Watergate quickly explained to him, Hokage-sama, you are misunderstood. Kyuubi did not run away. This is Kushina's experiment to his limit. Kusinai, you have to say something. Watergate looked at Kusinai helplessly. How could he not know what's thinking? But this is too trivial, and Master Naruto's strength is not a joke. Yes, old man. You said why you are so anxious and panic. Things are not clear. Jiraiya also spit out at Sarutobi Risen in a carefree manner. What is it, Prajanam? What are you afraid of? I still want to see where my strength is. A look of dissatisfaction appeared on Kushina's face, but the 9-tailed chakra from her was also taken back. Upon seeing this, Sarutobi Hisaki's heart also let go. Although the shame in front of his disciples and grandchildren made Sarutobi Risen very embarrassed, he didn't care about face or anything. It was all his family's fear. But although the worries in my heart were let go, the doubts that I made came to my mind. Huh? Kushina, you can already easily master the power of the 9 tails? As soon as the voice was spoken, a figure suddenly appeared in the field. One head of white hair, who is not Hokage Tsukumo. At the same time, Danzo also rushed to the scene. However, his main purpose is not to prevent the Kyuubi from running out, but to see if there is a chance to bring the Kyuubi people into the organization. The nine-tailed human column force could not control the power of the tail beast, and went violently on the spot, desperately needing root tissue cultivation. What a good excuse this is. However, the two who just arrived were a little confused. The atmosphere seemed different from what you imagined. Is the Kyuubi riot so well suppressed? What's the situation? It was not Kushina who wanted to answer the question first, but Danzo who came last. As the voice sounded, Wang Ran looked at Tsukumo Hokage and Danzo Shimura. Wang Ran didn't know much about Hokage Tsukumo, a movie-level powerhouse who didn't appear several times in the comics. Although it was a pity that this man died, was it not his best choice at the time? Wang Ran is not obliged to remind Hokage Tsukumo. Although he is very important to Konoha, he has nothing to do with him, right? It is impossible for Wang Ran to accept Hokage Shumao as his apprentice. However, Kakashi's words can still be considered. After all, Kakashi's talent has been there since he was a child. If it weren't for the trouble of writing round eyes, maybe he might be better than Hokage Shashi with his own talent. Hey, for Kakashi's sake, please call him if you have a chance. Now Wang Ran's greatest interest has been attracted by Tuanzang, as the most famous unnamed shadow in the Hokage world Konoha Nakage. No matter what kind of black pot, you can buckle Danzo, even the kind that Kishimoto can't wash away. Wang Ran is really curious about Danzo in reality. Hurry up and think about whether you have any scam that you can buckle Danzang, such a useful tool. No need to be a pity. The current Danzo is not the gloomy look that will be in the future, and the whole person looks quite normal, which makes Wang Ran a little pity. However, Danzo does not know this. He looked at Sarutobi Risen suspiciously, and even Hakata Shuma had cast a suspicious look at Sarutobi Risen. I don't know what the specific situation is. Just now Juxinai was experimenting with his limits. Sarutobi Risen shook his head and looked at Kushina, waiting for her to reply. Finally there was a chance to speak. I forcibly held a sentence just now, but it made Kushina very uncomfortable. Yes, Master Naruto. The master has already helped me solve Kyuubi's problem, so I don't have to worry about Kyuubi running away. Master? Shelf testimonials are it's quite sudden. It will be on shelves on Friday. The VIP chapter will be opened at 12 o'clock tomorrow, so tomorrow's update will be after 12 o'clock. When I first got the news of the editor in charge, I was still very excited, to be honest. After all, this was an endorsement of me. As a newcomer author, without any paid transaction, I can get so many recommendations. I really appreciate my responsible editor Wuxing greatly. But what makes the author even more happy is that you have gained so many readers along the way. On May 3rd, Master's book was officially released on QQ for reading, and it has been 54 days since Bikejuso.info. To have the current results, it is inseparable from the support of every book friend. Each of your recommendation tickets and each reward inspires the author to write this book well. I know that many book friends saw Master's book in the free list. Now that it's on the shelves, some book friends will inevitably disappear. These authors are also understandable, but they cannot always use love to generate electricity. After it is on the shelves, the subscription of book friends is also the motivation of the author in the future. Of course, since it's on the shelves, the author also asks for a first order for everyone with a cheek. Although I don't quite understand the effect of first ordering, I heard that first ordering is very important to a book. So, hey, everyone knows, make a first order. In addition, because Master's book was first published on QQ, if you are a book friend from the starting point, you can also use QQ to read it. Come here to subscribe. Finally, it is what everyone cares about most. It will always be updated after it is on the shelves. Well, as the author of A Salted Fish, I actually refuse it in my heart. But for everyone's first order, the author also decided not to salt the fish anymore. Set a small goal tomorrow. 5 chapters? It seems to be less. Or try hard to see if you can get up to 10 chapters. I just rushed to the draft in the past 2 days. Anyway, the code belongs to me. It's up to you to order the first order. I can't ask for a recommendation ticket and a monthly ticket again. W. Chapter 58. The aggrieved Danzo. The same word master was yelled from the mouths of 2 different people, Sarutobi Hizaki and Shimura Danzo. However, the tone is quite different. Sarutobi Hizen's tone was more questioning than shock, and Danzo was more shocked than doubt. Why did Juxina suddenly have a master? Tsunade or Oshimaru? What should I do next? Tuanzang thought silently in his heart. Sarutobi Risen's mind quickly flashed through thoughts, and finally, He glanced at Wang Ran thoughtfully. Wang Ran is the only one who can easily solve the problem of the nine tails. Juxina did a good job, so Wang Ran is also half Konoha. If Juxina is in danger in the future, is he embarrassed not to help? Because Wang Ran said that as long as Juxina himself is willing to apprentice, the problems in the village will be solved easily. Wang Ran's words were believed by Kushina 10,000 people, so when Sarutobi Hitoshi asked her just now, she told her the whole story without thinking. Now, when Naruto Sarutobi and Naruto's assistant Shimura Danzo made a confused voice, Kushina didn't even think about it, and directly answered their doubts. Yes, I have already worshipped Senior Wang Ran as a teacher just now, and he helped me solve the nine-tail problem. Tsunade's face turned dark when he heard that Kushina's mouth was so fast. My sister, your mind is too simple, right? Is this the place to talk? Originally, your problem was not easy to solve. But now you still speak out so blatantly. Let's have a good talk with the old man, and the matter will be resolved. Now you say, didn't you see that Danzo's insidious thing is here? As for Danzo's careful thoughts about training Kushina into a war machine, Sanin who exists at the top of Konoha is naturally clear. But since Danzo's status is high enough, no one can say much. Sure enough, when he heard what Jixinai said, Danzo immediately jumped. But he was still a little excited. This is a rare good excuse. Nine-tailed persons, you lie, ignore the interests of the village and worshipped people from other villages as teachers. In this way, I want to put the human column power into the roots, and can't say anything, right? What? You actually worshipped an outsider as a teacher? I tell you, use Uzumaki Kushina, you have to be clear about your identity. This is absolutely impossible. I can't agree to this matter. You watch it yourself do it. Hearing Danzang's reprimand, Juxinai's hot temper came up immediately, and Wang Ran started to speak just as he wanted to quarrel with Danzang. Konoha's Hokage assists Shimura Danzo, right? I, Wang Ran, can't accept disciples. How can I accept disciples? You can agree on who accepts disciples? What are you, pretty? Juxinai praised fiercely. It's not that Wang Ran is conceited, but that he treats a pure hawk like Danzang. The more you bear it, the more he will get worse. Therefore, directly hitting Danzang will not only make him feel jealous, but also make him feel comfortable. Why not do it? Wang Ran hasn't forgotten that when watching anime, Danzo was not too angry with himself. You, Wang Ran, I tell you, you don't do whatever you want because you are a shadow class. Now that you know that I am the assistant of Naruto, then you should know that we Konoha never lacks a shadow class. Believe it or not, I will take you forever stay in Konoha. When Danzang heard Wang Ran mocking himself, his temper instantly came. However, just as Wang Ran expected, seeing Wang Ran's tough, Danzo still had some worries, and only dared to test verbally. Wang Ran's heart was shocked when he heard Danzang saying that he was a shadow class. Let me go. Your Konoha intelligence system is so impressive. I haven't done anything yet, so you can figure out my strength. However, even though his strength was broken by Danzang, Wang Ran was not at all afraid now. With the full version of Taoism, even if we can't beat you Konoha, we can run away at least. Now that safety is guaranteed, I'm still afraid that you are a mere Konoha in the village Danzo. Oh, let me stay in Konoha forever. Do you have this strength? Why do I not believe so, or try? Looking at Wang Ran's smile, Danzo felt that he and Konoha were completely despised, which was unforgivable. You, good, Zen, he took what he said. Danzo, enough. At this moment, the faces of Sarutobi Hizen and Sanin were black. They didn't know Wang Ran's strength. Although Wang Ran was completely targeting Danzang, they didn't know. In case Wang Ran really couldn't help but take the shot, let alone Konoha's good relationship with Wang Ran, this would end. It was the harm Wang Ran could bring to Konoha, which they couldn't bear. You said that you are a Shimura Danzo, you are more than failing. Danzo, who was interrupted by Sarutobi Hiji, looked incredible. What is enough? I tell you, Hisaki, Kyuubi belongs to Konoha, and it is impossible for him to have a relationship with an outsider. Also, this Wang Ran is now challenging my authority, challenging the authority of Konoha. Danzo, who was extremely angry, didn't cut face to Sarutobi. Danzo, when can you represent Konoha's authority? How Kushina chooses, that is her freedom. As the elders, what we should do is provide him with protection, not treat her like a prisoner. At this time, Sarutobi Risen was not used to Danzo at all. He still wanted to tie Wang Ran to Konoha's chariot. He must not break a good thing because of Danzo. Now, it is an opportunity to perform well, so that Wang Ran has a good impression of Konoha and the people of Hokage. That is, Senior Danzo, although Kyuubi is important, we also have to consider how Kushina feels. Sanin couldn't help but talk, but the status and status were there. As juniors, they were not easy to reprimand, so they could only secretly put eye drops onto an HMPH. What do you three juniors know? Rizan, you have changed. You are too cowardly now. You can't even protect the interests of the village. Danzang roared in a low voice. What is meant by safeguarding the interests of the village? Where have the interests of the village been harmed? This is my choice that respects Chuksanai. Sarutobi Hizen silently thanked Danzo for the assists. Although Danzo was almost a bad thing, it was not just a chance to show the generosity of the Naruto faction. In the future, if Wang Ran accepts a few more apprentices from Konoha, let alone Konoha, he can also produce a few shadow-level powerhouses. Sun/you. Enough. Don't need to say more about this matter. I have already thought about it. Danzang, you go back first. Shuamao, thank you for your hard work to send Master Danzang. Danzo wanted to say something, but he was immediately interrupted by Sarutobi, and he also issued an order to leave. The most important thing is that, in order to prevent Danzo from getting into trouble again, Sarutobi Hizen directly sent Hokage Tsukumo to Danzo back. Chapter 59 Naruto Invitation. Where is this escort? This is naked surveillance. In Konoha, no one can do some small movements under the eyelids of Konoha White-Tooth Hokage Tsukumo, who is the head of the Anbu. Sarutobi Hiji can't do it, let alone Danzo. Yes, Master Naruto. After coming to the scene, Tsukumo Hagaki, who followed Anbu's usual style of talking less and seeing more, finally spoke a word. Please, Master Danzo. After speaking, Tsukumo Hagaki made a request to Danzo. Humphrey. Danzang's face was dark at this time, he snorted heavily, and left without looking back. As the guard Tsukumo Hagaki was very responsible, just following to and hiding behind him, without leaving him half a step back to the root base. It seems that Sanin told his information to Sarutobi Hizen, but it seems that Danzo is not very clear. Wang Ran looked calmly at Sarutobi Hizen. After experiencing so many things, Wang Ran also guessed the matter. Haha, Lord Wang Ran, right? I am the third generation of Naruto and Sarutobi from Konoha Ninja Village. Thank you very much for saving my 3 apprentices and welcome you to Konoha. After Danzo left, Sarutobi Hizen had time to greet Wang Ran well. I have to say that he speaks very well, and he opens his mouth to thank and welcome. Because Konoha and Wang Ran had an unpleasant quarrel just because of Kuzuna's affairs, so in order to fear Wang Ran's misunderstanding, Kuzuna's problem with Sarutobi Hizen was not mentioned. But he didn't mention it, Wang Ran wanted to mention it. Although Wang Ran didn't care about Konoha's opinion very much, an Anji Uksanai's heart was still necessary. Your Hokage is polite, I also like Konoha's environment very much. However, I still hope that Hokage-sama will be accommodating about Kushina's affairs. Hearing that, Sarutobi Hizen laughed and laughed, and the two of them hit it off. Your Excellency laughed. Although Kushina is Konoha's ninja, it is her own freedom to choose what she chooses. Just like what I said to Danzo, we elders, we just need to protect them. So Kushina worshipped you as a teacher. As long as you two have no opinion, Konoha will not interfere. Hearing Sarutobi Hisaki's words, Mizuman, Sanin, and Kansina breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the old man was not confused, and he did this thing really neatly. Haha, in that case, I would like to thank your honorable Hokage first. Wang Rankau Sarutobi arched his hands to express his gratitude. Sarutobi Hizen waved his hand quickly. You are welcome. It should be like this. Okay, I still have a lot of work to be busy, so I won't disturb you. I hope you heihan. Hearing that Sarutobi was about to leave, Wang Ran called it easy. It is too annoying to talk about the scene, and the atmosphere is not relaxed at all. It's okay, the Lord Hokage is busy. Well, if your excellency has anything to do, just tell me the 3 apprentices directly. Oh, yes, tomorrow morning is the day when the students of Konoha Ninja School graduate. I don't know if you are not interested. If you are interested, you can go and see. Look, Sarutobi's careful thinking became a little more active again, and Wang Ran had better recruit a few more apprentices from these children and cultivate a few good seedlings for Konoha. Wang Ran raised his brows when he heard that Sarutobi Hizen explained that the sky is the day when the ninja school students graduated. It's really early to come here instead of coincidentally. There are really a lot of good seedlings, so I can consider accepting more apprentices. Anyway, a sheep is also chasing a group of sheep. If there are more lice, it is not itchy, and if there are more students, it is not annoying. Oh, isn't it? Then it's better to be respectful, and to be honest, I'm really interested. Haha. Then wait for your excellency Wang Ran to arrive. After saying that, Sarutobi Hitoshi cut his hands and left. Wang Ran touched his chin, and some began to look forward to seeing those talented ninjas tomorrow. The next thing was very normal. Since he had just apprenticed a teacher, Juxina volunteered to take Wang Ran to take a stroll around Konoha village to familiarize himself with the environment. As a boyfriend, Watergate naturally accompanied Juxina as Wang Ran's guide. Now that there was a guide, Sanin also left. After all, the three of them are also very busy people. They are gambling on drugs every day, and things like shopping are really not suitable for them. Unlike Wang Ran, who was in a happy mood, Danzang's lungs were almost exploding at this time. Sitting in the underground base at the root, Danzo could not control his temper. There was basically nothing intact around him, and he was all angry and smashed it. The guards outside the door shivered, not sure why Danzo had such a bad temper. Danzo really couldn't figure out why Sarutobi Risen was so accommodating to an outsider in the village. Even this person stretched his hand to the Kyobairen Zulai, and he was still warmly waiting. Speaking of strong strength, in all the news that Danzo received, Wang Ran is also a shadow-level powerhouse. Even if his strength has improved, he is only the stronger in the shadow level. What's so scary? Is there any secret that I don't know? Danzo muttered in his heart. Come on, Shu. A figure knelt down in front of Danzo, waiting for his order. Danzo just wanted to speak, as if he was worrying about something again, rubbed his brows and said, "Forget it, you go down." Yes, the figure of that figure disappeared in the same place as if it had begun. Danzo originally wanted the people at the root to monitor Wang Ran, but when he thought of Sarutobi's attitude just now, he couldn't help playing drums. He didn't want to cut his face with Sarutobi High now, because he had no chance of winning. Forget it, let him, see who can have the last laugh. Tuanzang's murmur came from the gloomy empty room. Danzo, who calmed down, sat on a chair, closed his eyes, not knowing what he was thinking. But no matter what Tuanzang was thinking about, Wang Ran wouldn't care. He was immersed in the prosperity of Konoha at this time. There were crowds everywhere, and it was really different from the depression outside. Although the little couple in front of him was a little in the way, he didn't really care. After walking around for a long time, Wang Ran got acquainted with Konoha. Of course, he also saw many familiar buildings, like Naruto Office, Naruto Rock, Ninja School, etc. After a simple dinner, Wang Ran randomly found a hot spring hotel, soaked in the hot spring and rested. Today, although there was no fighting or anything, but Kyuubi fooled around and killed a lot of his brain cells. It was the business to rest early and prepare for the graduation ceremony of the ninja school tomorrow. Chapter 60 Lemon Watergate Master, are you awake? The sky had just broken, and the door of Wang Ran's hotel was knocked by Juxinai. Wang Ran, who sat cross-legged on the bed to meditate, slowly opened his eyes and let out a sullen breath. Come in, Joshina, the door is open. Juxinai and Shuiman outside the door opened the door and walked in as soon as they heard Wang Ran's opening. As soon as they entered the room, the two saw Wang Ran, who was sitting cross-legged just after practicing. Master, you are still cultivating? Juxina asked in surprise. Well, I've finished practicing. How about it? Did you go back and try a new cultivation method yesterday? Wang Ran nodded. The topic did not stop on his body, but asked Xiang Juxinai with concern. When it comes to the new cultivation method, Kushina is full of excitement. Master, I have already started to practice. Both the chakra refinement speed and the recovery speed are much better than before. And I can perceive that my physical fitness is gradually improving after practicing Taoism. Although it is not obvious, but if things go on like this, there will definitely be great progress. Speaking, Juxinai's face showed a touch of regret. Unfortunately, Dalphi Immortal Edition, after I tried to practice, I didn't have a clue at all, and I couldn't perceive natural energy at all. Wang Ran nodded in satisfaction. It seems that even the incomplete version of Taoism is much more advanced than the techniques in Naruto world. After all, as Juxinai, the chakra extraction method he cultivated was naturally the best kind. As for the complete version of Taoism, Juxinai's practice is not smooth. This is not beyond Wang Ran's expectations. If the full version of Dao Fa is so easy to cultivate, what is the significance of the threshold for Shangren to start practicing? Besides, the immortal model of Hokage's native is not to be stigmatized. I am so dangerous and it is so difficult to cultivate, and you are not dangerous. If I am still cultivating, where can I put the face of my Hokage native fairy model? This is the power of Dao Fa. As for the immortal version, it is not easy to practice originally. It is already very good if you can initially successfully practice within a year. How could this happen? When Wang Ran said that it would take a year for the fake Xian Ren version to be able to practice successfully, Juxinai looked depressed. She also wanted to cultivate into an immortal as soon as possible and experience the joy of the first generation of Hokage. Yes, we can choose a wide range of Mudan. But Konoha has recorded so many little ninjutsu of Mudan. Let's use 2 experiences to experience nothing wrong. Isn't it just a year? With your talent, you can definitely learn it within a year. When Wang Ran saw Juxinai like this, he reluctantly comforted her. But I want to experience what it feels like to use Mudan early. The first generation of Hokage is so strong, Mudan is definitely very powerful. At that time, I can hang the water gate. Kushina clenched his small fist and threatened the water gate. This made Mizuman smile helplessly. It doesn't take that time. Now you can use the power of the 9 tails to hit me. Watergate was really happy for Kushina. Not only did the problem of Kyokusina solve, but Wang Ran also taught Kushina a powerful cultivation method. In this way, the distance between Juxinai and Hokage seems to be a step closer than himself. To be honest, he was quite envious of Juxina. However, although envious, but not jealous at all. After all, his merits can be exchanged for that forbidden technique immediately. Moreover, teacher Zilai said that recently he has to teach himself a very strong technique, which is mysterious and mysterious. It's not the same. If you borrow the power of the 9 lamas, you can't be regarded as me hanging and hitting you. It's because I and the 9 lamas will beat you together. I, Uzumaki Kuzina, must rely on my own strength to defeat you, the biggest obstacle to becoming a female Naruto, Juxinai retorted, and at the same time he clenched his fist and punched the water gate. What's so good about Mudan? Your current sealing technique is very suitable for you, and there is still a lot of room for improvement. I will not give you other techniques for the time being. You first practice with peace of mind and slowly adapt to the power of the 9 tails. When you become a Taoist immortal model, I will teach you the strongest type of technique in our Tibetan sect, Taoism. That's a technique that can only be used in Tao Far immortal mode. Then you will know what is the strongest technique. You must stand aside from Mudan or something, Wang Ran said with some pride. Yes, Wang Ran is so confident in Taoism. Really, Master? The Taoism you said is really so strong? Juxinai's eyes lighted up. She seemed to see her future. She opened the Taoist fairy mode, used Taoism to hit the shadow of fire, step on the wood to escape, invincible than Konoha, and succeeded in becoming the village head. Of course, our Tibetan gate is not blown out. The background is unparalleled. Yes, Wang Dui has completely entered the role, and now even he himself believes it. At present, even Juxinai has only 5 people in the Tibetan gate, which is the Tibetan gate with power all over the sky. The Huanzangman is not blown out, but you can pull it. Isn't it just blown out from scratch with your mouth? As for the background, it does exist, but where is it basically in the system? What is it to you, Wang Ran? However, as an outsider Prajanam, seeing Wang Ran and Juxinai talking about the future here, he successfully transformed into lemon essence, and it was sour. As a disciple, Wang Ran helped her solve the problem of 9 tails when Juxinai was not apprentice. As soon as he became a teacher, Wang Ran gave the ninja world the strongest cultivation method. It was only the next day, and Wang Ran promised that he would teach her a technique stronger than Mudan for up to 1 year. Think about my master again. In addition to giving myself a psychic beast group, he also gave myself the identity of a Hokage disciple. I taught myself to practice for several years. When I taught myself, I still disappeared to see girls from time to time. What did he give himself? Even if I want to learn a forbidden technique, I have to change it with merit. Although compared to others, Zilei is good enough. But compared with Wang Ran, a teacher like Zilei should be thrown away. Is there a teacher like Wang Ran? Please give me a stack. Of course, it is naturally impossible for Watergate to think that way. But envious of Juxin and very helpless to Zilei, Watergate is serious. Awesome master, I will work hard and strive for an early success in the Taoist immortal mode. Kushina raised his fist and swiped twice into the air to cheer himself up. Ahem. Watergate coughed twice and interrupted Juxinai, who was in a state of excitement. It caused Juxinai to be irritated at him, as if Watergate did not give her a reasonable explanation, and he would not even want to stand and walk out of this door today. Chapter 61 Bright People. Watergate swears that he is not sour, but that if he continues to talk so endlessly, I'm afraid that he will not be able to keep up with the graduation ceremony of the ninja school. Wang Ran said yesterday that he wanted to see the graduation ceremony of the ninja school. This was also out of good intentions. Ahem, Kushina, you see it's not too early. It's time to set off to the ninja school. Otherwise, you will miss the children's competition. Hearing this, Juxinai showed a suddenly realized expression, and put down his fist. Yes, Today she is not here to imagine the future, she should hurry to accompany her master to the ninja school. Ninja school? Wang Ran was taken aback. So early? It's just not long before dawn. Is the graduation ceremony of the ninja school students so early? Yes, the students all have to compete. With so many students, it takes a long time. Juxin, said, of course. Wang Ran also thought about it. It is not a peaceful age, and students still have to pass the actual combat assessment for graduation. Yes, let's go quickly. Wang Ran nodded, and said beside him, okay. Juxin and Bo Feng Shui men responded. The hotel where Wang Ran stayed was not very far from the ninja school, so the three soon arrived at the ninja school. As soon as he entered the ninja school, Wang Ran felt the rush of voices. Unlike shopping yesterday, a large number of ninjas and ordinary people have gathered in the ninja school today, and I want to meet the geniuses of the ninja school. Many patriarchs of large families came here because of various thoughts. At the training ground for the student exam, the third generation of Naruto Sarutobi had just finished his speech. At this time, seeing Wang Ran and his party arrived, the enthusiastic Zhao Wang Ran beckoned and motioned him to watch the students' competition together. As Hokage, Sarutobi Rizchi's every move was observed by everyone. Now, he actually waved his hand. Who is the other party? Following Sarutobi's gaze, everyone's eyes were focused on Wang Ran's body. Wang Ran, who had seen strong winds and waves a long time ago, said it was all drizzle, and when Fuzan invited himself to watch it, Wang Ran would naturally not refuse. With a chuckle, Wang Ran walked towards the high platform where Sarutobi Risen was located, taking Kushina and Mizuno. As Wang Ran moved around, the people in front of him subconsciously gave up a way out. At this time, all the patriarchs of Konoha were calculating Wang Ran's identity in their hearts. Although it is not very clear, it is naturally impossible for the characters to be treated like this by Hokage. In the future, no matter what, try not to commit evil with him. This is the voice of everyone present at this time. Not only the audience, but the students who were preparing for the game at this time also turned their eyes to Wang Ran. A boy with goggles in the crowd touched the girl next to him and asked with a smirk, Lin, who do you think he is? Why is Lord Naruto being so polite to him? Everyone has guessed that this boy is the famous crane tail of the Uchiha clan, and one of the Behinthezens of the ninja world, Uchiha. And that girl is the innocent and unfortunate Lin. Lin also shook her head in confusion when she heard the question with dirt. I don't know. But it is estimated that Master Naruto's attitude towards him, as well as Master Bofeng Mizuno and Master Uzumaki Kushina behind him, are probably also incredible figures. Haha, are you, Lin? You are so knowledgeable. I don't know the two adults behind him. He touched his head and laughed at Lin, his eyes almost narrowed. Cut, take the soil. We are about to graduate. You should know our Konoha's upper ninjas somehow. Maybe one of them will become our instructor. A little black-haired girl walked up to Lin's side, holding Lin's arm, and said helplessly to Didi, ah, it's Mute. Do you know them both? Bringing the soil touched his head, asked with some doubts. Please, bring the soil. We will be ninjas from now on. Don't you remember collecting data? You will know this kind of famous person. Just ask for it. 2 men, 1 woman, and 2 came over from a short distance. The men were beautiful and looked a bit similar to Sarutobi. The woman has dense black hair, a pair of red pupils are very conspicuous, and there are some baby fat on her face, which is unexpectedly cute. The people here are Sarutobi Asma and Yurong. It is hard to imagine that the future Uncle Beard and Gaoleniu will look like this when they were young. It was Sarutobi Asma who was talking. Because of his personality, bring the soil and Asma played well. What? Everyone doesn't know it. I'm the one who doesn't know. Hearing what Asma said, he complained silently. Seeing the dirt, Lin chuckled lightly, and she immediately showed a look like Brother Pig. The Sarutobi Asma who looked at the side looked disgusted. I can't help you, let me tell you. The red-haired man is called Uzumaki Kushina. It is said that he belongs to the Uzumaki clan. He is proficient in sealing and physical skills and has a hot personality. I heard that many male ninjas can't beat it. She, respectfully call her Scarlet Pepper. As he said, Lin Nohara's eyes turned into a look of worship. Moreover, Uzumaki Kushina's armor is said to be the most hopeful female ninja to surpass Tsunade-sama. Who is Tsunade? That is Konoha's first female ninja, the idol of all women in Konoha. And Kushina, as the most promising existence to catch up with Tsunade, naturally attracts countless fans. As for the yellow-haired adult, he is called Heifeng Shuiman. He is the apprentice of Lord Jiraiya, one of the 3 ninjas, and he is also a newcomer with the strength of the Shinin. It is said that the dream of the 2 adults is to become Hokage. Moreover, the 2 seem to be. With that, Nohara. Lin blushed and raised her two little thumbs. Hearing Lin's words, he brought the soil and nodded. He also remembered the two of them, for nothing else, because they both became Hokage's opponents. Seeing Lin blushing again, she brought dirt and said she was going to die. Oh my god, how could there be such a cute girl? Seeing Lin who blushed, she blushed when she looked with dirt. He actually thought of how to marry Lin in the future. Daita said that he really wanted time to freeze at this moment. Unfortunately, Zai Ryong's words pulled him back from fantasy. Yes, although the two are rivals, but the love between them is so romantic. Sure enough, the little girl's heart. The boy should go to the battlefield to kill the enemy, Asuma thought with disdain. Chapter 62 Graduation assessment begins. Although their love is very enviable, their strength should not be underestimated. If I were assigned to them, my strength would definitely improve rapidly. A boy wearing sunglasses and pretending to be mature walked to the side of Daito and the others and said, "Take a look at the soil." "Yeah, Sui is you." Asuma glanced at Subui disgustingly. "Cut, man Sao." Of course, even though he dislikes Shubai-Hui's character, Asuma still agrees with his words. "Menzao male!" Exclamation mark. Sui feels that she has been hit hard. Where is she? However, even though Asuma's words were unacceptable, he would not offend the second generation of Asuma. I ignored Asuma's words, turned to the little girls and asked, "Red, mute, Lin." "You said, if you can choose for yourself. Do you want to be assigned to Lord Watergate or Lord Kushina?" "We, of course, are the subordinates of Lord Kushina. Lord Kushina is the idol of our female ninja." The three women all said in unison. Subi nodded, indicating that he also admired Kuzina and wanted to be assigned to Kuzuna's. The one who looked at the side poked his mouth straight. "Cut. If I don't choose anyone, I will choose the adult." "If you can part ways under the hands of an adult, your strength will definitely improve faster." Asuma nodded in approval, but then showed a pity. "I think so too, but it's a pity that adult should not be able to be instructed." Hearing that, bringing the soil was a little anxious. He still fantasized about worshipping Wang Ran's family. "Ah, why, Asuma? You think, take the soil." "Such a big figure, if we Konoha ninja, it would have been impossible to borrow an unknown person before, so he must be a ninja from the outer village. Even if we take a step back and say that he is Konoha's ninja, he must be protecting Konoha's existence secretly, let alone being a ninja in charge." Asuma analyzed the Tao with the head, and had to say that as the son of Hokage, his knowledge is still very good. "Ah, it turned out to be like this." Daita sighed disappointedly. Ninja School, the graduation assessment contest, now begins. In the first group, Obai will play against Kojiro. It's going to start. Stop chatting, get ready. "Come on, everyone." Hearing the assessment teacher's voice in her ear, Lin said gently to everyone, "Ha ha, thank you, Lin. You too." Daito showed a smirk again, and Asuma looked at it and shook his head repeatedly. Of course, Wang Ran didn't know the topic between several little ghosts. He walked over to Sarutobi Hitoshi, chatted a few words at random, and the test had already begun. At this moment, he and Sarutobi Hizen were standing at the forefront of the stands. "Your Excellency Wang Ran, among Konoha's students, there are many good seedlings." Sarutobi Hizen smiled and said to Wang Ran, his tone was not showing off. In his eyes, these children are Konoha's future. It is a great event for him to be able to produce some genius. Wang Ran was not surprised by Sarutobi's performance. Although there are many three-generation conspiracy theories, and after old age, Sarutobi Hizaki does have a lot of things and did very badly. But Sarutobi Hizen did bear the pressure brought by the name of Hokage, and he worked for Konoha all his life. He chuckled lightly. "Is that right? I heard about it yesterday. It is said that this year's graduates, there are many geniuses, and it is said that the youngest son of Hokage is among them." "Oh, ha ha ha, Your Excellency also heard about it." However, although Inutsi has a good talent, there is still a big gap between him and Konoha's top talent. "Really? Then I want to see what Konoha's geniuses excel in, so I can find a descendant for my Zangman," Wang Ran said happily. Juxina himself accepted it, and he didn't think Sarutobi Risen would prevent him from accepting more apprentices. Sure enough, when Sarutobi Risen heard Wang Ran's words, a smile suddenly appeared on his face. "Ha ha, no problem, you can be trained by Your Excellency Wang Ran, but they are a rare opportunity. In that case, I have to take a closer look." At this moment, a burst of exclamation suddenly spread from the crowd, causing Wang Ran and Sarutobi Risen to turn their heads. It turned out that it was Tsunade who was here. Tsunade glanced at the little girl who was preparing in the field. An instantaneous spell came to Wang Ran and Sarutobi Hizen. Seeing Tsunade's arrival, Sarutobi Hitoshi, who was still talking and laughing just now, suddenly lost his interest. Tsunade, have you decided yet? Tsunade's expression today is also very solemn. Wang Ran, who is watching, is wondering, what is decided? Ah, yes old man, you don't know my situation. Tsunade chuckled lightly, trying to break the heavy atmosphere. That's okay, remember to come back when you have time. After a moment of silence, Sarutobi risen sighed helplessly. After listening to the conversation between the two of them, Wang Ran also understood the outline of the matter. This is the beginning of Senran's departure from the village. Suffering from panesthemia, Tsunade left the village wandering ninja world with silence, and did not even participate in the 3 wars. Wang Ran didn't ask too much, but changed the subject and said, let's take a look at the performance of these little guys, and see if there are any suitable seedlings for Zangman. Yes, look at the performance of these little guys. Sarutobi Rizchi also adjusted his mentality and said with a smile. On the contrary, Tsunade was a little surprised when he heard Wang Ran's words. Senior, didn't you just accept Jixinai as an apprentice? Why is this to accept more apprentices? Wang Ran also smiled helplessly. Hey, there is no way. Over the years, Tibetans have been hiding from the world, and there are fewer and fewer disciples in the gates. If I don't accept more disciples, my inheritance of Tibetans will stop. Hearing Wang Ran's words, Tsunade laughed. Senior, don't laugh. But Kono has children are so lucky that they can catch up with your apprentice. Wang Ran shook his head. There is no way. Who told the system to give such a task? Wang Ran felt that the serial mission at the beginning was probably his novice welfare. Otherwise, why hasn't there been any other mission besides the apprenticeship mission for so many years? No wonder it is called the sect inheritance system. The most important thing in the sect is not people. As long as you accept apprentices and meet my standards, I will give you a lot of rewards. This system is very arrogant. So, if you want to live a decent life, you need more apprentices and more effort. Chapter 63 Disciple Selection. Watch the game. Wang Ran said lightly, and said nothing more. Turning his gaze to the audience, the first set of competitions has now ended. Wang Ran didn't care about the performance of the two of them. After all, they were talented, and they were mostly characters who played in the later stage. The next group, Ebisu, will play against Han Jun. With the sound of Nukenin test falling on the field, Ebisu and another named Chan Jun quickly walked onto the field. After the two entered the arena, they didn't say much. After they made a seal of opposition, they quickly met each other and wanted to show themselves in front of the big figures in Shinobu village. Kian Wang Ran didn't know him, nor did this character appear in the anime. It seems that he should have died in the 3 wars, or be a forebearer for a lifetime. So Wang Ran doesn't care about him very much, but Ebisu is a character that has appeared in Naruto anime. Although he is not strong, he still has a name and a surname. Wang Ran was still a little interested in him, so he let the system explore the talents of the two. Unsurprisingly, the talent of Shunjun is only grade D. According to the rules of Naruto world, there is no adventure, and Ding Potan is a Zongren. Ebisu has better talent, Cleavel talent, but the talent bias is not obvious. If you work harder, Shangren still has a chance. But watching Ebisu's performance in the field, Wang Ran nodded. Sarutobi nodded when he saw Wang Ran, and said with a smile, what do you think of the 2 children below? That Kanjun has a limited talent, and working hard should be able to become Zongnin. As for whether he will be Ebisu, the talent is not bad, and the basic skills are very solid. If you become a teacher in the future, it is estimated that your performance will be very good. Wang Ran didn't hide it either, and told the truth about his opinions. After all, Ebisu's late appearance was based on his special teaching skills, especially Shangren, so it is not wrong to say that he has a talent for teaching. Oh ha ha ha. Right? I also think Ebisu is a good boy. Sarutobi Hizen nodded in agreement. After all, they were students who hadn't graduated. Ebisu and Shunjun, who had similar backgrounds, actually did not have a significant difference in strength. Most of the strength of the two is above the physical skills. However, the basic requirements of physical skills are very high. Compared with Ebisu, Kianjun's foundation is not even worse. Therefore, it didn't take long for Ebisu to seize Chanjun's flaw, and an elbow hit ended the competition. Ebisu vs. Kanjun, the winner, Ebisu. The next group, Rin Nohara vs. Mute. Subi was naturally happy to win the competition. He feels that his performance should allow him to be assigned a good guide for tolerance. So at the end of the game, his footsteps were a bit drifting. With Ebisu's exit, Lin and Silent also came to the court. Lin, come on. Well, Mute you too. With the seal of opposition between the two sides, the soil in the audience also shouted cheering for Lin. On the high stage, after shouting the names of Lin and Silent, Wang Ran and Tsunade both turned their attention to the two. Wang Ran is the talent of two people who are curious to have a presence in the anime, and Tsunade is caring for the niece. System, help me explore the talents of Nohara Lin and Silent. Ding Yuan Lin, talent C+, no obvious talent bias. Ding Mute, talent C+, no obvious talent bias. Okay. Wang Ran raised his brows. C+ talent? Sure enough, real knowledge comes from practice. Previously, because Wang Ran explored relatively few people, he only got results like S-level and A-level. Originally, Wang Ran thought that the system's division of talents was such a wide range, but it turned out to be quite detailed, but he hadn't encountered it before. Combined with the strength of the future Mute, the top of the talent of C+ in the future is the elite Shangren. In the case of Bleeville, there is hope that it will reach the threshold of shadow level. It seems that the system encourages oneself to recruit disciples with talents above level B, and it is not meaningless. As Wang Ran thought about it, the two girls had already met up below. Senior, what do you think of the talents of these two children? Tsunade Zhao, Wang Ran asked tentatively. Seeing how Wang Ran was thinking, Tsunade thought that Wang Ran had moved to accept a disciple. Although he wanted to leave with Silent, Tsunade still wanted Silent to have a good future. Obviously, Silent is more promising with Wang Ran than with Tsunade, and safety is more assured than with Tsunade. Wang Ran was yelled at Tsunade's words, glanced at Lin and Silence, and said, the talent is not bad. If you grow up safely, Shangren should be no problem. Tsunade wasn't too ignorant little girl. As soon as he heard Wang Ran's tone, he knew that he had no intention of accepting a disciple, so he no longer wanted to ask Silent to follow Wang Ran's question. It's not that Tsunade is boasting, although he has a physical problem, but it's nice to mute with yourself. What she can give her is enough for her to learn for a lifetime. The test continued, because Lin and Silent's strengths were about the same. In addition, the two did not want to hurt each other and kept their hands, so the two eventually tied. However, due to their good performance, both of them also passed the exam. In the next few games, Wang Ran didn't see a brilliant performance. The talents are basically hovering at the level, and the best one has only been evaluated by C. This made Wang Ran very helpless. Even Konoha's large villages are mostly ninjas with level talents. In the future, it is not easy to find apprentices that suit their own wishes and have good talents. Fortunately, with the end of a large number of cannon fodder, there are basically ninjas who will be named later in every group that will play next. In the next game, Uchiha takes soil against Ishio. In an instant, Wang Ran's spirit came. Is there finally an important troll to appear? I'm going to see what kind of talent Uchiha is with soil, which can disturb the world of endurance after it becomes black. System, give me the talent of detecting Uchiha's soil. Ding Uchiha brings soil, talent A+, talent bias, space. No wonder, even if the talent of A+ only relies on oneself, he can become a strong player in the shadow class. With the addition of the transplanted leukocytosis, the strength surged again. It's a pity that the strength of a suit is too dependent on the Shulanai pupil technique. It is estimated that the talent points of this body are also on the writing wheel. Don't say that the pupil technique of the kaleidoscope is a spiritual portrayal technique. It is definitely related to genes. Otherwise, why does the Sasuke family have Amaterasu? Chapter 64 Lucky to bring soil. Wang Ran was not surprised that the soil has a plus talent, so he easily explored the opponent with soil. Unsurprisingly, it is another level talent. The soil on the field naturally didn't know that Wang Ran had already paid attention to him at this time, and it seemed that his fantasy was about to become reality. At this moment, he was fighting with that opponent named Shishingzong. I knew that Ita belonged to the Uchiha clan. Although it was called the tail of a crane, Ishio also knew that he could not be better than him. Not for anything else, just because the soil will definitely be some low-level fire ninjutsu. However, there is no way to learn ninjutsu in the stone city of civilian origin. So at the beginning of the battle, Shishing quickly got close to the soil and carried out physical attacks. After bringing the soil to the stage, I originally wanted to show off the ninjutsu I had already mastered in front of Lin, but in the end, he was approached by the opponent in a careless way. Come on, there is no chance for ninjutsu to be released now, so Bring the Soil has to compete with Shishingzongsu. The members of the major families on the stage were laughing at the Uchiha clan in their hearts. The dignified ninja from the Uchiha clan was beaten by a civilian ninja. Also the first big family. This made Uchiha Tomitake, who had just taken over as the head of the patriarch, looked gloomy and terrible. This Uchiha kid is too careless. Wang Ran was also full of black lines looking at Zitu and said, the world of the second element is too difficult to understand. Such a little devil, after being blackened, is like a person. Really, It seems that this kid needs his own education, lest he go astray. A+S talent is earned when you receive it. When Sarutobi Risen heard Wang Ran's comment, he also said with a smile, "Who would say no, but Daito is a good boy. Beautiful, enthusiastic, cheerful, and always helping people in difficulties in the village. But it's just a bit of a nerve. Although the talent is poor, and as the Uchiha clan, there is no sign of opening his eyes. But he is a good boy, isn't he?" Wang Ran nodded in agreement. "Yes, does he have an assigned guidance to endure it? If not, how about I teach for a few years?" Wang Ran naturally knew that the guidance of bringing the soil was the Watergate, but he still had to ask. As for whether this counts as a disciple who robbed Watergate. Anyway, if you bring soil and follow Watergate, your fate will not be so good, and it will kill Watergate. It's better to take it yourself, lest Jixinai will go to her boyfriend. Hearing Wang Ran's words, Sarutobi Hiri was overjoyed. This is the rhythm of accepting disciples. And it's a good boy with soil who thinks about Konoha. I originally planned to send the child with soil to the Watergate squad for him to take, but since you are optimistic about bringing soil, let him follow you. However, the kid with soil is from the Uchiha clan after all. If you just teach it, it's okay. But if you want to accept him as a disciple, you still have to ask Uchiha what it means. Sarutobi Risen said to Wang Ran happily. Watergate, who had been following Wang Ran, naturally knew that Taito was originally his student. Wang Ran meant to accept the soil as a disciple, and the 3 generations did not refuse. Watergate didn't care at all. On the contrary, he was sincerely happy that the child brought the soil had such a good opportunity. And Jixinai was a little surprised when he heard that Wang Ran was looking at the little devil, Nutu, and wanted to accept him as a disciple, and wanted to see what was different about this little devil. Oh, is Taitomoto's original guide, Shinin is the Watergate? Wang Ran pretended to be surprised, looked at the Watergate and said, "Forget it, I can't take love." Upon hearing this, Sarutobi Rizchi and Mizuman were a little anxious. Can't let the village be a strong man in the future. Can't delay the future of this kid. No, senior. Although Hokage-sama wanted me to bring this child at first, it was also for the future of the kid. If senior wants to accept the soil as a disciple, I will agree with 10,000 people. For fear that it would affect the Watergate with the future, he quickly refused to say to Wang Ran. This made the Sarutobi Risen on the side cast admiring glances at his disciple. Of course, Wang Ran was just polite. Since Shuiman had said so, he took the opportunity to respond. And Jixinai was still observing the child who had risen out of thin air and was destined to become his junior. But no matter what Kushina looked at, he didn't think there was anything special about the soil. The strength is not strong, the talent is not high, and the nerves are big. In addition to being a Uchiha, he can still support the facade. It feels like nowhere. The matter was set. Wang Ran continued to watch the performance of the soil. Finally, Daito finally lived up to Uchiha's name. When a kunai attack threw from Shishing, he successfully used the substitute technique to leave Shishing's sight. Then a grand fireball technique won the competition. After the victory, he waved to Lin, who was in the audience with Dirt and Stinky, to signal that he had won the competition. Wang Ran gave a chuckle. He was clever with soil, and he was quite cute when he was a child. Your Excellency Naruto, please wait until the assessment is over. Please ask the Patriarch of Uchiha. I have decided to accept this child as a disciple. Sarutobi Richin laughed, like a chrysanthemum. Don't be so troublesome, Fuayu is right behind. He'll call him over, and you just need to tell him. Then trouble your Hokage. It's okay, it's time for everyone to rest. The rest time is up. After 5 minutes, the assessment will continue. Uchiha Tomitake walked to Hokage with a dark complexion. Although he won the competition with the soil just now, it was enough to lose Uchiha's people. See Lord Naruto, I don't know why Lord Naruto is looking for me. Haha, Fuayu, are you angry with Earth? Don't be angry, I won't bring you good news anymore. Sarutobi Hizen said cheerfully, which made Uchiha Fu a little puzzled. Good news? I don't know what Naruto-sama means. Haha, come, Fuayu, let me introduce to you. This is Wang Ran, the master of Zangman Gate, a rare powerhouse. The main reason for calling you here is because Your Excellency Wang Ran wants to take the soil as a disciple and ask about yours opinion. Hearing Sarutobi Risen's words, Fuayu gave Wang Ran a surprised look, wondering where Wang Ran looked at the soil. You know, the writing wheel of the Uchiha clan is difficult to open, and the talent for bringing soil is not good. Now that he is almost 10 years old, there is not only no sign of opening the writing wheel, but even the ancestral talent of Huodun is not very good. Chapter 65 Asma, who was rejected by Wang Ran for Wang Ran, Fu naturally attached great importance to it. When Wang Ran first arrived, he was guessing Wang Ran's identity. Now Sarutobi Rizchi said that he was the master of Zangman. Although he didn't know what organization Zangman was, it was definitely unusual for Hokage to treat him like this. What's more, Sarutobi Risen has already said that Wang Ran himself is also a rare powerhouse. Such a character actually wants to take soil as an apprentice. Although this child has a bad talent, his luck is really good. As for rejecting Wang Ran's request, Uchiha Tomitake would not be so stupid. Although the talent for bringing soil is not good, it is also good for the Uchiha clan to be trained by the strong. Besides, Hokage personally sent someone to call herself over, and after saying so much, the intention was already obvious. As the head of a clan, if he can't even see this hint, then he is the head of the clan for nothing. We Uchiha naturally support it. It is a great honor for us as a whole Uchiha clan to be trained by Your Excellency Wang Ran. Uchiha Tomitake was talking about the scene, but it was this scene that made Wang Ran and Sarutobi Hizen both love to listen. I really appreciate the generosity of Fuyu Patriarch. Wang Ran Kao Uchiha Tomitake nodded and said the process went smoothly and everyone was happy. As for the rejection of taking soil, everyone did not consider it. Will you refuse to take soil? Obviously impossible. The rest time is up, and the assessment will continue. The next group, Asma Sarutobi vs. Akita. Oh, Lord Naruto, your son is coming on stage. I don't know what will happen to him, and his opponent is not easy. Wang Ran smiled and said to Sarutobi Rizchi, through the system test just now, Sarutobi Asma is a believable talent without any surprise. But to Wang Ran's surprise, that Kudodo is actually a talent of C+. Of course, although Asma's talent has reached the standard, he has no idea of accepting disciples. Asma is different from everyone else. As the son of Hokage, his identity is even more sensitive than that of Kushina. After all, the matter of Kushina being the nine-tailed Julai is also a secret in Konoha, and ordinary people don't even know. If Asma also became Wang Ran's disciple, then it would be more troublesome. Of course, the most important thing is that Asma was a rebellious teenager. As a teenager, it's more than a little bit tired to educate Asma to prevent the blackening of soil. Wang Ran doesn't want to take over this burden. It's better to wait for him to wake up slowly, or let Sarutobi Hizen educate himself. As for his talent for probing, it was just to satisfy Wang Ran's own curiosity. I don't know, but I hope he can perform well. Sarutobi Hizaki also looked expectantly at the stage, looking forward to the performance of his youngest son. After Sarutobi Asma came to power, she looked at the fat Akita Doda on the opposite side and did not dare to underestimate it. As the son of Hokage, although he is very reluctant to use this identity still brings him a lot of information. For example, the Kudoshin of the Kudo clan in front of him is the genius ninja of the Kudo clan. He has mastered part of the secret family ninjutsu, and his attack power is extremely amazing. Fortunately, most of the family secret techniques of the Kudo clan will increase his size. Although the power is great, the corresponding speed will be much slower. And he is a ninja of the wind and fire attribute, and has a lot of advantages in speed and ninjutsu power. Please make the seal of opposition between the two parties. As the referee's voice fell, Sarutobi Asma and Akita quickly formed a seal of opposition. Then the two sides slammed apart, for fear that the other side would attack themselves. Just as Sarutobi Asma knows Akita's information, Akita naturally knows Sarutobi Asma. As the son of Hokage, his information is of interest to more than one person. Akita knew that if he didn't use the secret technique, he was definitely not Sarutobi Asma's opponent. But once the technique of doubling is used, then I am afraid that Asma will fly a kite to death. In that case, it is better to use the newly learned technique to win this time in one breath. At this point, Akita Doshin immediately took action. Ninfa, Flesh Bomb Chariot. Asma silently looked at Akita-tan, who had turned into a ball, hitting him. Buddy, you don't play the cards according to the routine. The speed is a bit fast. However, Asma is not afraid. Not only is the strength, but also the brain is very important. If I dare to use this technique in such a small venue, I really hate that I am slow to loose. A stray body left where it was, making Akitada hit the air. Then he began to seal with both hands, and when Akitada ran into him again, Asma jumped up and jumped over Akitada's body. At the same time, the ninjutsu he prepared just now was also ready. Wind Escape, Beast Wave Palm. Akidoda, who had just rushed past, wanted to change direction quickly and slammed toward Asma again. As a result, before he changed direction, he felt a huge force coming from behind him. Akita, who had a huge inertia, rushed out of the field directly under the impetus of Asuma's wind ninjutsu and beast wave palm. Victor, Sarutobi Asuma. Sure enough, the tiger father has no dogs. This kid will definitely accomplish something in the future. Looking at Asuma, who had won easily, Wang Ran nodded in praise. Well, a career has indeed been achieved, and it has directly become a unit of measurement for bounty hunters, which is at the same level as Kakashi's chakra measurement unit. Haha, Inutsi still has many shortcomings to be improved. Although Sarutobi Hizen was happy in his heart, he was still humble. It's just that, can you not laugh while being modest? It seems so hypocritical. Sure enough, you and Jilei are both masters and apprentices. When Jilei also introduced Prajanam yesterday, it was the same expression. The next group, Zai Ryong vs. Baikao. Soon, the assessment came to an end, and only the last group of Yurong was left off the court. With the appearance of Yurong and Baikao, this confrontation between two female students once again attracted everyone's attention. The last group of all-girls duel was silent and Lin. Wang Ran also took a look at Zai Ryong energetically. Just now, the two consecutive groups were all level talents, not even a D+. The boring duel made Wang Ran feel the sinister world. It's really boring, it's just you punching me and mine kicking. Except for the three-body technique, there is no one who can use ninjutsu. The scene is extremely not gorgeous. As a result, he was completely confused by the red appearance. This and the little girl who is a little fat baby, is that Gao Leniu's sister in the future? The gap is a bit big. Chapter 66 Surprise. Unlike Asuma, although Sarutobi Asuma is now white, she will be an uncle with a beard in the future. But Wang Ran is still very easy to accept a man's appearance after he grows a beard. But Zai Ryong's style has changed directly, from kawaii to Gao Leniu. At this time I can't get used to it. If the red pupils were not too rare, Wang Ran would have doubted whether someone had replaced them by an imposter. Just let the system explore Zai Ryong's talent. This test does not matter, the result is really incredible. Ding. Zai Ryong, talent A, talent bias, illusion. System, are you sure there is nothing wrong? Zai Ryong's talent is a grade. Wang Ran contrasted that this was even more difficult for him to accept than the changes in style after Zai Ryong grew up. You know, Xionan, who is also an A-level talent, was already a proper movie level when he appeared in the anime, but what about Yurong? At that time, she had just been promoted to Shinobu, and her strength was much worse than the Bleevil talented Asuma. Ding. Exploration, Zai Ryong, talent A grade, talent bias, illusion. It really is. Wang Ran whispered inwardly. It doesn't make sense. Why is the talent of A-level so weak in the future? There are not even a few representative ninjutsu. Wait. Few representative ninjutsu? Wang Ran seemed to understand something. If Zai Ryong's talents are all in illusion, then she can understand that she is so weak in the later stage. You know, the magic ninja still has high requirements for mental power. Therefore, it is difficult to grow into a powerful ninja without the blood succession limit bonus and without family secret skills. Obviously, the Yuri group does not have the blood limit. But Yurong's father, Yuri Zenhong, can grow into one of Konoha's greatest phantom ninjas, which shows that the Yuri clan still has the inheritance of secret arts. But why Xirong was so weak in the later stage? Wang Ran guessed that the inheritance of the Xiri clan was interrupted. As mentioned in the original work, Yuri Zenhong died on the Night of Nine Tails. And when Yurong officially appeared on the stage, Konoha seemed to be the only member of the Yuri clan left. If the secret technique of the Xiri clan is more demanding in certain aspects, then it is understandable that Xirong did not come into contact with the secret technique of the family at the time of his sacrifice. In this way, Zai Ryong is obviously talented, but the growth is too slow, which can be explained. It is important to know whether there is a good teacher to pass on the teaching. Ninja World powerhouses, which one does not have a good master or inheritance behind. Just like Asuma, although the talent is only Bleevil, because of being the son of Naruto, all kinds of ninjutsu are randomly selected, and the strength is secure to reach the elite. Not to mention anything else, the two flying swallows in his hand were not something ordinary ninjas could get. And after Zai Ryong broke off the family heritage, she can become a shinobu with only ordinary illusions, which is enough to see that her talent is coming. Such a good seedling is really a surprise. Wang Ran was a little delighted in his heart. This is equivalent to picking up an A-level talented apprentice for nothing. I don't know what rewards there will be. Is it another Daofa? I have to say that Wang Ran's guess is almost the same as the fact. Just when Wang Ran was thinking about accepting Zai Ryong as his disciple, the Zai Ryong on the field also started his own performance. Although she is unable to learn many family secrets because of her age. But Yurong is from the ninja clan after all, and she has mastered a lot of ninjutsu before she graduated from the ninja school. As soon as the battle started, Yurong threw out a handful of kunai, and then her little hand began to seal. Illusory. Here is not the art. A simple illusion technique obviously made the opponent stunned. In an instant, Baikao felt that the scene in front of her had changed, and the red sun that was still in front of her had suddenly disappeared. She knew that she had fallen into illusion. Hurry to disrupt the flow of chakra in his body, trying to break free from the illusion. After all, they are still children, and Zai Ryong's illusion is far from the power of the future, and Baikao can easily break free from the illusion. However, Zai Ryong did not expect an ordinary illusion to win the opponent. This illusion is enough to be able to control the opponent for a few seconds, because the battle between ninjas often ends within a few seconds. What's more, the two are too close. Sure enough, as Baikao broke free of Zai Ryong's illusion, she felt a touch of coldness on her neck. And Zai Ryong looked at herself with a smile. Baikao, you lost. Baikao lowered his head and saw that a sharp kunai pressed against his neck, and as long as he moved forward a little bit, he could take his life away. A bitter smile appeared on his face. Thank you for being merciful, classmate Zai Ryong. The competition is over. The winner is red, and the two sides have reached a mark of reconciliation. As the examiner's voice fell, it meant that the last examination was over. All the students who passed the assessment are now in 2s and 3s waiting for their assignment. Those who fail the assessment can only leave unwillingly and wait for the assessment next year. Wang Ran looked at Zai Ryong, who was able to solve the battle easily, and showed a satisfied look. This is what the A-level talent should go. Your Excellency Hokage, this child has a good illusion talent. I have a skill and she can pass it on. Therefore, I want to accept her as a disciple. I wonder what you think? The competition was over. Wang Ran didn't want to be full of bells and whistles, and directly said Zhao Yuan Fike Siang Con 7.com. At this time, in Juxinei's spiritual space, Juxinei was chatting with the 9 lamas about bringing soil, and wanted to ask the 9 lamas what was special about bringing soil that Wang Ran would like. After asking for a long time, apart from getting a Uchiha clan that is evil and nothing good, there is no useful information. The 9 lama also wanted to know the reason. Wang Ran valued Juxinei. He could understand it. After all, it was his own strength, and his potential must be leveraged. But with soil, the 9 lamas really didn't see anything. One person and one beast had to stare in the spiritual space. Suddenly heard that Wang Ran was about to accept Zai Ryong as a disciple. Juxinei instantly regained his spirit. 9 lama, the master is about to accept disciples again. She also said that she has a good illusion talent, and there is a skill that is particularly suitable for her to pass on to her. Do you think I can learn the skill that the master said? I think my illusion talent is also good. The 9 lama looked at Juxinei disdainfully. Don't think too much about Juxinei, you just need to practice sealing art honestly. After so many years, I haven't seen you have a talent for illusionism. Chapter 67 Yuri is really red, please recommend. But that kid named Zai Ryong, let's not say how talented it is. The luck is really good. Wang Ran said that the technique that suits her should be the one he used to you yesterday. 9 lama said with some emotion, which made Juxinei speechless. That's right, the technique Wang Ran was talking about was the Dao technique he had just obtained. In the final analysis, Jinghua Shui still belongs to the category of illusion. I believe it will be very suitable for Zai Ryong. Oh, is you wrong? Sarutobiru frowned upon hearing Wang Ran's words. Although he hoped that Wang Ran could accept a few more disciples, Zai Ryong was really not good at making the decision directly. Unlike Daito, a marginal figure of the Uchiha clan, Yurong is the daughter of the patriarch of the Uchiha clan. Her father Yuri Zenhong is also Konoha's top illusionist. Originally, Yuri Zenhong planned to cultivate Yurong by herself. But what Wang Ran said made Sarutobi feel that if he did a good job, he should be able to sell Wang Ran a favor. When Wang Ran saw Sarutobi frowning, he asked, "What? Are you embarrassed, Lord Naruto?" Sarutobi did not hide it, and explained directly, "Your Excellency doesn't know that Yurong's father is Konoha's best illusionist master. He originally wanted to cultivate red by himself." Upon hearing this, Wang Ran instantly understood that this is also human nature. As Konoha's best illusionist master, he clearly can cultivate him. So why would he give his daughter to someone who may not be as strong as illusionist to train him? I see, Lord Hokage. As long as it proves that I have a higher level of illusion than Hong's father, then there is no problem. right? Wang Ran smiled and said to Sarutobi Hizen, not afraid of Konoha's first illusionist. This makes Sarutobi recut for a moment. Prove? How to prove? Do you try? I know that you are strong, but you have a specialty in surgery. Are you sure your illusion skills are better than Konoha's first illusion master? Although murmured in his heart, he would not ask this out. It can be understood that way. Upon hearing this, Wang Ran gave a chuckle. With Jinghua Shui, Wang Ran's self-confidence in his illusion skills soared. He didn't believe that Yuri Zenhong could use illusions that were stronger than Dao Fa. Then it will be easy. Please talk to your father, Hokage, and Hong's father. If it doesn't work, we can also try illusion. Sarutobi Hizen immediately agreed to this request, although this was somewhat different from what he had just thought. But he also wanted to see how powerful Wang Ran, a mysterious powerhouse, really was. Although it's just an illusion contest, it can also tell some clues. It's just that, in this way, the student's placement time will be pushed back. Go and inform that today's division time will be changed to the afternoon. So let the students go back and rest first. Sarutobi Hizen whispered to the ant ninja beside him. Sarutobi Hizaki's work efficiency is still very high, and Yuji Zenhong himself is on the scene, so he quickly communicated the matter. In fact, if Sarutobi Hizen wanted Hongbai to join Wang Ran's sect, Yuri Zenhong would not refuse. But in order to take into account the feelings of Yuri's true red, Sarutobi Hizaki still wanted to do things well. So when Wang Ran asked him at the beginning, he was so hesitant. Originally, he wanted to have a good talk with Yuri Zenhong, and by the way, betray Wang Ran's face. But never expected that Wang Ran actually proposed this method of competition. That being the case, Sarutobi Hizen also happily pushed the boat along. Therefore, as soon as Hokage hoped that Zirayong would worship Wang Ran's sect, he directly agreed to Yuri Zenhong and received a task. Go all out to test Wang Ran's strength. Originally, Yuri Zenhong was very interested in Wang Ran, a character who wanted to try illusionism with him. Now that he has received such a task, he is naturally waiting for it. A certain secret training ground. This training ground that originally belonged to Amp had already been emptied by Sarutobi in order to protect Wang Ran's information as far as possible from the people of other villages. Except for Tsunade, Mizuman, Kushina and the few people who knew Wang Ran's information, only Yuri Zenhong was not familiar with Wang's natural existence. Your Excellency Wang Ran, it's really red. You have to pay attention to your shots later, don't get hurt. Standing between Wang Ran and Yuri Zenhong, Sarutobi Hizen said with a smile. Don't worry, Master Naruto. Yuri Zenhong, who was wearing a vest, responded quickly. Wang Ran also nodded, indicating that he knew it. Sarutobi saw that both of them were ready, so he didn't say anything. He announced the start of the competition and left the venue for them. Almost the moment Sarutobi Hizen left, the air on the field became depressed instantly. Juxina looked excitedly off the court, wanting to see how strong his master was. Your Excellency Wang Ran, I'm going to make a move, please be careful. Illusory, absolute lotus. As his momentum continued to rise, Yuri Zenhong decisively chose to shoot. Illusion Ninja pays attention to being a pioneer, but because it is a competition, he still reminded Wang Ran. Wang Ran just nodded, and then chakra moved quickly inside his body, preparing to resist Yuri's illusion. Because it was just a competition of illusion, Wang Ran did not choose to avoid or counterattack, but to resist the real red attack next day. In this way, they can better reflect their own strength. The illusion technique used by Wang Ran from the real red dynasty of Zairi. When it hits Wang Ran, it is like a stone sinking into the sea, without any waves. Seeing this, Yuri's red face instantly became more serious. And Wang Ran, the contrast, did not feel any surprise. Xianzu Chakra's resistance to illusion is inherently high, and with Wang Ran's supermental power and the bonus of Taoism, general illusion can't affect him at all. If he is prepared, even if it is a forbidden illusion, he can resist it. Even if the caster is Yuri Zenhong, the power is pretty good, but it's not enough. Next, it's my turn to shoot. Beautiful scenery. In order to maintain his persecution, Wang Ran had no choice but to violate his conscience, saying things that pretended to be forcing offense, and then immediately shot with all his strength. At this moment, Yuri Zenhong instantly felt that he was being transferred to a world full of flames. The endless flames continue to emit high temperatures and roast themselves. He understood that he had fallen into illusion. Constantly cutting off her own chakra flow, Yuri Zenhong found that she hadn't affected the operation of this illusion at all. Can't the general method be released? Yuri Zenhong whispered inwardly. Chapter 68 Realized illusion. In that case, Yuri Zenhong no longer hesitated. The family secret technique was used directly to crack, but it still had no effect at all. More importantly, he has already felt that the moisture in his body is fading with the surrounding high temperature. This is because the flame did not touch itself. This is similar to the 5 control senses of the Pommel Horse clan. Yuri Zenhong's heart whispered, although he was amazed by Wang Ran's strength, but that didn't mean he had no choice. Concentrating, Yuri Zenhong controls the reverse flow of chakra in the body, constantly stimulating her own acupuncture points. Outside, including Wang Ran, everyone frowned. Running the chakra in the reverse direction is extremely dangerous. If you are not careful, you will easily burst into death. In addition, Yuri Zenhong is still stimulating her acupuncture points, for fear that Wang Ran, who is really red in the evening, will be in danger. He will immediately relieve Jing Huashui. After all, he just wanted to accept Zai Ryong as an apprentice, and it was not a deep hatred. Your apprentice has confiscated the harvest, so he killed his father. This is a bit unreasonable. However, after all, Wang Ran underestimated Zai Zenhong. The name of Konoha's #1 illusion master is not for nothing. There is no blood succession boundary bonus. Yuri Zenhong, and his own chakra control is naturally not to be underestimated. Just when everyone was worried for him, he himself had successfully woken up from Jing Huashui's control. Who Your Excellency's illusion skills are indeed advanced. If it weren't for my desperate efforts, there really wouldn't be a way to break free. With this technique, the little girl is already lucky enough to be able to worship your door. After breaking free, Zaira was really red and dressed coarsely, admiring Wang Ran in her heart. But now that your skill has been broken free by me, then I will continue to do it. The next trick, you must be careful. Speaking of Yuri Zenhong, he was ready to shoot again. He also knew that if he was actually on the battlefield, he would be dead. But this is a competition. He hopes to use the strongest technique to face Wang Ran. This is also his respect for Wang Ran. Facing Zaira Zenhong, who wanted to perform the operation again, Wang Ran showed a mysterious smile. How could Jing Wurshuayu be so simple? Oh, have you cracked it? Patriarch Siri, you have to see clearly. With that, Wang Ran's hands folded quickly, and everyone present could feel that a large amount of chakra burst out of Wang Ran's body in an instant. Yuri Zenhong was also taken aback. He was quite sure that he had freed himself from the illusion. What did Wang Ran mean now? Before he could react, he instantly felt more dangerous and terrifying than in the illusion. Not only him, but everyone present felt an aura of destruction brewing in the field. Sure enough, in the next second, countless purple flames suddenly appeared beside Yuri Zenhong, full of noble and mysterious feelings. But everyone will not underestimate these flames, because they can perceive the powerful power contained in them. Especially Tsunade, who had seen Wang Ran take action, understood the horror of this flame even more. Although the shape is different, she can be sure that this is the same origin as the dragon-shaped ninjutsu flame used by Wang Ran. That's right, in order to win Zaira Zenhong in one fell swoop, lest he really hit his strongest meaning and couldn't break free, Wang Ran took a trick. Since he wanted to manifest the flames, he combined Jing Wurshuayu and Heolong Yanhuo. Although this will increase his chakra consumption, the effect is not comparable to that of ordinary flames. Gudong. Yuri Zenhong swallowed deeply, and at the same time, a drop of cold sweat slipped from his forehead. The flames that appeared out of thin air around him seemed to burn himself to ashes at any time. Yuri Zenhong can be sure that this is not caused by Wang Ran through fire drain ninjutsu, because all fire escape ninjutsu needs to be performed through their own medium. Of course, Heolong fire does not need to use itself as a medium. But he didn't know Dao Fa, a technique that didn't belong to the Hokage world. Since the possibility of Wang Ran's ninjutsu is ruled out, then, Your Excellency, is this a manifestation? Forcibly summoning the existence of the illusion world to reality? Xiri Zenhong asked this sentence with difficulty. He never earned it. The Xiri clan had pursued the highest state of illusion for countless years, and they actually saw it today. The Sarutobi Risen and others outside the court were also taken aback by Yui Muong. Realize, forcibly summon the things in the illusion into reality. Is it possible? The answer is yes. Wang Ran nodded plainly. Yes, it means realizing. But the disadvantage is that it is too expensive for chakra. I lost. Following Wang Ran's words, Yuri Zenhong dissipated the already condensed chakra and directly surrendered. Although Wang Ran said that he had some existing shortcomings, this shortcoming was completely acceptable for the damage that this technique could cause. Do you think, when you know that you are involved in illusion, will you struggle to resist these illusions of no actual damage? Of course. Because most illusionist ninjas will attack virtual and real, the other party may resist. But as long as the opponent is a little careless, he is attacked by a sudden manifestation. It will take his life. Bang bang bang. As Yuri's and Hong gave up, Wang Ran dissipated the flames on the court, and everyone outside the court also clapped. Although this competition is not a wonderful one, the two sides just performed an illusion. However, Wang Ran let them see an unsolvable illusion and also saw a small part of Wang Ran's unstoppable strength. This is exciting enough for them. Your Excellency, Wang Ran is not the master of Zangman. With this illusion, you can escape the ninja world. Sarutobi Risen praised. Your Excellency is absurd. Haha, where? Since the result is like this, then really Hong, how about letting Hong buy into Wang Ran's sect? Sarutobi Izumi laughed, and finally brought the topic back to the topic. It's all according to Hokage-sama's orders. Yuri Zenhong said to Sarutobi, bowing. After speaking, he stood up again and bowed to Wang Ran. Thank you for your enlightenment. The little girl will trouble you in the future. Wang Ran waved his hand, let alone whether Zai Ryong was good for the rest of his life. I also find it troublesome. After Hong's strength arrives at Shangren, he will be like Jixinai and Sanxiao, just like for arranged breeding. Anyway, the rules of the system. As long as the strength reaches Shangnin, you can go to the master. After all, at that time, they had very little demand for the guidance of the master. Taking the time to give them a few Dao skills is enough for them to grow. Of course, if you think so, you can say that. It's not troublesome. I also think that the red talent is good, and can inherit a skill for the Tibetans. Chapter 69. Three people without a class. The matter between Wang Ran and Yuri Zenhong had been solved perfectly, and Sarutobi Risen was very satisfied with the happy ending. On the one hand, I learned some of Wang Ran's strength. On the other hand, it deepened the bond between Wang Ran and Konoha Ninja. The time soon arrived in the afternoon. In fact, the teachers at the ninja school knew which students could graduate and which students needed to retake, and they had already reported the general list to the Naruto office. So before the students have been assessed, the classification information has been sorted out. Even if there is an unexpected dark horse, it can be dealt with immediately. However, due to Wang Ran's reasons, Konoha needed to reprocess the classification information. Therefore, the students of the ninja school did not get their classification information in the first time. However, the students don't know this, so it doesn't matter. Although I am looking forward to who I will be assigned to in the future, I can still afford it in less than half a day. At this time, just shortly after midday, the students who passed the exam gathered in the classroom to discuss who they were about to be put in. The two apprentices scheduled by Wang Ran, like everyone else, gathered together at this time, and the few people discussed the issue of class division and guidance on Shinobu. Let me say that it doesn't matter who you are in the same class, as long as you don't hold me back. Sarutobi Izuma said coolly, as he already had some identity bonuses, and suddenly aroused the exclamation of several little girls. Quite a bit of Sasuke later. Ebisu lifted the sunglasses on his face. Indeed, I have no opinion on who I am assigned to a team, but I hope that my guide will be forbearance and be a man proficient in ninjutsu. In this way, my shortcomings are it can be made up. After all, my physique and throwing skills are far more basic than the average forbearance. The words are reasonable, but when Ebisu speaks it, Uchiha Daido always feels that he is pretending to be forced. He, Uchiha Daido, the future Naruto-sama, the most unbearable thing is to act like Kakashi. Just about to jump out and smash the two, Lin said. You can't say that. I think it's important to have a good teammate. After all, on the battlefield, you can't always fight alone. Hearing Lin's words, Uchiha Taito's temper just disappeared instantly. Lin needs a good teammate, so do you still need to say, I can't refuse Uchiha's definition with Turkin? Yes, I think what Lin said is very reasonable. Anyway, if I can be put in the same class with Lin, I will be very satisfied. This seems a bit difficult, you think. This time you and Lin's performance is not very good. According to the situation in previous years, your hopes of being assigned to a class shouldn't be too great. After taking the soil to express his stance, Hong He silent calmly analyzed it for him. What they said was correct. Of course this was only theoretical. According to Konoha's consistent principle, unless it is a specific team, such as the Pig Deer Butterfly or the original investigation team where Hinata is located. Otherwise, the three people in a team must have a certain degree of complementarity. For now, Taito and Lin obviously have no obvious complementarity. Of course, Jitu and Lin were assigned to a class in the original work, but at that time, Lin's role was more like a buffer between Jitu and Kakashi. After all, no matter how to bring the soil, it is from the Uchiha clan. Everyone knows the Uchiha clan. The ninjas of the Uchiha clan and the son of Konoha White Fang became teammates, and with the fact that Tattoo attaches so much importance to Lin, you can boldly guess whether the Uchiha clan has interfered. But now, regardless of the original historical process, Sarutobi Hisaki was out of considerations, so that Taito, Lin and Kakashi formed a team. Now with Wang Ran's intervention, the dream of bringing Tu and Lin to team up is obviously going to fail. Ah, how could this happen? Hearing the red and silent words, the dirty face fell straight down. Click. While the few people were chatting, the door of the classroom was pushed open by a teacher Zongren who was holding a document. The spirit came instantly when he brought the soil, and he knew that this was about to announce the sorting situation. Although Hong He silent analyzed that the probability that he and Lin were in a group just now is very small, but what if, including Daito, everyone's eyes turned to the Zongren teacher. Ahem. I glanced at the students in the classroom and found that there were all the students, and the Zongren teacher opened the file in his hand. Next, I will announce to you the situation of your division of classes. Everyone has listened carefully. After a while, after knowing which class you are in, the members of each class will stand together, waiting for your guidance to bear you and lead you. That's it. The first class, Akita, Nara, and Yamanakaha. Well, the team of the pig, deer and butterfly combination did not surprise the students. The three people who were spotted seemed to want to know my various results a long time ago, and stood together a long time ago. The second class. Class 5, Nohara Lin, Sarutobi Izuma, Hokage Kakashi. Damn it. Didn't I be in the same class with Lin? But what is the fun of Kakashi? Uchiha gritted his teeth, his voice a little regretful. If he is the same as Izuma and performs well, he would be himself in the same class as Lin. Teacher, didn't Kakashi graduated a long time ago? Why did you share in with Lin? Although not being able to be assigned to a class with Lin made Taito very disappointed, Kakashi was in the same class as Lin, which made Taito even more uncomfortable. The Zongren teacher did not hide it, and said directly, "Oh, it's because Kakashi's teammate was unfortunately injured during the previous mission, and he can't perform the mission anymore. So he is now alone. And it happens that you graduated. You can supplement the understaffed team." Damn it. This Kakashi is so lucky. Bringing the soil crumbled and clutching his hair. He really envied Kakashi. They all graduated, so they can still be put in the same class with Lin. However, Zongren, no matter how the soil collapsed, his task has not yet been completed. Uchiha takes soil, the evening is red, and the silence is to be determined. Okay. The division is over. Everyone slowly wait for your own guidance and forbearance. After speaking, Zongren teacher will leave the classroom. At this moment, everyone in the class was completely stunned. To be determined? What does it mean to be determined? It turns out that the remaining three people are not in a small team. They have been studying for so many years, and they haven't heard of which class of graduates has yet to be determined. Chapter 70. The last two wait. Teacher. To be determined, the trio hurriedly called Zongren, who was about to leave. Even if it was bringing soil, at this time, they were not in the mood to be depressed because of not being able to join Lin with the team. This is to be determined, and it is not certain whether he can graduate and become a ninja. If by any chance you really can't graduate and become a shinobi, wouldn't the distance with Lin be getting farther and farther? Of course, at this time, the biggest collapse is not the soil, but the evening red. When she came, her father told her that her teacher would be a very powerful character. This made Zai Ryong look forward to it until now, and finally came a sentence to be determined. What is the situation? Zai Ryong feels at this moment, did his father lie to herself? With soil, red, silent. I hope no accidents happen. At this moment, Lin and the others were praying quietly in their hearts. The Zongren teacher also stopped leaving because of the cries of the three of them. He looked back at the three of them suspiciously, and asked suspiciously, "What's wrong? Is there anything else the classmates do?" Teacher, what do we mean by this pending decision? Seeing that the teacher stopped and asked him a few people, he asked hurriedly. Mute and Hong on the side also nodded pitifully, looking at teacher Zongren. Seeing the appearance of several people, this teacher instantly understood that these three people had never heard of such a situation. I also blame myself. It is normal for the children to have never heard of it. After all, no one is like myself, who has actually seen this situation. I remember that the Watergate was pending at the beginning. I was confused when I received this document, but after the Watergate was accepted as a disciple by Master Jailia, he understood. It has only been a few years now, and all the Watergates that I have taught out of it have been stubborn. But in the end they are still stubborn. Hey, I just don't know which adult values these three children. Teacher Zongren sighed with emotion, and at the same time he was very happy for them. Oh. To be determined. Teacher Zongren stretched his voice. with a smile on his mouth, and a sense of mystery emerged spontaneously. Not only the undecided trio, but the other students in the classroom also stretched their ears, wanting to hear what's going on. The three of you are really lucky. I won't tell you the specific reasons, but don't worry, it's a good thing. Just wait with peace of mind and don't spoil your surprise. In the end, Zongren didn't tell them what was going on, but his words still calmed the three of them. Good things are good. Good things are good. With the departure of teacher Zongren, the classroom instantly became lively. Although you don't know what happened to the three people, but you can guess. Time passed in your words, and more people were taken away by their own guidance. Even Ebisu was taken away by an unknown Shinin, and the people of Taito and Hong also saw the previous Metkai and Shiranui Genma. Of course, although it is not one session, a few people are still very familiar. Now, there are only the pending trio and Lin and Ismaya in the classroom of the University of Nova Scotia. Click, click. With the sound of easy footsteps in the corridor outside the door, several people turned their eyes to the door. I don't know if it's Lin and the others' guidance, or is it related to herself? Bring the soil in a low voice in his heart. With the sound of footsteps getting closer, the door of the classroom finally opened. The first thing that caught everyone's eyes was a warm yellow hair. Master Watergate. Several people exclaimed that the person here was actually Heifeng Shuiman. This is Konoha's famous ninja. The only one who brought the soil, at first sight saw the flagwood Kakashi behind Watergate. No need to ask, Bo Feng Shui men must be Lin and their guidance Shangren. However, when Taito saw Kakashi, his heart became angry. Fart guy, huh? Facing the soil that cast an uncomfortable look at himself, Kakashi directly chose to ignore it, which made the soil's heart even more angry. If he is outside, he must fight Kakashi. Watergate glanced at the soil on the edge of the explosion and chuckled lightly. Is this the kid that the predecessors look at? The character is really ... It feels a bit like a ninja. Ahem, Rin Nohara of Class 5, Asma Sarutobi. I am your guide, Shinobu, come with me. Hearing that, Lin and Asma honestly followed behind Bofeng Shuiman, and walked outside the door with Kakashi. Seeing Lin and Kakashi walking together, the heart of the soil became even more uncomfortable. Suddenly, the Watergate, who was walking to the door, looked back at the three people still in the classroom and said, "You are lucky, you have to perform well." While talking, smiled encouragingly at the three of them. With a handsome appearance, Red and Silent nodded again and again. Only with the soil, he curled his lips in disdain. I was lucky, everyone said I was lucky, but I didn't see it either. Every time Lin and Lin are assigned to a class, I don't know which ninja will be assigned to. There is no good luck here, it is obviously extremely bad. Anyway, for his Uchiha belt soil, as long as he is assigned to a place without Lin, it is bad luck. With the departure of Bo Feng Shuiman, the classroom fell into a strange silence once. Do you think the three of us will be in the same team? It feels too quiet. Mute throws a topic tentatively. It's not possible. If the three of us are a small team, why didn't the teacher say it straight in the beginning? Hong felt that the idea of Mute was impossible, and retorted, that is, what do you say about making all these mess in the school? Just tell us directly. Chiyata complained weakly. He felt that he was tired now, and he didn't expect what happened next. As soon as the three of them said a word, there was another rapid footstep in the corridor. But within a few seconds, the door was pushed open. Tsunade-sama. The visitor directly stunned the three of them, admiring Tsunade's reddened Mute, and even subconsciously shouted, could it be that he will be assigned to Tsunade-sama? This idea emerged in the three of them involuntarily. Apprentice Tsunade, this is a step forward. Not to mention anything else, but the seniority is directly the same as the Lord Watergate just now. Especially Hong, she felt that this possibility was too great. After all, her father had said that her teacher was a particularly good person. If my father was talking about Tsunade-sama, then the whole thing would make sense. After all, Tsunade, one of the three ninjas, is still worthy of praise from Konoha's first illusionist, Yui Zenhong. Mute, let's go. Chapter 71. I give you a chance. Zai Ryong is confused now. Why is it different from what she thought? Mute was also a little dazed. Although she had already had this kind of speculation in her heart, when it happened to her, she was still excited and speechless. Me? Tsunade-sama? Silent asked in disbelief. Otherwise, well, go quickly. Tsunade didn't explain much, and as soon as he finished speaking, he turned and left. Mute heard the words, hurrying to follow up quickly. There was no time to say goodbye to Taito and Hong. When the two left, the red face completely collapsed. Tsunade is her idol. Was she still a student of Tsunade? As a result, with Tsunade's departure, her expectations completely fell through. "Ah, who is our instructor?" Taito couldn't help but said irritably, although he didn't have much expectations for his future teacher. But it was also uncomfortable to hang himself like this. "That's right. Who is Dad talking about?" "Konoha can be respected by only a few people. Is it possible to be Lord Oshimaru?" Yurong also frowned and speculated that there had been apprentices since early, and Tsunade had already accepted apprentices just now. Now in Sanin, the only person who didn't accept disciples was Oshimaru. As Yurong's speculation was spoken, Osamaru's appearance also appeared in the minds of both Oido and Hong. The two shivered together. Although Oshimaru's armor is very strong, his image is too good to scare children. Will it be Oshimaru's armor? Daito and Hong glanced at each other, not knowing whether they should be looking forward or afraid at this time. Finally, in the panic of the two, the door of the classroom was pushed open. Their guess was wrong. It was not Oshimaru who came in, but the ninja who was treated specially by Naruto this morning. Naturally, Wang Ran's arrival so late was not because of an accident. To be precise, he was deliberate. After all, whether it is a novel or a comic, the protagonist is always the last to appear. Uchiha takes the soil and Yuri is red. "Come with me, I will be your master from today." As soon as Wang Ran entered the door, he smiled and said to Taito and Hong, speaking very routinely, but it made Wang Ran an addiction to the original work. At the moment Wang Ran spoke, Uchiha admitted that he was moved. Although he was not assigned to a class with Lin, his morning fantasy seemed to come true. That said, isn't he already very close to the position of Hokage? Moreover, I can be regarded as winning Kakashi once. After all, his teacher can't compare to his own teacher. When she becomes Hokage, Lin will definitely like herself. It's another large-scale real incense scene. The indifferent attitude just now has long been thrown behind my head. Is teacher? Daito and Hong looked at each other, then said in unison. Following Wang Ran, to be honest, bringing Earth and Red is actually very nervous. Judging from the morning situation, Wang Ran is definitely not an ordinary ninja. However, they really don't know Wang Ran, and they don't know how Wang Ran's temperament is, and they don't know what to do next. Therefore, both of them are honest along the way. Even the active soil, at this time also suppressed his temper, and did not dare to jump too much. Although Wang Ran walked in front of the two people, Taito and Hong, his attention was mainly on them. Seeing the cautious look of the two, Wang Ran laughed for no reason. "You two seem to be afraid of me, huh?" No. Hearing Wang Ran's words, the two were shocked in their hearts, and they quickly denied. "No, if you raise your head to speak, the credibility is still higher." Wang Ran laughed. "You thought I didn't know what you were doing after walking behind me? Think carefully about this. I see it clearly." Sure enough, the footsteps with soil and red are all a meal. How did he know? It's very simple to use perception. Don't be surprised. Also, I will be your master in the future, so there is no need to be so formal. Wang Ran stopped, looked back at the two and said. Taito and Hongji and Wang Ran were so easy to talk, the restraint in their hearts couldn't help letting go. Upon seeing this, Wang Ran nodded in satisfaction. The serious teacher-student relationship has never been what he wanted. Just like this, as long as your own words have prestige among the disciples, it's good to be free. Turning around, Wang Ran walked slowly towards Konoha's residential area with the soil and red. This makes Taito and Hong feel a bit difficult to understand. After all, the first time after graduation, Shinin will go to the training ground. The guidance will check the true strength of each student and plan the teaching content. As a result, Wang Ran did not go to the training ground, but walked towards the Konoha residential area. What is the reason? Teacher, what are we going to do? Finally, as a man, Taito asked this question. Of course I should first apprentice a teacher. By the way, I will meet one of your senior sisters. Wang Ran didn't even think about it, and directly answered the question about bringing soil. Apprentice, are you not our guide? Taito and Hong shouted in surprise. You know, although the guidance of Shangren is considered to be the teacher of the team members, it is still very different from the real master. Who told you that I was your guide to Shinobu? I am not even Konoha's ninja. How can I be a guide to Shinobu? Wang Ran shook his head and did not hide his identity at all. Although just now, I did experience the addiction of guiding Shinobu. What? Teacher, you are really not Konoha ninja? Then why are we? Both Taito and Hong looked at Wang Ran in surprise. Although they were only half talking, Wang Ran understood what they meant. After all, there is no precedent that after graduation, students directly worshipped people from other villages as teachers. Don't be surprised, since I can lead you out. Konoha and your family naturally know about it. Introduce yourself. My name is Wang Ran, I am the master of Zangman. It doesn't matter if you know the others, but you should really ask for your own opinions. So let me give you a chance. If you don't want to worship me as a teacher, quickly say, I don't force it. Of course, if you don't worship me as your teacher, I will also be responsible for finding a good guide for you. Wang Ran smiled and said to the two, he didn't lie. Although a lot of energy had been abolished before, he really wouldn't force it if bringing the earth and red they themselves were not willing. But if he refuses, he will not be able to accept them as disciples in the future. After all, everyone is responsible for their choices, and the opportunities that are missed will be missed forever. Chapter 72 Juxenai's thoughts. Does the Bant Soil and the Red Society refuse? Naturally it will not. Let's not mention that Yuri Zhenhong told Hong that her teacher is a very powerful person. Just the appearance of Wang Ran in the morning can judge Wang Ran as extraordinary. Although the two were surprised, they were not stupid. Since the village and the family knew about it, it showed that this was their best choice. So after hearing what Wang Ran said, Zai Ryong quickly defended. No teacher, we didn't mean that. Yes, sir, we are willing to worship you as a teacher, but I was a little surprised to hear what you said just now. Taitu also quickly defended, for fear that Wang Ran would misunderstand and let himself lose this powerful master who was picked up for nothing. You know, what Wang Ran said just now was to accept himself as the kind of disciple who needs to be a teacher. In this way, what I can learn must be Wang Ran's skill at the bottom of the box. I don't know when I can start writing round eyes. If I miss this opportunity, when can I become a strong one, then marry the lover of my dream, become the head of the village, and reach the pinnacle of life. Seeing that both of them behaved like this, Wang Ran nodded in satisfaction. It's not in vain that he spent a lot of thoughts. In this case, there is no difference. Let's go, Wang Ran said with a chuckle. When the matter was resolved, the stone in the earth and red heart was naturally put down. Compared with the formality just now, they are now a lot easier. Master, you said you are the master of Zangman, then will we also be Zangman in the future? Zai Ryong, who was following Wang Ran, suddenly asked Wang Ran. Of course, since it is my disciple, it belongs to Zangman naturally. Wang Ran answered casually. Do you still need to ask such a simple question? But, I heard from my dad that the shinobi world seems not to be peaceful recently. What if there is a conflict between Zangman and Konoha? Zai Ryong held her hands together and asked a little embarrassedly. Although she also knew that she had considered too much, she should not have asked this sentence. But after all, she grew up with Konoha, and her friends and family are also in Konoha. If that happens, she will be embarrassed. Little girls, they all think more easily, even if this girl is a ninja. Wang Ran lowered his head and glanced at Zai Ryong. This little girl is quite a man and a small devil, so she can think about it so far. You think too much. You are for you. Zangman is Zangman. Every person in Zangman has his own choice. Whether it is Konoha or Ren, your choice will always only represent yourself, and the Zangman will always remain neutral. Maybe, after you are on the battlefield, you will still be able to meet fellow brothers. However, if this happens, I have only one request. Although your positions are different, if you really want to be the enemy, you can't be a killer. Moreover, if there is no conflict with yourself, try to help where you can. Wang Ran did not stop, and explained to the two as he walked. Oh, I see. Zai Ryong nodded. If that was the case, then her last worry was gone. After listening to Wang Ran's words, Jita was suddenly interested in the current situation of Zangman. After all, it is not difficult to tell from Wang Ran's words that he should have other disciples. Master, where is the address of our Zangman? How many people are there? Are there many strong people? Daitu asked enthusiastically, and as he spoke, he looked up at Wang Ran expectantly. This time, Wang Ran stopped. Although Zangman is very tall, but the status quo is really not good. But if even children fool around, does it lead to a bad ethos? Well, the world is so big, there is a Tibetan gate anywhere. As for people, including you, there are currently 7. In the end, Wang Ran still did not choose to continue to use his fudged offer, but instead told the two of them the actual situation euphemistically. Overseas. However, my other disciples, but they are not too weak, and the worst of them is also a forbearance. Wang Ran stroked his chin. To be honest, he missed the Yahiko trio. I haven't seen each other for almost a year, and I don't know how they are now. Is it because of the lack of education that you love? Your strength growth is slow? Well, it seems that if you have time, you should visit them. By the way, check the progress of their complete Dao Fa practice. Shinin, Daito and Hong were a little surprised when he heard Wang Ran's words. When they heard what Wang Ran said before, they thought that Zhangman was really just 3 or 2 big cats and kittens except Wang Ran. Unexpectedly, I didn't expect that I was the miscellaneous fish in it. I don't know how long it will take to cultivate to Shangran. Master, how strong are you? Can you compare to Master Sanin? There was light in the soiled eyes, looking forward to Wang Ran's affirmative reply. Sanin? I should be better than them. Haha, you kids. Put your mind on cultivation. In the future, you will find that the road ahead is actually long. Moreover, the more you go down, the more exciting the scenery. Shangran or something. It's just a starting point. Wang Ran smiled and said to the two of them, but gave a vague answer without telling them how strong they were. After speaking, Wang Ran stepped forward and walked away quickly. However, if this is the case, Wang Ran's answer still made both Taito and Hong very excited. They didn't understand how much information was contained in Wang Ran's words. After all, Shangren was far enough away for them. Wang Ran's personal admission was that his strength was even stronger than Sanin's, enough to make them excited. The two looked at Wang Ran's speeding up, and quickly stepped forward to keep up. When the three of them stopped again, they had already reached a small house. A red-haired Jixin awaited at the door early. As Wang Ran's chief disciple in Konoha, Kushina felt that he had to take on the responsibility of a senior sister. Therefore, what Wang Ran originally thought was that it was over simply to let Tu and Hong worship a teacher. As a result, Jixin was stalking, insisting that Wang Ran bring Taito and Hong to her home to apprentice. Said that although the etiquette can be streamlined, but tea is a must. This is respect for the elders. I had no chance at the time, but I still had to bring soil and dread. Otherwise, it is too simple. There is no way to embody my majesty as a senior sister. Hello, two younger brothers and sisters. As soon as Wang Ran came with Taito and Hong, Jixin immediately greeted him. When he opened his mouth, he smiled and greeted Taito and Hong, which surprised the two of them. Master Kushina is also a disciple of the master. Chapter 73 Bring Soil. Red Apprentice, what's your name? Just call it senior sister. Jixina waved his hand, and his hearty tone instantly pulled into the distance with the soil and dread. Master, the tea is ready. Let's go in first and talk about it. After saying hello to Hong Daito, Jixina smiled and said to Wang Ran, Can. Wang Ran didn't have any opinions, and naturally there would be no opinions with soil and dread. As soon as he walked in, Wang Ran found that the living room of New Oda had been evacuated by Jixin. Only one chair was left alone in the center of the living room. Kushina, what's the situation? Wang Ran asked with some doubts. He even took a look at Noon. Why did a living room feel like this in the afternoon? Jixina felt a little embarrassed. She originally wanted to clean up the room and arrange it well. After all, it is still very difficult to not only conform to Wang Ran's concept of simplicity, but also to satisfy Jixina herself. As a result, the room was cleaned up, and I was not satisfied with how he got it. Otherwise it would be too exaggerated, or it would take time to prepare, and what Jixina lacks most now is time. Therefore, after some consideration, Jixina decided how to make it convenient. In fact, only one chair is good. Well, probably. Master, don't you ask for everything to be simple? I think about it, and feel that it best meets your requirements. Jixin replied with composure and composure to Wang Ran, and he must not lose face in front of the younger brother and younger sister. Wang Ran glanced at Jixin speechlessly. He meant to keep things simple. But everything you understand is to keep things simple, which means that the living room is emptied. Don't you think that in this scene now, the apprenticeship ceremony would seem sloppy? It's not as good as the beginning. At least if there are some furniture, it still looks a little warm. Ahem, it's good, it's good. Now that you have cleaned up Kushina, you can tell them about it and go directly to the teacher. Wang Ran gave a light cough, but he still considered Jixin's face. Leave it to me, master. Hearing that the topic was on the right track, Jixin instantly patted his chest to pack the ticket. Turning his head to look at Daito and Hong, Kushina said to the two with a serious expression, Bring soil, Red. I tell you that the master is a person who hates to follow the rules. Therefore, you must pay attention when you apprehend. Everything is simple. After a while, I will kneel down and bang my head 3 times, and then I will bring the tea up. and you will serve the tea to the master. Silence, a moment of silence. Juxina felt a little embarrassed. Isn't it possible that he has no majesty in front of the little ghosts now? Why is there no movement at all after I finished talking? In fact, it feels embarrassing to bring Soil and Red now. Seeing Kushina's serious face, they thought there would be a lot of things to pay attention to. As a result, who knew she said 2 sentences, and then it was gone. I was still waiting here. But Kushina stopped talking. What's wrong? Are there any doubts? Wang Ran looked at the 3 people who fell into weird silence, and asked puzzledly, huh? Is there nothing else? Hong looked up at Wang Ran and Jixina. The red pupils were filled with doubts. Although Taita did not speak, it was obvious that he meant the same. Am I not clear enough? Jixina asked in a low voice, although the voice was not loud, but a strong sense of threat emerged spontaneously. Both the Soil and the Red shivered for no reason. No. Absolutely nothing. Sister, you are very clear. Although I don't know much about Juxina's temperament, human beings are born with a desire to survive, and they succeeded in bringing Earth and Red to make the right choice. Wang Ran looked at the 3 of them speechlessly. It was a very simple thing. Why are you 3 together? So there are so many scenes. Okay, Juxina, don't scare them, let them apprentice your teacher. After speaking, Wang Ran directly sat on the only chair in the room. Upon seeing this, Juxina didn't play with the 2 of Tu and Hong anymore. She is not a snake-hearted, how could she be angry with them because of such a thing? The reaction just now is purely habitual. Ahem, good master. After speaking, Juxina turned around and left. But after a while, she walks over again with a tray holding 2 cups of tea. Bring Soil and Red, kneel down and apprentice. What are you waiting for? Following Juxina's reminder, Taitu and Hong knelt directly in front of Wang Ran. Bang bang bang. As the 3 rattles fell, Kushina also passed the teacup in his hand to the 2 of them. After receiving the teacup, the 2 offered tea to Wang Ran in turn. Wang Ran also took it cleanly, taking a sip, and apprenticeship was over. Ding, the host accepts the apprentice Uchiha to bring the Soil, talent plus, reward Dao Fa, shrink the ground. Ding, the host's apprentice Zai Ryong, talented A-level, reward physical skill, Inubajikan. Hearing the system's prompt tone, Wang Ran's heart inevitably caused some waves. Sure enough, as he had guessed, the rewards of the system this time had Taoism. But what surprised him even more was that the reward this time was actually a set of physical skills. He knew Bajikan, after all, he was very famous in his original world. But Najia Bajikan? Is it the same as Taoism again? Has it been modified by the system? A thought flashed in Wang Ran's mind. But he didn't lower his mind to check. Get up. Wang Ran temporarily put the rewards of the system aside, and said to Tai Te Hong, who was kneeling in front of him. As the 2 got up, Wang Ran also taught them the Dao Fa together. Of course, what is being taught is only the incomplete version. Let's do this for today, and practice the Taoism yourself. Starting from tomorrow, you will come here to practice cultivation every day. If you have any doubts, you can ask Juxina or me. Moreover, starting tomorrow, you will be prepared to endure hardship. Also, Juxina, you remember to tell them about the rules of the Tibetan gate. Wang Ran ordered to several of his apprentices. Juxina looked at her teacher speechlessly. It wasn't she who complained, but the rule of hiding the door. What's the difference? However, it is naturally impossible to say this. Good master, including Q's and I, the 3 answered honestly. If this is the case, then disband. Today's task was completed. Wang Ran also relaxed, and said to the 3 with a smile. Chapter 74 Reward. As Wang Ran left, Taitu and Hong rubbed his cheeks. How do you feel that things are so sloppy today? It's the same dreaming as riding a horse. Sister, are we officially apprentice? Hong asked tentatively, and Juxina nodded. Yes, the cultivation method has been passed on to you, so it is natural to formally apprentice. But this apprenticeship ceremony is too hasty. Tu Kao couldn't help but spit out. Juxina glanced at Tu Kao with a dark face. Why, I managed it all by myself, and you are too sloppy to preside over it yourself. Believe it or not, when I became a teacher, I was more hasty than you. Looking at Juxina's dark complexion, Daita couldn't help but drum up. Sister, what's the matter? It's okay. Juxina rubbed his face. Since the master has made arrangements, you should go back and rest first. Remember to come to my house tomorrow. Good sister. Don't forget to practice Taoism when you go back. There will be surprises. Juxina reminded with a smile on his face. Don't worry, senior sister. Wang Ran, who had achieved his goal, was hanging out in Konoha village at this time. Of course, all he was thinking about was the reward he had just received. Shrinking the ground into an inch, as the name implies, is a technique for accelerating the speed of travel. It's similar to the instantaneous technique, but it also includes the use of space, which has the feeling of Thunder God. Therefore, it is different from the instantaneous body that will have a stalemate for 1 second after use. Shrinking the ground into an inch is like real-time and space ninjutsu, which can be seamlessly connected. But the disadvantage is that because it is not a space jump, its own movement track can be observed by the enemy. But this also offsets the drawbacks of Flying Thunder God's need to engrave the mark of Flying Thunder God. Wang Ran expressed his satisfaction with this technique. Not only is it a magical skill on the road, but it can also show up in battle. As for Nagiabajikan, Wang Ran had guessed wrong. This is not a system magic change, but it does exist. However, if there is no energy movement in the body, it is far less threatening than some foreign boxing. This made Wang Ran very uncomfortable. He had known earlier that he had collected more information about Nagiakan. In this way, isn't it equivalent to getting a lot of rewards out of thin air? But Wang Ran could also see from this that the Earth was definitely not as simple as an ordinary everyday world. After all, Nagiabajikan is not a rare thing on Earth. Not to mention these, the power of Nagiabajikan still surprised Wang Ran. Through the movement of the chakra in the body, in conjunction with specific force-generating techniques, every attack of the internal Bajikan can cause great damage. In addition, Wang Ran's internal Baji boxing also contained a large amount of energy release attacks. It greatly complements the attack methods of Nagiabajikan. It can be said that just this reward can support a family of physical skills. The most important thing is that Nagiabajikan can be moved with ordinary chakra. Of course, if you use Xianzu chakra, the power will naturally increase exponentially. But the only thing that makes Wang Ran feel pity is that the practice of Nagiabajikan requires very high physical quality. My own disciple, it is estimated that except for Juxinai, who has the talent for physical skills, has the possibility of completely practicing successfully, everyone else will learn nothing more. Should I admit a few disciples who specialize in physical skills? After all, in terms of the urinary nature of the system, since I was given an internal Bajikan, there must be a series of physical skills in the future. If I don't find more apprentices with physical talents, wouldn't these rewards be wasted? Wang Ran swears that he simply wants Zhangman to pass on better, definitely not for the reward of the system. He swears to the moon, otherwise the moon will burst sooner or later. To speak of physique masters, the first thing that flashed through Wang Ran's mind was undoubtedly Metki. Wang Ran speculated that Metki's talent was at least a grade, and the talent points were absolutely all on physical skills. But if you take Metki as a disciple, thinking of Metki's ancestral green tights, smooth and round watermelon head, shining big white teeth, and the character of crying bitterly at every turn, Wang Ran couldn't help but shudder. If he accepts Metki, what if he gets infected in the future? Wang Ran couldn't bear this kind of thing just occasionally. If he appeared by his side every day, Wang Ran felt that he would definitely be crazy. Forget it, let's just take a look. Don't make a hasty decision. Wang Ran muttered in his heart, he could still lose an A grade. With chaotic thoughts flashing in his mind, Wang Ran slowly left Konoha's faded streets. As more and more trees appeared, the environment around Wang Ran slowly became quieter. Okay. Unconsciously walked outside Konoha. This is Mercy Cultivation Field. Looking around the surrounding environment, Wang Ran thought to himself, he doesn't really care where he is. It's still early anyway, and it's okay to stroll around. It just so happens that this place is still empty, just to test the effect of shrinking the ground. Thinking like this in his heart, Wang Ran chose a distance at will. With the movement of the chakra inside, Wang Ran disappeared in the next second. At the same time, the next moment with almost no gap in time, Wang Ran instantly showed his figure several hundred meters away. This was not teleportation, but because the speed was so fast that he was completely invisible to the naked eye. Because it was the first time to perform, Wang Ran only stopped after traveling a few hundred meters. That's the case. At a distance of several hundred meters, it will take a few seconds for ordinary ninjas to use their best. But Wang Ran, he moved such a long distance in just an instant. Moreover, if Wang Ran wants, he can continue to move until his chakra runs out. Feeling the scenery roaring past his eyes just now, Wang Ran also discovered the biggest drawback of this technique. That is, if the power of observation is not enough, this technique cannot be used in combat at all. Because shrinking the ground into an inch is just a simple folding space, so you can take a step farther. However, the caster himself is still in this space, unlike the Flying Thunder God or Divine Might, who transfers himself to another space. Therefore, there are other things blocking the way forward. If you can't dodge, you will definitely hit it. In this case, When you hit an obstacle, you know what the consequences will be. Chapter 75 Uchiha Shishui. Regarding this fatal flaw, Wang Ran couldn't help but shook his head helplessly. It seems that, like the newly acquired physical skill, it is another skill to pick people. Those of my own disciples, it is really difficult to master this technique at present. This technique should not be easily taught to them until they have sufficient power of observation and control. Wang Ran thought silently in his heart, and after doing it twice at random, he was ready to go back to practice. Recently, he discovered that his strength growth has slowed down, as if reaching a bottleneck. If this continues, I don't know when he will reach the strength of breaking the realm. However, just as Wang Ran was about to turn around and leave, suddenly there came the clanging sound of Qiwu colliding and the sound of Qiwu being inserted into the trees. The voice was very soft, as if because of lack of strength, Qiwu didn't fully penetrate the trees, as if a child was practicing. This made Wang Ran stunned. Such a quiet environment made Wang Ran think that no one was practicing here now. Unexpectedly, when I was about to leave, I heard the movement of cultivation. As for whether someone will fight, Wang Ran said that although he has only been a ninja for 4 years, he can still tell the difference between the sound of training and the sound of fighting. Anyway, the growth rate of strength has also slowed down, and Wang Ran doesn't care about staying outside for a while. Following the voice, Wang Ran quickly found the person who was practicing. As expected, it was a child who was about 4 or 5 years old who was practicing. On the surface, the only difference between him and ordinary children may be the family emblem of the fan behind him and the short knife that is not proportional to his body. At this time, the child did not notice Wang Ran's arrival, and Wang Ran did not intend to disturb him. He stood quietly behind the child, wanting to see the child's performance. Seeing that after many rebounds, kunai finally successfully inserted the tree, the children of the Uchiha family were relieved. It seems that it was a success. Although the strength after the rebound was somewhat small, the victory was unexpected. The children of the Uchiha clan walked silently to the few kunai that had been thrown out, bending over to pick them up one by one. Although he came from the Uchiha clan, his family situation is not very good. In daily life, the monthly subsidies from the village and the family add up to only enough for him to buy ninjas for cultivation. Therefore, for unnecessary endurance consumption, he can still avoid it. After packing up the ninja, the Uchiha family's children stood still and took a breath. Then, jumping up instantly, 3 kunai shot from his hand. Unlike ordinary people, the kunai he shoots did not fly straight to the distant trees. The 3 kunai he shot, as if they had made a mistake, actually collided in the air. Ding ding ding. After a few consecutive crisp noises, Qiwu did not fall to the ground, but flew towards the trees beside him as if he had eyes. Bang bang. With 2 muffled noises xinbeach www.xspeech.vip, 2 of the 3 Qiwu that flew out inserted into the trees beside them. Another one fell to the ground before touching a tree because of lack of strength. The children of the Uchiha clan didn't stop his movements, and at the moment when the kunai landed, he rushed towards the tree. As he ran, he also drew the short knife from behind, which was obviously too long for him. Boom. Without hesitation, the Uchiha clan children cut down on the tree. The action seemed to have been tempered hundreds of times. Even with unsatisfactory weapons, he still hit the trees like clouds and flowing water. After the attack was complete, his breathing became a little bit faster. Although the movements that he did just now weren't too much, because they were all completed in a very short time, there was still a certain load on his young body. Reinserting the short knife into the scabbard behind him, he picked up kunai again. He was still a little dissatisfied with the performance just now. Bang bang. Just when the Uchiha children were about to perform it again, there was a sudden applause in his ears. He suddenly became vigilant in his heart. This small training ground was originally designated by the Uchiha clan for his family because of the outstanding contributions of his ancestors. Although the elders in the family have sacrificed one after another, the family has no intention to take it back. On weekdays, except for myself, there is no one here to cultivate. Excuse me, senior. Turning around, Uchiha's child found Wang Ran who was not wearing a ninja headgear, and asked with some caution. Wang Ran put down his clapping hands and looked at him interestingly. Don't be so vigilant, I am a passenger. Travelers, people from outside the village. The children of the Uchiha clan silently thought in their hearts that the vigilance in their hearts had not decreased but increased. In fact, Wang Ran was also very speechless at this time. The children of the Uchiha clan looked too much alike. He had no way of telling this 4 or 5-year-old child from his face whether he was one of the famous ninjas in the future. Although I guessed in my heart, the system didn't approve it at all. Just now he wanted to use the system's talent detection function to determine the talent of the child in front of him. And by the way, see if his guess is correct. As a result, I don't know if it is the reason why I am not sure in my heart, although I found out the talent, but did not give the specific name of the child. Wang Ran was very helpless. Looking at the results of the talent exploration given by the system, he also knew that his guess should be true. Wang Ran wanted to complain about whether there was something wrong with this system. He thought it was very smart, but now he can guess who this person is. The system is stunned because of lack of information and can't name this person. Isn't it just that you were unsure before, as you are? Since Senpai is a tourist, I don't know why Senpai came here. This is the training ground of the Uchiha clan. The children of the Uchiha clan squinted his eyes slightly. If something goes wrong, he is ready to run away and report back to the village. Wang Ran looked at him speechlessly. It was enough for the system to show his face just now. Why are you a kid with such a virtue? Do I look like a bad person? It's really a big kid, that's my Wang, who cherishes his talent. Otherwise, I also passed by accidentally, just to see you practicing. Wang Ran shook his head. By the way, kid, you did a good job just now. What's your name? Shishui, the Shishui of the Uchiha clan. Chapter 76 Refusal of Shishui. Sure enough, Wang Ran's guess was correct. Only Uchiha Shishui was the only one of the Uchiha clan at this age who fit the child's talent. Ding information supplement. Uchiha Shishui, Sleevel talent, talent bias, illusion, space. Wang Ran couldn't help feeling inwardly. It's not because of the Uchiha clan. It is indeed the Naruto world of the family civil war. The probability of the birth of a peerless genius is a bit too much. Wang Ran was not surprised that Shishui had Sleevel talent. After all, he was a genius in the Uchiha clan as well as Uchiha Itachi. When he was young, he was able to use his own talent to open a kaleidoscope to write round eyes, and was regarded by the Uchiha clan as a guarantee for Konoha. This talent level is not excessive. If it weren't too naive and caused his own death, with his talents, the outcome of the Uchiha clan is still unknown. When talking about Uchiha Shishui's message, what surprised Wang Ran the most was his spatial preference for talent. Possessing the strongest illusionist Shishui, the illusion talent is beyond doubt. However, his talent in this space is amazing. Is it possible that the achievement is due to the talent of spatial bias, and Shishui can improve the instantaneous technique and use it with perfection? You know, Shishui's name in the ninja world is not an illusion ninja, but Shishui. Wang Ran felt that the shining name of Bofin Shuiman might be threatened in the future. Nothing else, just because the technique of shrinking the ground is really suitable for stopping water. Shishui, who has the natural talent of space, is bound to get twice the result with half the effort to shrink into an inch. Moreover, with the Shishui of the writing wheel, the observation power is naturally unquestionable. In this way, the biggest shortcoming of shrinking the ground into an inch has also been compensated. Of course, this technique is also applicable to soil. However, once he brought the soil to awaken the power, this technique was a bit tasteless for him. After all, bringing soil is not like Shishui. In addition to writing round eyes, one's own talent should not be picky. As for whether they would get stuck in the process of cultivating the immortal version of Taoism, Wang Ran didn't worry at all. No one knows the situation of Dao far better than him. After the strength reaches Shangren, it is not dangerous to cultivate the immortal mode through Dao far. With their talents, as long as they persist, they will always succeed. Of course, the premise of all this is that Wang Ran accepts Shishui as a disciple. Oh, isn't Uchiha Shishui? Isn't this a training ground for the Uchiha clan? Why are you practicing here alone? Although many thoughts flashed in his mind just now, Wang Ran didn't show it. At this moment, he thought of an ordinary passerby, and smiled and asked Shishui. The 4 or 5-year-old Shishui, although he is an orphan, is more mature in mind. But after all, it was just a child. Originally, he was wary of thinking that Wang Ran was a gangster with ulterior motives, but Wang Ran's performance caused him to slowly relax. The family has divided this place into our home a long time ago, so generally there are few people practicing here. Shishui told the truth and didn't hide anything. Hey, now the Uchiha clan is quite proud. Such a large training ground. If you say you want to draw it out, you will set it out. If you remember correctly, Shishui seems to be an orphan, right? It didn't take it back. Wang Ran thought silently in his heart. Looking at the way Shishui looked, Wang Ran estimated that his life should be pretty tight. In this way, it seems that I can accept students directly, and the success rate is quite high. After all, an orphan of the Uchiha clan has not yet shown his extraordinary ninja talent. The Uchiha clan would certainly not attach much importance to him, and Shishui's life is not too satisfactory. In this way, the operability is very high. Oh, do you usually practice alone? Yes, Senior, I practice alone on weekdays. In that case let's do it. How about I give you a suggestion? Wang Ran smiled and said to Zishui, with a very gentle voice, making Zishui unconsciously let go of the last trace of guard in his heart. I don't know what Senior's proposal is, Zishui asked with some confusion. Although you are still young, you should also understand that a good teacher is indispensable on the path of ninja cultivation. You can see that you are practicing alone every day, and you may be improving every day, but the extent of progress is definitely far from being able to give full play to your talents. Wang Ran said to Zishui with a serious expression. There was no exaggeration in his words. For this, Zishui naturally understands. But he is an orphan, and without the guidance of his elders, he can only do this temporarily. Fortunately, I have reached the age when I should go to school, and this problem is about to be solved. I understand. Thank you, Senior, for your reminder. Although he knew this question for a long time, Zishui still politely said thank you. So, my proposal is, do you want to worship me as a teacher? I can teach you how to practice. After everything was laid, Wang Ran directly stepped into the subject. Wang Ran's turning point made Zishui a little bit overwhelmed. He thought Wang Ran just wanted to tell him that he lacked a good teacher. As a result, Wang Ran actually wanted to make himself worship him as a teacher. This was too sudden. The two had just met. Zishui didn't even know Wang Ran's name. Although Zishui was still young, he was still very mature. How could he casually worship a stranger as a teacher? Well, thank you, Senior, for your kindness, but I don't need it anymore. Why? I'm afraid I can't teach you. Wang Ran raised his brows and looked at Zishui interestingly. After so many days, Wang Ran still found it very interesting to hear Zishui's answer without thinking. These days, I have been treated specially by Konoha's people, although it is very beneficial to me. However, this kind of life is really boring. It is necessary to maintain the image of a mysterious strong man without showing off his feet. It is also necessary to resist Konoha's high-level gangs at all times to prevent them from thinking carefully. Take the comparison between today and Yuri Zenhong. Can he not know Sarutobi Hizen's careful thinking? No. Wang Ran understands it, but this is also his move to relieve unnecessary troubles in the future. After all, people are like this. Although you know that you are strong, there is always a sense of unreality before you have seen you. Therefore, Wang Ran competed with Yuri Zenhong, not only to accept Hong as an apprentice, but also to let Sarutobi Hiri understand that his strength was not imaginary, so that he would not have some careful thoughts in the future. Wang Ran is not used to this kind of life like thieves, and he doesn't like it very much. Chapter 77 Bring soil and stop water. Please recommend, don't complain. Take a look at the author's words. Senior, I don't mean that. If you dare to say something, Senior naturally has this ability. It's just that the Patriarch has sent someone to spread the word, saying that I will go to the ninja school this year. What's more, it is impossible for the clan to allow me to apprentice a teacher before graduating from ninja school, and I am still a foreigner. So, I'm really sorry, Senior. Thank you for your kindness. Although Zishui was still young, he was precocious and knew exactly what to say now. Wang Ran looked at Zishui with the look of a little adult, and shook his head a little funny. Do you know the kid? You are so mature. You are really not cute at all. I don't think it's appropriate to worship a stranger as a teacher. Just say it directly. There is no need to bend around. I can understand. Hearing that his careful thoughts were exposed, and seeing the smile on Wang Ran's face, Zishui blushed with embarrassment. This uncle is really, don't you know how to show favor? Like a child, not mature at all. Zishui's heart muttered in a low voice. It is naturally impossible for Wang Ran to know Zishui's thoughts. He saw the embarrassing Zishui and said, however, although the questions you mentioned are some excuses, they are all understandable. If those things don't need you to consider, how do you choose? Oh, by the way, let me tell you one more thing. In fact, the two of us are not unrelated. Today I just accepted an apprentice from your Uchiha clan named Daitu. I wonder if you know him? Brother too. Zishui cried out in surprise, and then looked at Wang Ran carefully. Today is the day to graduate with Tutu. Of course he knows. At noon today, he also encountered Bring to enthusiastically going to the ninja school. Listening to Daitu said that he was going to divide the team. Unexpectedly, Taitu actually became a teacher, and the target of the teacher was right in front of him. Brother too. Wang Ran was a little confused. He really didn't know Zishui, a ninja who only lived in his memories. I just know that he and Uchiha Hitachi have a very good relationship, and they are both teachers and friends. Originally, Wang Ran talked about bringing soil, but just wanted to draw in the relationship between the two by bringing soil. But listening to Zishui's tone, It seemed that they were more than just getting to know each other. Unexpectedly, bringing the soil gave me an unexpected joy. Are you familiar with Taito? Wang Ran asked with some confusion. Jita's father and my father are brothers, and Jita has taken good care of me over the years. Zishui nodded and said to Wang Ran. However, since the news that Wang Ran is a master with soil, Zishui's voice has unconsciously gotten closer to Wang Ran. Wang Ran really had a sense of nonsense at this time. After reading the original for so many years, he never expected that soil and water still had such a relationship. Real people sit at home, and melons come from the sky. Unexpectedly, I just wanted to accept an apprentice, and even dug out an egg hidden in Hokage. No wonder in the original book, with the soil body as the tail of a crane, one can quietly practice in the training ground for a day without being disturbed. No wonder the hairstyles with soil and Shishui are so similar. It turns out that there is such a relationship in it. Come on. This is a complete blow to the portrayal of the soul that is definitely not a shit. With the Urzuzi family, coupled with the spatial talent of bringing soil and stopping water, it was a good hammer. Sure enough, Naruto is a history of family fighting, and blood is king. Hee, it's fate. Wang Ran really didn't know what to say. The plot was too bloody. Yeah, I didn't expect that the patriarch would actually agree to take Tej to worship you as a teacher from outside the village. Zishui also felt that he had a good relationship with Wang Ran, and after letting go of the guard in his heart, the young Zishui also lost the feeling of being a man and a ghost. A pair of eyes looked at Wang Ran curiously, and wanted to see something special from this uncle who had already seen it more than once. Wang Ran felt that now Zishui finally took on the appearance of a child. I have to sigh, the geniuses of Naruto world. The mental growth is really unreasonable. A 4 or 5-year-old child at Zishui can treat things as maturely as a teenager. There is also a ferret behind. Also when he was 4 or 5 years old, he had already begun to think about the meaning of life. If this were placed in the world before Wang Ran, he would not believe that there was such a genius around him. It can only be said that the impact of the environment on a person is too great. The world of Naruto in the chaos of war is too much for people to grow. Zishui, are you practicing? I have good news to tell you. Just as Wang Ran was feeling emotional, a voice with dirt suddenly came from his ear. Wang Ran laughed, really saying that Cao has arrived. I was still talking about bringing soil just now, but I didn't expect him to be here. Shishui was also a little dazed. After hearing the sound of soil, he subconsciously agreed. With the sound of Shishui, bringing the soil rushed over excitedly. Zishui, let me tell you good news. Master. Before the person arrived, Jiadi began to shout in excitement. In the end, he was only halfway talking, and he saw Wang Ran standing beside Zishui. After half of the words were said, he swallowed abruptly, and shouted to Wang Ran in surprise. After Wang Ran left, he thought he could only see his mysterious master tomorrow. Unexpectedly, I was just from the Hui nationality, and I wanted to tell my cousin the good news. But I saw my mysterious master again, and also with his cousin. Master, why are you here? Hurriedly ran to the two of them, took the soil to look at Zishui, then looked at Wang Ran, and asked with some doubts. Wang Ran didn't speak, but carefully looked at the soil and water. Don't say, it's okay not to know before. Since knowing that the two are cousins, the more Wang Ran looked, he felt that the two looked more alike. Taito was a little hairy in Wang Ran's mind, not knowing what his master meant. Quietly poked at Shishui, and asked in a low voice, Shishui, what's the matter? Ahem. Looking at Zishui who wanted to speak, Wang Ran didn't give him a chance to speak. I originally wanted to wander around. I just saw Zishui cultivating, so I stopped to observe for a while. But I didn't expect that you two were actually cousins. That's how it turns out. Bringing the soil to hear the words immediately solved the doubts. Fate, this thing is really wonderful. Wang Ran had just accepted himself as a disciple on the front foot, and then ran into his cousin as soon as he left. Scratching his head with the soil, he said with some excitement, ha, such a coincidence, master. What do you think of Shishui's talent? I think he may be a genius, at least like me. Chapter 78. Bringing soil is also very mature. Wang Ran squinted and took a look at the dirt. Isn't this what you said is a bad idea? Don't worry about how strong you are in the future, just look at your current performance, and you can't connect with geniuses anyway. Right? I don't want you to think, I want me to think. I think Zishui's talent is still good, so I want to accept him as a disciple. Wang Ran said slowly, and there was no sense of anxiety in his voice because Zishui refused. Therefore, Taito did not hear any problems. As soon as Wang Ran said that he wanted to stop water and become a disciple, His eyes with soil brightened. Shishui is an orphan like the soil. But there is at least a grandma with the soil. But what about Shishui? Not to mention anything else. In the past few years, bringing the soil knows how hard it is for an orphan to live a normal life and make a difference. Although you are born in the Uchiha clan, when you have not shown extraordinary talent, the clan will not take you any special care. Now I heard that Wang Ran actually wanted to bring Zishui under his sect. This was a golden opportunity. Not to mention how much easier Wang Ran will make Zishui's future cultivation road. The convenience that Wang Ran can provide to Zishui's life is difficult to achieve with soil. Really, Master? That's great. In this way, Uchiha's two strongest geniuses are all your disciples. While Taitu was happy for Shishui, he did not forget to boast. Seeing his cousin's excitement, Zishui was a little embarrassed to say that he had rejected Wang Ran's proposal. However, although Zishui was embarrassed to say, but Wang Ran was playing with his little abacus. He also wanted to take advantage of the relationship of bringing soil to accept Zishui. Originally, if Zishui agreed, I would think the result was good. After all, the cousin worshipped a teacher, which is a good word. It's a pity, Shishui refused. A look of regret appeared on Wang Ran's face, and his words also stunned Jiatu. Refused? Exclamation mark. How can this matter be rejected? From Daito's point of view, Konoha, except for Master Naruto, Wang Ran was the best candidate for the master. No one can compare to him, even the legendary three ninja lords. They are a bit worse. After all, where the strength lies. What? Rejected? Shishui? What's the matter? Zhao Zishui asked in shock. Brother Taitu, isn't it because I didn't know the seniors before, nor did I understand the information of seniors, plus I was afraid that the clan would disagree, so I refused. Zishui rubbed his head and said in embarrassment. Hearing this, he rubbed his cheeks helplessly. Master, I think you should give Shishui another chance. He's still a kid, he certainly doesn't know how you excel. This is understandable, right? When speaking, Taita felt guilty in his heart. People like Wang Ran have taken the initiative to ask you. You refused it yourself, and then you want to go back. It seems that you don't care about the face of the strong. Wang Ran took a look with admiration, and sure enough, no matter what things or characters, you can't just look at things on the surface. Anyone who has watched anime knows that when I was a child, I was like a sunny, passionate, kind-hearted, and some big boys. He doesn't seem to think about anything. Everything depends on his own personal preference. Therefore, he will always help the villagers, help the old woman to cross the road, send the old woman home, and other things, which will cause him to be late on various occasions. Whether it's the beginning of school, taking pictures, or even team dinners and appointments with Lin, he will be late. However, is this result the result of his thinking? He believes that helping others is more important than his own business. From the performance of bringing soil just now, it is not that he can't understand. On the contrary, he actually sees life thoroughly. He knows what choice is right and what kind of choice will leave regrets. It's just that when it's his turn, he will always choose the path that others think is the least worthwhile but is the most recognized by him. Give him another chance. Wang Rankau raised his eyebrows with soil, and he couldn't tell whether he agreed or refused in his voice. It was as if the matter had nothing to do with him. He was just a somewhat confused bystander. Taita was a little guilty at first, and when he heard Wang Ran's words, he immediately subconsciously thought Wang Ran was angry. Opened his mouth. I really didn't know what to say. At the side of Shishui, seeing this oil is a bit embarrassing. It doesn't matter if he wants to say something, he doesn't really want to be a teacher. After all, for him, it really doesn't matter whether he or his teacher. Although from the performance of bringing soil, Wang Ran is a remarkable figure. But what does it matter? Compared to his own future, he didn't want to bring the soil to be embarrassed because of his own business. It is a pity that the action of bringing the soil is always one step faster than him. There was still some embarrassment to bring the soil, but when I thought that Zishui had not had a good life in the past few years, my heart was straightforward. If the master is angry, get angry, and then confess a mistake and accompany it. No matter how bad, let the master punish himself severely. Anyway, I have to help stop the water. If I miss this opportunity, I have no place to regret it. Yes, master. Please give Zishui another chance. I believe he will not let you down. Wang Ran glanced at the belt soil that was bowed in front of him. He was very satisfied with the method of bringing soil. Sure enough, the youth with the soil, properly cultivated and guided correctly, can definitely grow into a figure like the sun. There are too many tragedies in this world. If we can change some and make the world a little warmer, Wang Ran is still very happy to comment. But, I seem to have asked Shishui before you came. If you don't have to consider those messy issues, How would you choose? Uchiha Shishui. A smile suddenly appeared on Wang Ran's face. Seeing Shishui, who hesitated to speak, he asked jokingly. He was still uneasy, waiting for Wang Ran's answer. Hearing these words, he immediately felt at ease. Excited, he straightened his body. It must be a promise. Is it Shishui? As he said, he brought the soil over Shishui and winked at him. Not to mention, looking at the two figures in front of him, Wang Ran felt that the older brother Jita did a good job. It's just that I'm asking about Shishui. Why did you rush to answer? Shishui was also very helpless. He said that it was really embarrassing to stand with such a brother. Why is this a mature appearance with brother Tato? Let's maintain the demeanor of the Uchiha clan in Konoha Ninja Village. Chapter 79 Shishui Apprentices, another skilled brother too. I think. I don't want you to think. I want me to think. Well, bringing the soil is to learn and use directly. Before Shishui could finish speaking, he interrupted him directly. Shishui was choked and almost didn't come up. Who on earth is this to apprentice? Why do you feel that you are a supporting role? However, Shishui did not understand that he brought the soil for his good. Shishui has always listened to the words of soil. Although sometimes the soil is not reliable, but he does not want to disappoint the soil. Since bringing soil has said so, although it is a bit sloppy, there is no problem with apprenticeship. Thank you seniors for your love. I am willing to be your disciple. Hearing what Shishui said, his face with soil finally showed a satisfied smile. The stone in Wang Ran's heart also fell, and the reward for Unsleevil disciple was in hand again. Cough cough. Bar Unsleevil disciple was admitted to the Zangman sect again, one step closer to restoring the glory of Zangman evening. Master, Shishui has already agreed. When do you think we will go to the teacher? Should we go to Sister Juxinai? Shishui just agreed, and brought the soil and asked impatiently. By comparison, Wang Ran was very satisfied. No loss is his disciple. It's really considerate. Tell me, why do you know what you will reward if you are anxious to see if you bring the soil? No, it's too much trouble to go to Juxinai's house again. Just go to the teacher. Wang Ran shook his head. It's better to keep things simple. Anyway, as long as the system recognizes it, it really doesn't matter what form it is. Directly apprentice? Shishui asked suspiciously, even with the soil in a daze. Although his apprenticeship ceremony is also very simple, he didn't say directly apprenticeship. There is nothing in this place. How can you approve the teacher? Is it possible to knock 3 heads? Shishui felt that things were getting more and more playful, and sure enough, they were not mature at all. Yeah. It's enough to just knock 3 heads and apprentice. Don't clean up some bells and whistles, just keep it simple. Wang Ran nodded and said naturally, sure enough, I guessed it. And as Sister Juxinai said, my master really doesn't like to follow the rules. However, this is too simple. Chuota thought dumbfounded, and he suddenly felt that his apprenticeship ceremony was so formal. Seeing Wang Ran's appearance, Shishui couldn't help but feel that his choice was wrong. Although he is still young, he has seen big scenes. For those seniors in the clan, does the apprenticeship have to go through many solemn steps? How come the style of painting is not right when I get here? After all, it was too young. Shishui glanced at the soil for help, and wanted to ask how to do it. And with the soil, feeling the gaze of Shishui asking for help, it is also very helpless. The master said so. What else could be done? Of course he did. Shrugged at Shishui, the master has said it. Just kowtow to apprentice your teacher. Hurry up. Bringing soil is also afraid of daily dreams. Although the master said that there is no need to worry about the problems of the family, what if it is better to settle down earlier? Even if there is an accident, the master will have an excuse to intervene. Seeing the soil is the same attitude, Shishui sighed helplessly. Hey, Jita said so, so be it. Taking a step, Shishui directly knelt down in front of Wang Ran. As the 3 beeps fell, Wang Ran's mind also sounded a system prompt. Ding, the host accepts apprentice Uchiha Shishui. Talented S grade, reward Dao Fa, forbidden spirit. Holding up Shishui, Wang Ran didn't care about his new technique. Anyway, the reward has already been issued to myself, and there will be time to see it later. So let's teach the Taoism to Shishui first. After all, in the final analysis, Dao Fa is the foundation of their strength growth. It's very simple. Through the mirror, the cultivation method of Taoism is firmly imprinted in Shishui's mind in a while. During this period, Wang Ran didn't even say a word. He felt more and more that Jinghua Shui's technique was simply the necessary ninjutsu for teaching his disciples. As long as you know it, you can easily teach the cultivation methods to your disciples. For the rest, just practice according to the cultivation method given by yourself. At most, I watch them practice, lest they hurt me. This is basically a semi-free-range state. Compared with the state where Yahiko, Nagato, and Koku had to do their best when teaching Yahiko, Nagato, and Koku before. I don't know how much easier it is. Now that there is Jingwashuayu, there is basically no need to worry about the success of disciples. As long as you separate two shadow clones from time to time, accompany them to practice duel, and guide their thoughts by the way. With soil, I have taught you all the cultivation methods of Taoism. Today you can practice with Zishui. By the way, Juxinai has told you the rules, right? Wang Rankau asked with soil. When Taita thinks of the so-called door rules, he once again has a deep understanding of the temperament of his master. However, he nodded quickly, indicating that Juxinai had told them. Well, you can tell Shishui. It's too early, he'll go back first. After speaking, he turned around and left without giving the Earth and Zishui a chance to speak. But in the blink of an eye, he was completely gone. This is the reason why Wang Ran used the method of shrinking the ground. He was not in such a hurry for anything else, but just wanted to use it freely earlier. Among the 4 rewards received in the past 2 days, except for Jingwe Shuayu for playing against Turi Zhenhong, he used it several times with several disciples in a row. The others are basically just obtained and there is no time to practice. Although it can be used, there is no way to master it. Therefore, he went back so early not only to cultivate, but also to familiarize himself with the newly obtained rewards. However, this is the excuse a bit perfunctory. Looking at the direction of Wang Ran's disappearance, Taitu and Zishui blinked, and looked up at the sun still high in the sky, quietly emitting a dazzling light, and felt speechless in his heart. My master, you call it late? When is it called early? Is it midnight? Regardless of their thoughts, Wang Ran, at this time, used the reason of shrinking the ground, but arrived at the hotel where he was staying in a few seconds. The people around were also taken aback by the sudden appearance of Wang Ran, but because they were used to seeing the ninja who appeared to be mysterious, it did not cause a riot. Chapter 80. The Forbidden Spirit is just a tool to improve the credibility for these few seconds. It was because Wang Ran had no sensory objects and could only fold the space within his perception range. Otherwise, as long as Wang Ran reacts fast enough to avoid obstacles, he can reach his destination in an instant. Of course, if Wang Ran can use defensive techniques to ensure that he will not receive any harm, or can destroy all obstacles on the route, it will be no problem to run straight. Regarding this, Wang Ran is still very confident with his strength. Even if he encounters unavoidable obstacles while moving, he can pass without injury. So, should I make some sensory objects? Although I don't have a big demand on weekdays, I can give it to my disciples. It can be used as a token and rescue the disciples in time when they are in danger. The most important thing is that this stuff is very high. Take the characteristics of Bofeng Shuiman. For example, it is simply my iconic item. Is it cool to stay? No. If you are a censor, you must make a compelling one. At the very least, we can't let our apprentice daughter-in-law go down the road. Otherwise, in this respect, wouldn't he be crushed by the water gate in front of Juxinai? In this case, where do you put your omnipotent image? In the divergent thinking, in order to think of an object that fits his identity, Wang Ran even forgot the reward he had just received. Thinking about it, not only has to meet the credibility standard, but also can fully reflect their own compelling things. There are really few, whether it is kunai, shuriken or other weapons such as swords. How you think and how it feels doesn't match your own style. Suddenly, Wang Ran's mind was agitated. Yeah, who said that he has to use something like karma? Watergate uses kunai because it is the most convenient for him. I am not a pure ninja, so I really don't like using kunai when fighting. I blame Watergate. This person is too famous, and he directly misled his thinking. Now that weapons have been eliminated, Wang Ran's favorite items have already surfaced in his mind. Jadeware. Since ancient times, jade has been one of the important symbols of Eastern national culture. From high-ranking officials to the people of Li people, they all have special feelings for jade. Since ancient times, gentlemen are good at jade. Wang Ran feels that jade fits his own image. As for why the image of Jade Pei was chosen, it is purely because it ensures that it is compelling, but also convenient to carry. Wang Ran expressed satisfaction with his thoughts, but unfortunately, there was no jade in the materials he had stored, so he couldn't act immediately. But Wang Ran didn't care either, and he was not in a hurry for this matter. Tomorrow, ask Konoha where there is a place to sell jade, and it's not too late to make preparations. Wang Ran didn't forget what he did when he came back. Quickly sinking his mind, the information of the reward he had just received quickly appeared in Wang Ran's mind. Dao Fa, Forbidden Spirit. According to the division of Naruto World's technique, this technique should belong to the category of sealing technique. To be reasonable, when Wang Ran realized that this technique was a seal technique, He felt that it was so tasteless. After all, in the world of Naruto, the seal technique itself is a relatively buggy ninjutsu. Basically, there is nothing that can't be sealed by sealing technique in Naruto world. Whether it is ninjutsu, tail beasts or even humans, sealing can be sealed. It seems that the Forbidden Spirit technique is very useful. However, the key is to deal with those problems. The existing sealing technique in Naruto world is completely sufficient. You said that after accepting an S.level disciple like Zishui, he actually rewarded a Doufei level sealing technique. What is this not a tasteless one? As for the chakra that the Forbidden Spirit can seal the opponent, can't it be the 5 elements seal and the 8 diagrams seal? What else can directly seal the opponent's soul? It is also possible to seal all the ghouls. Wait. Directly seal the opponent's soul? This technique seems to be very strong. If in the Fourth World War, whoever learned this trick, wouldn't the big trick of reincarnating dirty earth be abolished? Although this technique is very tasteless to Wang Ran, it is still quite advanced sealing technique for people in the ninja world. And it is not too much to say that it is the best in the ninja world. It just so happened that she could be taught to Juxinna in the future. With such a technique, she would definitely become a nightmare for her opponent. Although tasteless, Wang Ran still felt very satisfied. After all, it's a vain technique. Don't do it for nothing. It just so happened that if he were to make tokens, he would get a lot higher in an instant with this sealing technique. Moreover, such an advanced technique can't be solved by the ninja world. At that time, a defensive array will be carved from the jade pendant. In this way, under the protection of the Forbidden Spirit, unless a critical attack is attacked, Wang Ran's technique will be responsible for this jade pendant. Putting the Forbidden Spirit technique aside for the time being, Wang Ran opened his eyes and freely used Najiabaji fist to hit the air with a punch. In an instant, the air that was hit was twisted and emitted a lot of heat. Just like the Jiao Peacock in the 8-gate dungeon, he used physical skills to forcefully play the effect of ninjutsu. That's why Wang Ran kept his hands. Regarding this, Wang Ran nodded in satisfaction. It is worthy of being a technique that can be individually rewarded by the system, just like Dao Fa. The power is simply nothing to say. The space in the room is too small for Wang Ran shy to expand. Helpless, Wang Ran had to simulate a full set of Najiabajikan movements several times in his mind. It took several hours before and after. Although he couldn't practice himself, Wang Ran felt that Najiabajikan had all been integrated into his attack system. From this moment on, he evolved from a master who was only proficient in ordinary physical arts to a berserker master. In the future, if anyone can break through our Dao Fa attacks, then prepare to meet the form of our physique master. Of course, this is just his conjecture. He has neither personally used Najiabajikan in actual combat, nor does he intend to personally combat it. In other words, Wang Ran has never used physical skills in actual combat, except for training with his disciples. After all, as a graceful gentleman, how cool we are to be a master. As the saying goes, the head can be broken, and the hairstyle should not be messy, blood can flow, and leather shoes must be oiled. Fighting? Without a last resort? Who would fight with you? Wang Ran's purpose of integrating these physical skills is nothing more than to teach his apprentices better. If it is the day when Wang Ran can fight his physical skills, it is estimated that the finale will not be far away. Chapter 81 Gyoshu System. Hey! The next day, when Wang Ran recovered from his cultivation state, he sighed helplessly. Recently, his cultivation progress has been slower and slower. Although he is still improving, his daily progress is hard to feel. Compared with the previous few years, the difference in cultivation speed is simply the difference between clouds and mud. Fortunately, he already understood where the problem was, and he has already selected several sets of solutions. Just try one set of solutions. Looking at the time, Wang Ran shook his head. I'd better leave the matter of cultivation to be settled slowly later, and now I'll teach myself some lovely disciples. After eating a simple meal and cleaning up, Wang Ran came to Juxinai's house. Zai Ryong and others naturally came to Juxinai's house to wait. Seeing Wang Ran's arrival, several people stood up together. As soon as Wang Ran entered the door, he felt the charm of Taoism in the four of them. Nodded in satisfaction, Wang Ran said, "It's not bad. Now that you have practiced Dao Fa, I believe you have already felt the benefits of Dao Fa. In the future, pay attention to serious cultivation. Starting today, you will only have one cultivation task. That's physique." After speaking, Wang Ran gave a few people a serious look. "I believe you also know that the ninja world has not been peaceful in recent years, and wars can happen at any time. But, apart from Juxinai, none of you have the strength to protect yourself on the scene, especially with soil and dread. As long as the war is fought, You, as the ninja, will definitely become the breakthrough point for the enemy's most advanced attack on the battlefield. Therefore, improving your self-protection ability in the shortest possible time is the current top priority. At this time, physique is your best choice. After listening to Wang Ran's words, Juxinai nodded in approval. Wang Ran was right. The current form of the ninja world is becoming more and more tense. But master, even if we start practicing sports from now on, it's impossible to achieve any results in a short time. What's more, the role of physical skills on the battlefield is really limited. Hong raised his head and looked at Wang Ran suspiciously. Wang Ran shook his head. Now, no one has seen the terrifying power of the 8 doors dungeon fully opened. Therefore, Wang Ran was not surprised at this thought. Physique is not that simple. Don't be blinded by the existing road. You know, any road to the end is extremely scary. Several people wanted Wang Ran to look serious, and they couldn't help but mutter, is physique really so powerful? Wang Ran can call it a terrifying state, but how strong is it? We understand the master. Then what physical skills are we going to cultivate? Does Konoha have it? As the senior sister, Juxin nodded and asked. Since Wang Ran arranged in this way, he naturally had his own ideas, and those who were disciples just listened to Wang Ran's arrangement. Hearing what Juxinai said, the few people who brought the soil nodded repeatedly, indicating that they had no problem. Wang Ran nodded when he saw it. It's not Konoha's existing physical technique. What you are going to cultivate today is our unique physical technique system in Zangman. I call it Gyoshu. From today, what you have to learn is the national martial arts, Nagia Bajikan. As Wang Ran's voice sounded, everyone was shocked by the grandeur of Wang Ran's voice. Although Wang Ran didn't describe anything, but only from the word Gyoshu and Wang Ran's solemn voice, one could feel the magnificence of this physical technique system. National magic. Juxinai shouted in surprise. What kind of physical skill is it that can be called the name of the country? Yes, the place here is too small, so let's go to the training ground. It just so happens that Zishui has a training ground at home. Where is it suitable for your cultivation? Wang Ran nodded, and did not explain the meaning of Gyoshu to several people. This is also an attempt for him to see how great a wave of national martial arts can be in the ninja world. Yes, master. After a few people arrived at the training ground, Wang Ran directly taught the training method of Nagia Bajikan to the 4 of them. Looking at the 4 people still in shock, Wang Ran nodded in satisfaction. Do you think I'm fooling you if you don't get something real? Master, is this Inabajikan really so strong? Cultivating to the highest level can really break the space. Daito asked in surprise, and the other people looked at Wang Ran in shock, looking forward to his answer. Wang Ran squinted at everyone, touched his chin with his hand, and slowly said, well, it is theoretically possible. Too strong. Master, I have decided, I must successfully practice this technique. Before Wang Ran could finish speaking, brought the soil and shouted excitedly. Wang Ran looked at the soil that jumped up excitedly, and directly stretched out his hand to press his head. Just abruptly, he just held down the soil. Don't be so anxious, I haven't finished speaking yet. Although it can theoretically reach the point of breaking the space, it is difficult for you to achieve it. Why? With the soil held by Wang Ran, he was not thinking about how to break free from Wang Ran's hands at this time, and asked Wang Ran in surprise. Why? Wang Ran glanced at the 4 of them and said, everyone has their own talents, any path, a skill. If you don't have the corresponding talents, you will have to work 10 times or even 100 times to reach the top. Hearing Wang Ran's explanation, he breathed a sigh of relief in an instant. Hey, master, isn't it just a talent? I think I have a high talent for Nagia Bajikan. Although I haven't started practicing yet, I can definitely reach the highest level. Daito said confidently, watching Wang Ran full of black lines. Where do you come from? Okay, stop talking here. Although I also believe that you can succeed in your cultivation, you have to know that even if you have a talent for physical skills, you have to put in a lot of effort if you want to cultivate to the highest level. Success is not a statement, only sweat and blood can be touched. Wang Ran did not have the enthusiasm to discourage the tutoring. A good teacher, of course, should know how to teach in accordance with his aptitude. However, we should know how to encourage disciples and improve their enthusiasm. Perhaps, because of this little encouragement, a person can reach a height that no one can think of. Even if his talent is not here, such as bringing soil, who can know where is his future? Chapter 82 Qianlong. Don't worry, master, we will not let you down. Breaking free from Wang Ran's hands, he scratched his head with the soil and said loudly. Looking at the few people who were scattered about serious cultivation, Wang Ran smiled helplessly. Physical training is not a matter of overnight, it is very boring. Wan Xin, I ask you something. Wang Ran Juxina beckoned, and Juxinai, who was about to practice in a Bajikan, heard Wang Ran calling himself, and quickly walked to the front. "Master, what's the matter? Do you know where Konoha sells jade? I'm going to buy some jade." Wang Ran asked directly, taking advantage of his free time to instruct a few people in their cultivation. He just made a sense token. Hearing Wang Ran's question, Juxina couldn't figure it out. In the Hokage world, jade is only in the world of ordinary people, as an appreciation of logistics. Few people in the ninja are really willing to play with such things. Therefore, there are really very few shops in Shinobu village that sell such things. However, as Konoha's long-term population, Kushina really knows which shops can buy jade. "Master, if you want to buy jade, you can go to the ninja store at the east end of the village. I remember that his family bought a batch of good quality jade not long ago." Juxina thought that Wang Ran was buying jade for fun, so he told Wang Ran the best jade shop in the village. Wang Ran nodded and said, "I'll be back when I go. You should practice first and watch them not hurt yourself." "Good master." Wang Ran said that he would be back soon, and he would be back really soon. The process of buying jade went smoothly. After Wang Ran went there, there happened to be a large piece of good Hushin jade in the shop. That piece of jade is enough to make dozens of jade pendants. That is, in the world of Naruto, if this is resting on the earth, such a big piece of jade, it is estimated that all Wang Ran's original net worth was included. Back at Uchiha's training ground, Wang Ran saw that the 4 apprentices were still immersed in cultivation, and did not disturb them. Taking out the jade, Wang Ran held it in his hand and played with it for a while. Don't say, no loss is a good jade. There is no chill in such a big piece in the hand. The jade is transparent as a whole, and the whole body of the jade exudes a gentle feeling. Wang Ran was very satisfied with this piece of jade. Chakras were running inside his body. The jade that was just one piece was instantly divided into dozens of equal pieces. He picked up a piece of jade and put the rest into his sleeves. Wang Ran sat cross-legged on the ground, looking at the small piece of jade in his hand, constantly sketching in his mind. When he imagined the image of the final product, he was ready to start making it. Wang Ran did not live up to the power of Dao Fa and his own shadow rank. Although only 4 years of cultivation, the 4 years of persisting in the practice of disdain have made him no weaker than others in any aspect. At this moment, chakra was in his hands, obedient like a well-behaved child. With the broken dance of his hands, the chakra in his hands seemed to come alive, condensed together. The superdensity makes the chakra in Wang Ran's hand look like a sharp blade. As Wang Ran waved his hands, the chakra blade was also dancing quickly on the surface of the jade. A large amount of jade powder, like rain, fell from the surface of the jade one after another. As the jade powder fell, lines of different lengths and irregular shapes appeared on the jade. But if you carefully observe the induction, you will be surprised to find that the irregularly shaped lines are composed of a large number of seal runes. These runes are much smaller than the ants. What kind of chakra control is this? And he can rely on chakra to carve such a small rune on the jade. Of course, Wang Ran was not easy at this time. I want to carve 2 seal magic circles on a small jade pendant. This is a big project. A little carelessness, even Wang Ran will fall short. Therefore, at this time, Wang Ran also devoted all his mind to this work. Of course, Wang Ran can also choose to cast the seal technique directly. However, Wang Ran has always had an attitude of excellence. Either don't do it, do it. Do your best to complete it. Therefore, in order to ensure that the jade pendant has the best defensive ability and perception ability, even if it is more troublesome, Wang Ran decided to engrave the rune first. As time went on, the jade pendant in Wang Ran's hand became more and more refined. A dragon-shaped pattern is slowly forming. The hovering dragon body and the closed dragon eyes are vivid. The whole dragon, as if lurking under the sea, is low and full of explosive power. Yes. Wang Ran portrays the image of a Qianlong. Qianlong was a new An, quietly waiting for the opportunity to erupt. Wang Ran hoped that his disciples, like the Qianlong in the deep sea, even if they are still weak at this time, there will eventually be the day when the dragon will fly thousands of miles away. Qianlong is in the Yuan, and the future can be expected. Click. A drop of sweat fell from Wang Ran's forehead. This was because Wang Ran's spirit had been in a high level of tension, which caused some fatigue. Just a piece of jade pendant made Wang Ran feel a little tired. It can be seen that the 2 magic circles that Wang Ran portrayed are not ordinary things. Indeed, the defensive circle and induction circle described by Wang Ran are the highest level sealing techniques he can currently master. Moreover, part of the rune of forbidden spirit was used instead. It can be said that as long as these jade pendants are made, they are the existence that other ninjas cannot replicate. As Wang Ran let out a long sigh of relief. The last rune was also engraved on the jade pendant. Compared with the jade just now, the appearance of the jade pendant is quite different. Not only is the volume reduced by a third, the two sides of the jade pendant are also carved with lifelike Yanlong patterns. Wang Ran played with the jade pendant in his hand and nodded in satisfaction. The most difficult steps have been completed. The next step is easy. In Wang Ran's hand, the chakra condensed sharp blade appeared again. In the lower right corner of the jade pendant, the four words Zangman Wang Ran were knocked on. Then Wang Ran turned the jade back to his face, pondered for a moment, and walked on the opposite side of Zangman Wang Ran, and carved the word Xiaonan. Although the three juniors were not around at this time, Wang Ran was still planning to leave the first three jade pendants to the three. After the engraving was completed, Wang Ran directly released the hand holding the jade pendant and began to make the seal in the air. And Yu Pei, supported by chakra, appeared in the air. Defensive circle, sensing circle, defer, forbidden spirit. Chapter 83. Ninja World is not at peace again with the completion of the three techniques. The jade pendant floating in the air flashed with a light instantly. Then, the light flashed and disappeared in the jade pendant as the jade pendant fell. Wang Ran let out a long sigh of relief, and reached out to take the jade pendant in front of him. He could clearly sense that his chakra was being sealed in it. He closed his eyes and tried to send a trace of chakra to Yu Pei. Wang Ran immediately sensed the call of the sealed chakra within Yu Pei. Moreover, because Wang Ran used some small methods when engraving the name at the end, he could easily tell that this kind of calling came from that piece of jade pendant. Wang Ran was very satisfied, took out a rope from his arms, stringed the jade pendant and put it in the cuff. He took out another piece of unprocessed jade and looked up to calculate the time. A piece of jade pendant took Wang Ran about half an hour. If Wang Ran persists, he should be able to make all the jade pendants of the 7 apprentices before the end of his practice today. Just do it. Wang Ran once again devoted himself to the great cause of carving. At this time, the four of Juxinai naturally discovered what Wang Ran did. However, although he was curious, because Wang Ran didn't mean to explain, the four of them didn't ask. Sister Juxinai, what do you think the master is doing? Seeing Wang Ran starting to carve jade again, Zai Ryong asked Xiangxinai curiously. Juxinai was also very puzzled, but she could tell that Wang Ran had used 2 high-level sealing techniques in a row just now. But to ask Wang Ran what his intentions were, she really couldn't tell. I don't know. Master is always a mysterious person. I believe he has his own ideas. Let's continue to practice. I have clearly felt the progress of the cultivation process. I believe that it will not be long before it can be used in actual combat. Inside, Juxinai shook her head. She didn't know much more than Hong and the others. What? Sister Juxinai, are you progressing so fast? I haven't even remembered all the moves. Hearing Juxinai's words, Daitu shouted in surprise. Nodded, Juxinai said to Daitu, of course, senior sister, my strength is already high. Is there any problem with my progress faster? I just praised haiku in front of the master. Hurry up and practice hard. Even though he was left behind by Juxinai, his age and strength were much worse than Juxinai's, so it was forgivable. Come on! You are the strongest with soil! He sighed fiercely in his heart, with a firm look on his face with dirt. Zai's eye. I have decided, from now on, I will use all my strength. Even if I don't eat lunch, I will have a preliminary grasp of Najiabajikan. Hearing the earthy and vigorous words, Juxinai exclaimed, quite interesting. Don't swear. You can still have lunch. I have asked Prajanam to send us lunch. Just now, I just boasted about the soil in haiku, and my eyes brightened when I heard Juxinai's words. Watergate will come and give them lunches. Doesn't that mean Lin might also come? No, I have to practice hard before Lin comes, and try to show off in front of Lin. Hey, Everyone looked at the soil like chicken blood. They were all speechless. As for, doesn't it mean that I had lunch? Are you so excited? There was only red, and I vaguely guessed some of the reasons for the excitement of the soil. To be honest, she was a little envious of Lin. Bring the soil to see Lin so important. It may be that they were infected by the soil, and all 4 of them started to practice in full swing. When you are tired of practicing, you will sit in place and practice chakra instead of paying attention. In this way, it was noon soon. Wang Ran made 3 more jade pendants. In addition to Yahiko and Nagato, the jade pendants belonging to Kushina have also been officially released. He raised his head and glanced at the sun high in the sky and the birds flying by from time to time. Wang Ran had a vague feeling in his heart. Peace, which may not last long. Turning his head and glanced in the distance, a yellow-haired buffing Shuiman rushed to this side in a hurry. The scheduled time for the lunch was originally scheduled, but because of Hokage's sudden summons, he was forced to be late for more than half an hour. At this time, Juxinai had already seen the Watergate rushing. She was not angry. Watergate has always kept promises, let alone to her. So when Prajanam came so late, something naturally happened. What's wrong? Has something happened, Prajanam? Just as Watergate had just gotten firm, Juxinai asked with some doubts. Watergate touched his hair, smiled and said, "Sorry, Kushina. Mr. Naruto was summoned just now, it was so late." Upon hearing this, Wang Ran immediately understood that his premonition was not wrong. It is definitely not a trivial matter to be able to delay such a long time. It is estimated that most of Konoha, including Mizuman, was summoned by Murakami Shinobu. The war is not far away. Because the ninja world is not at peace again, do you want to send you out on a mission? Hearing Wang Ran's words, Bofeng Shuiman couldn't help but admire him a little. He didn't say anything. Wang Ran had already guessed it. However, Wang Ran was considered half of his own, so Watergate did not hide anything. Yes, Senior Wang Ran, according to the information from the border ninja, the Kingdom of Wind seems to be something wrong. Master Naruto asked me to lead a team to the border of the Kingdom of Wind to investigate the situation. What? Does that mean that Lin will also go on mission with you? Isn't it dangerous? Just now, I was still feeling a little depressed because I didn't see Lin. When Watergate said that, he immediately asked in surprise. Watergate chuckled lightly when he heard the words, "Don't worry too much. There are many teams participating in this mission, and the mission is not too dangerous. What's more, Lin is my student. Even if it's dangerous, I will fight for my life to protect my students. Then please protect Lin." As he said, he bowed deeply towards the Watergate. Seeing the performance of the soil, Mizuno and Juxinai looked at each other. This child, it looks like Mizuman Kushina. Uncontrollably, Zai Ryong admired Lin again. It's so happy to have such a person who is thinking about himself. Even Zishui took another look at his cousin, not knowing what kind of girl it was that could fascinate him like this. I have been listening to Taita talking about how Lin is doing well, and Shishui has never seen it. Chapter 84. Juxinai leads the team. The players bring soil and red. Wang Ran looked at the performance of bringing the soil and didn't know what to say. He understands that the best way to prevent soil blackening is to protect Lin. As long as Lin is okay, even if Lord Ban said that he would bring soil and no birds. Bring soil, don't worry, I will definitely protect them. This is an agreement between our men. Watergate looked at the soil with a smile, and said seriously, "Okay, Juxinai, I'm going back to prepare the lunch for you, and I'll be out on a mission this afternoon. Make an agreement with bringing the soil," and the Watergate handed the bento in the hand to Juxinai. "Okay, you must be careful when you go out on a mission." Juxinai took the lunch and said with concern, "Don't worry, Kushina, I'll be careful. Master Naruto has already handed that technique to me just now. This time, I can just practice for a while." Oh, that's right. The shinin who just graduated this year seems to have been sent out to perform tasks. I guess Naruto-sama also has arrangements for you. Just after responding to Juxinai's words, Watergate suddenly remembered the arrangement when the Hokage-sama convened just now, and guessed at everyone. Huh? Can I go out of the village to perform missions? Juxinai asked with some surprise. Even with Earth and Red, when he heard that he might be going to perform a task, his eyes burst into light. Maybe, it still depends on the arrangement of Master Naruto. Watergate touched his head and said uncertainly, "Leave first. Goodbye Senior, goodbye Kushina, goodbye everyone. Bye." After speaking, Watergate turned around and left, leaving everyone with only a dashing figure. That technique? Flying Thunder God. Looking at the figure of Mizuman leaving, everyone except Wang Ran, including Kushina, would not have guessed that another legend of Konoha was about to be born. Konoha's yellow flash, wave wind Watergate. Master, are we really going to perform the task? Bringing the soil, asked Wang Ran expectantly, still poking forward in secret. It would be great if I could be with Lin. Wang Ran shook his head. He wasn't Sarutobi risen, so how could he be clear about their specific arrangements? I don't know, but Kushina, you should be able to reassure Konoha's senior management. The chances of a mission are very high. But it's impossible for me to perform tasks for Konoha, so I guess that if you are to send you out to perform tasks, it should be you with the dirt and red. Hearing Wang Ran's guess, Juxinai and the others were already very excited, especially Juxina, with soil and red, mainly because he has never performed a mission out of the village, just expecting it. But Kushina is different. As a survivor of the Uzumaki kingdom, she did not leave the village less when she was a child. But since becoming the Kyobajiri, she could never show up Konoha. After so many years, she has long wanted to go out fresh. When Wang Ran looked at the expressions of several people, except for the outsiders Ishui, they were all looking forward to it and smiled in a low voice. I hope you can still have such an expression after you are on the battlefield. I have been practicing for a whole morning, so hurry up and eat something. Shaking his head, throwing away the messy thoughts in his mind, Kushina said to everyone. With that said, Juxinai opened the lunch brought by Watergate. The bento prepared by the Watergate. Wang Ran, who looked at it, felt a split in his heart. Why is the bento of Hokage world except the rice ball? Is this stuff so delicious? At this moment, Wang Ran felt it necessary to bring a set of kitchen utensils with him. Even if the Chinese cuisine cannot be promoted in the Hokage world, at least the small barbecue should be whole. Otherwise, based on the amount of cultivation of these apprentices, it is estimated that the body will not be able to stand it for less than a week. Although I vomit, I still have to eat. After all, I had been busy all morning, and to be honest, I was really hungry. After having simply eaten, I don't know if a few people are addicted to the practice or the news that they might be leaving the village to perform tasks stimulated them. Without much rest, he began to practice eagerly again. Wang Ran was a little worried about Zishui's body. You said that a 5-year-old child, mixed with such an uncountable group of people, would he be exhausted? Fortunately, their movements are not yet proficient. Except for Kushina, the main practice content of others is still familiar with the movements. It wasn't too tired, so Wang Ran didn't stop it. Now that the apprentices have worked so hard, Wang Ran as a master can't be lazy. Taking out a piece of jade at random, Wang Ran began to make sensor tokens again. Time passed in this harmonious atmosphere, but unfortunately it did not last until the end of the practice, because the speculation of Watergate and Wang Ran really came true. This time, Kushina, who is the upper ninja, was not like the other upper ninjas, and was directly summoned by Sarutobi Hitoshi to the Hokage office. Possibly because of Wang Ran's relationship, Sarutobi Hizen asked about the location of Watergate, Wang Ran and Kushina, and personally came to the training ground assigned to Shishui by the Uchiha clan. In order to show respect for Wang Ran, Sarutobi Hizaki didn't even use his own telescope technique. As soon as he approached the training ground, the physical skills practiced by the few people in Juxinai immediately caught the eyes of Sarutobi Rizchi. Although it can be easily seen, several people are newcomers who have just cultivated, and their movements are still very strange. However, what kind of person is Sarutobi Hizaki? He is known as the strongest Hokage in history, although this title is very moist. But Dr. Ninjutsu's nickname is real. The Sarutobi who is proficient in all the techniques that Konoha knows that is not the limit of blood inheritance, can naturally see the subtleties of the physical skills that a few people have practiced. Moreover, because of the faster progress of Kushina, Sarutobi Hizen also saw more clues. It seems that through Chakra's special operation route in the body, it can explode extremely powerful. Sarutobi Hizaki muttered inwardly. He admitted that he was jealous. Although it is not clear about the specific situation of this physical technique, it is not difficult to see that this is an extremely delicate and powerful physical technique. A physical skill that is not inferior to any of the Konoha heritage. Even Sarutobi Hizen made a bold guess that it might be comparable to the soft fist of the Hyuga clan. After all, they all used Chakra's special operation release technique. What's more, in accordance with Wang Ran's strength and status, how can the physical www.speech.vip technique that can be taught to disciples be simple and popular? Hey, such a good thing, unfortunately, can't be included in Konoha's Book of Seals. It's uncomfortable. Chapter 85. Ran the team set up. Wang Ran naturally sensed the arrival of Sarutobi Risen. Stopping the jade pendant he was carving, Wang Ran looked up at Sarutobi Risen. Since eating lunch, he has carved several jade pendants. All of my 7 disciples have been made, and the more made ones are all prepared for the future. Yeah, your Lord Hokage is here. With that said, Wang Ran stood up and nodded to Sarutobi Risen, who also nodded in response. Kushina and others, who were indulging in cultivation, did not see the arrival of Sarutobi Hizen because their backs were facing away. At this moment, as soon as he heard Wang Ran speaking, he stopped the movement of his hand instantly, and turned around to look at Sarutobi Hizen. Even the smallest water stop is no exception. From this aspect, it can be seen that Sarutobi Hizen Naruto is still very majestic. I don't know what your Naruto master is doing? Wang Ran asked with a smile. Sarutobi Rizchi smiled and didn't hide it. Haha, your dissatisfaction said, recently there has been a lot of wind in the ninja world. I am planning to let Kushina and the others go on a mission. Sure enough. Wang Ran nodded secretly, but Juxina cheered inwardly. Huh? This little guy is Shishui? the offspring of Mirror? Sarutobi Risen naturally noticed Shishui a long time ago, but he was just in courtesy, and then he asked. Wang Ran did not feel surprised. If Sarutobi Risen didn't ask, this would be a strange thing. Well, it is indeed Shishui. Yesterday I saw him practice and felt that his talent was good. It would be a pity if he didn't have a good teacher to teach him. Therefore, I also included him in the school. It just so happens that Zishui and Taito are still cousins, and both of them worship me as a teacher. Wang Ran said to Sarutobi Risen calmly, and Shishui on the side heard Wang Ran and Sarutobi Risen talk about himself, especially Sarutobi Risen, and also mentioned his ancestors. After all, he was a child. Under this situation, Zishui unconsciously held up his chest, as if to prove himself again. Seeing Shishui's small movements, Wang Ran and Sarutobi Rishan laughed unconsciously. Then Shishui, please leave it to your excellency. Mirror is my teammate and Konoha's hero. I believe his descendants have extraordinary talents. Sarutobi Risen said with a smile, and didn't struggle too much with this matter. After finishing speaking, Sarutobi Rishan looked down at Shishui and said, also, Shishui, if you have any difficulties in the future, you can come to me. Well, Lord Naruto. Shishui nodded vigorously. I believe they will go far in the future. Wang Ran also nodded, agreeing with Sarutobi Risen's statement. Sarutobi Risen smiled, turned his head and said to Kushina, Kushina, now you can perfectly master the power of 9 tails, and the village dare to let you go out to perform tasks. So, in the name of Hokage, I order you. When Sarutobi Risen's words were said to be here, Kushina, who was smiling just now, immediately became serious. He straightened his back and stood in front of Sarutobi Risen, staring at his eyes tightly, waiting for Sarutobi Risen's next explanation. From now on, lead Uchiha to take the soil, Yurong, and form a team. Tomorrow we'll officially go to the border of the water country to explore the movement of the water country. Yes, Master Naruto. Hearing Sarutobi's order, Uzumaki Kuzino agreed without thinking, and Wang Ran also heard Sarutobi Risen approach to himself in the words, but smiled, and did not react. Nuke Sinai, this is your first time leading a team on a mission, so be careful. Although Kushina's strength is very strong, when he saw Kushina's overexcited expression, Sarutobi Izumi couldn't help but reminded. Oh, don't worry, Hokage-sama, I'm not a kid anymore. I'm sure it's fine. Hearing Sarutobi Risen's words, Kuzina said nonchalantly, her Maelstrom 9 Sina, the dignified 9-tailed person's Uli, and the 2 little ghosts to collect information. Can there be an accident? But Sarutobi-san saw the appearance of Kuzina, and he was even more worried. But when he thought that there were other teams, he put the words back in his stomach. Let other teams pay attention to Kushina's team. The people of this team, Konoha dare not let them have an accident. Okay, pay attention to yourself. If you don't disturb your cultivation, I will leave first. After saying that, Sarutobi Risen and Wang Ran said separately and left. Oh yeah. It wasn't until Sarutobi Risen walked away that Taito shouted in excitement. After receiving the news that he could go out to perform the task just now, he was not generally excited. Although he couldn't go to a place with Lin, it was enough to excite him, a chick who had never left the village. Had it not been for Hokage, who was an idol with soil, Sarutobi was here, he would have been excited to jump. Even Hong cheered softly after Sarutobi was cut away. Only Stop the Water can stay calm at this time. After all, it has nothing to do with him, does it? Seeing the appearance of a few people, Wang Ran probably couldn't calm down to practice. It's better to disband earlier and let them prepare tools to perform the task. Seeing that you can't calm down, let's end today's cultivation. Wang Ran smiled helplessly. At this moment, several people wanted to shout loudly for Master Yingming. It just so happened that I made a few jade pendants, and you bring them with you. On weekdays, they are used as tokens. When you see this jade pendant, you will know that the other person is yours. If you encounter danger, just type a trace of chakra in it, and I will be there soon. After that, Wang Ran took out the jade pendant made for the 4 from his sleeve and handed it to the 4. This made the few people who were just about to leave Jukusenai for a moment. Although they had just been apprentice for a few days, Wang Ran had nothing to say about them. After receiving the jade pendant that Wang Ran handed over, looking at the lifelike patterns on it, and then seeing the name representing themselves, the 4 of them couldn't help but feel a little moved. Master is both a teacher and a father. All 4 of them found their father's feeling on Wang Ran, especially as an orphan. Jukusenai takes soil and stops water. Although Wang Ran didn't say much, it provided a guarantee for their future. After stroking the patterns carefully, Kushina, who is proficient in seal art, was surprised to find that these patterns were actually composed of seal art runes. She could clearly feel that on this little jade pendant, there were 3 very high-level sealing techniques. Chapter 86 Chance encountered Tsunade. Moreover, even the simplest one, I'm afraid I can't crack it. As for the strongest technique, he couldn't even get a clue. You know, Kushina is basically Konoha's seal class representative. Even Kushina, who almost represents the highest level of Konoha's seal technique, can't help this jade pendant. One can imagine Wang Ran's seal technique level. Thinking of this, Juxinai's respect for Wang Ran grew deeper. Thank you, Master. I will keep it carefully. Carefully put the jade pendant away, Juxina said to Wang Ran. Although the 3 people with the soil could not see the doorway on the jade pendant, Wang Ran said that this is a token, and it is still something that can be used with Wang Ran's great summoning technique, and the jade pendant is carefully stored. Master, let's go first. Okay. As the apprentices left, Wang Ran stood there and didn't want to continue making jade pendants, so let's wait until he returns. If you let Wang Ran evaluate the most difficult achievement after coming to Naruto world, it is estimated that it is not the cultivation base of this body, nor the disciples who have received a few geniuses. It's that he actually quit drinking. When he first came to Hokage world, Wang Ran didn't dare to drink because of his low strength and his 3 disciples. Besides, he was not particularly addicted to alcohol before, although he would want to drink a cup and a half from time to time. Therefore, when Wang Ran couldn't drink alcohol at first, Wang Ran could hold his teeth. After just sticking to it for a few months, Wang Ran was pleasantly surprised to find that it doesn't seem to be a problem without drinking. However, at this time he was also bored, and coupled with the fact that there was no danger at all, Wang Ran unexpectedly wanted to taste the wine of Hokage world. When he thought of it, Wang Ran moved directly to the streets of Konoha. With his glances, Wang Ran caught his eyes on the taverns. Randomly chose a seemingly quiet tavern, and Wang Ran raised his leg and stepped into it. As soon as he entered, Wang Ran saw Tsunade, who was sitting at the door watching outside. Tsunade was obviously taken aback when he saw Wang Ran coming in. She didn't expect to meet Wang Ran here. She thought she would be the same as last time, and would not meet for a long time in the future. Hastily stood up. Senior, why are you here too? Tsunade's action directly attracted the attention of the guests in the tavern. After all, Tsunade can be regarded as a well-known character in Konoha, and her movements can naturally attract most people's attention. Fortunately, there were not many people in the tavern at this time, and the villagers with Konoha often saw ninjas. Therefore, although they all cast doubtful glances at Wang Ran, they did not cause riots. Wang Ran glanced at the bottles of wine in front of Tsunade, and it was obvious that she had been here for a long time. It's okay, that is, the disciples are going to be tasked. I want to taste the taste of Konoha's wine in my spare time. Wang Ran was not polite, and said directly to Tsunade, Boss, add a glass and a bottle of wine. After speaking, Wang Ran shouted to the owner of the tavern. The boss is also a neat person. Hearing Wang Ran's words, he quickly sent a bottle of wine up. Tsunade also sat down, looked at Wang Ran, who was pouring wine, and asked, Oh, are Juxinai and the others going to have a mission? Wang Ran nodded, raised the wine glass in his hand, and took a sip. As soon as the sake was taken, Wang Ran couldn't help frowning. It's not that the wine is too strong, but the wine is too weak. Drinking is not only boring, but it also tastes weird. Why, is this wine not to the taste of seniors? Seeing Wang Ran frowned, Tsunade said in a puzzled manner, Even if this wine is not Konoha's best, it is also Konoha's best. Wang Ran shook his head. It's not that I'm disagreeable, it's just that I'm not used to this kind of wine. Tsunade was a little confused about Wang Ran's words. What is not used to drinking this kind of wine? Is it possible that there are other types of wine? Wang Ran also saw Tsunade's doubts and explained. You can understand that I am used to drinking the wine in my hometown, and I am not used to this kind of wine. Oh, the wine in Senpai's hometown? Is it delicious? Tsunade asked curiously. Wang Ran is so mysterious that she suddenly heard Wang Ran talking about hometown. She was both curious about Wang Ran's hometown and the wine in Wang Ran's hometown. Wang Ran thought for a while. He really didn't know how to answer. Is white wine good? It doesn't seem to be delicious, right? I can't say it's delicious, but it's strong enough. After drinking, the whole person feels like flying. Isn't it just being drunk? Tsunade spit out inwardly. If I have the opportunity in the future, I can make some of it myself. Please try it. Wang Ran spoke, and then he asked with some doubts, By the way, why are you drinking here alone? Didn't it mean that most of Konoha's Shangnin were sent out on missions? Hearing Wang Ran's question, Tsunade was stunned. He glanced at the full wine glass in his hand and drank it suddenly. "Ah, senior, I will leave tomorrow." After a pause, Tsunade continued, "It's not to perform a mission, but to wander into the ninja world." The wine glass that Wang Ran was holding paused for a while, and then put the wine in the glass into his mouth again. At this moment, he thought a lot. Tsunade will leave, indicating that the time of the three wars is getting closer. Although he doesn't know the exact time of the three wars, Wang Ran speculates that it won't be long before the three wars start completely. At this time, most of Konoha's famous geniuses had already been brought into the family, and for a few, either already have a master, or you have already gone out to perform the task, and you have not had time to start. At present, Konoha has potential, except for Kakashi and Kai in Wang Ran's apprenticeship plan. The other ones don't matter. However, it is a pity that according to what Wang Ran understands, the two of them have also gone out to perform their tasks. In this way, it seems that Konoha doesn't have any need to stay. It's time to go and pick up the wolf from other villages to see if he can pick up some treasures. After all, among the disciples of Konoha, Zishui is still laying the foundation, and the cultivation method and Neji Bajikan are enough for him to practice in the past few years. It really doesn't work. You can also take Zishui to the ninja world. It just so happens that you can broaden the horizons of Zishui, and save that Zishui is deceived to death and life. Bring the soil and the red. Now they have begun to perform the task, which can also quickly improve their strength. Coupled with the practice of Taoism and physical skills, as well as the protection and guidance of Jukusenai, it seems that I don't have to worry about myself for the past 2 years. Chapter 87. Leaving Konoha. As long as 2 years later, when their strength reaches Shangren, they can teach them the Taoist Immortal Edition. At that time, I will teach them a few Tao skills suitable for them by the way, and when they have practiced, their strength will be at the top. And those ordinary ninjutsu, if they want to practice, whether in the family or the village, they can provide them. As for Jukusenai, don't worry about it. Pass the Forbidden Spirit and the universe directly to her. Anyway, these two are the most suitable for her. Let her practice slowly. Wang Ran understands that more is not as good as fine. In the past, it was because of bad luck for the three little ones. Wang Ran was not strong at that time, and he didn't know many skills. So, at that time, Wang Ran could only teach anything. Now it is different. Wang Ran Hui's skills have been enriched a lot, so he can choose the most suitable skills for his disciples to learn. Oh, isn't it? Shinobi is so big, it's not bad to go out and have a look. Is it the little girl you accepted with you? Putting down the wine glass, Wang Ran asked Tsunade in a low voice. Yeah? Tsunade replied in a low voice. From her expression, Wang Ran could see that she had the ease of escaping from the war, but also the reluctance of Konoha and the people in Konoha. With a chuckle, Wang Ran said, "Well, have you figured out where to go? I just want to leave Konoha tomorrow. Maybe I can drop in." Huh? Senpai just came to Konoha and will leave? Hearing Wang Ran's words, Tsunade asked in surprise. "I originally came to feel the atmosphere of Konoha, and I should leave when I feel it. Although I have accepted a few disciples after I came, they will also have to go on a mission," Wang Ran explained with a smile. Tsunade nodded and didn't ask anything more. "Well, I'm going to visit Yanokuni first. The hot springs there are very famous." "Senior, where are we going?" Tsunade asked with a smile, and Wang Ran shook his head and smiled. "Then we too don't go along. I am going to the country of rain." The country of rain? Tsunade was a little surprised. As the place to meet Wang Ran for the first time, rainy country was not a good place to go. According to the current situation in the ninja world, war may start at any time, and as the country of fire, the country of soil, and the country of wind, the country of rain at the junction of the three powers is naturally the best candidate for the first battlefield. Well, I have 3 disciples in the kingdom of rain. I will go over and see where they have grown. Wang Ran was indeed going to take a look at Yahiko Nagato and Xionan, but seeing their progress was of secondary importance. Wang Ran's main purpose was to pass on the few rewards he had just received to them, then give them the jade pendant representing their identity. After all, you can't suffer anything if you suffer. Oh, that's it. Then I wish seniors a smooth journey in advance, Tsunade said with a smile, and as he spoke, he raised the glass in his hand and drank it. Upon seeing this, Wang Ran also drank a glass of wine and blessed Tsunade. After that, the two of them didn't speak. Wang Ran was carefully savoring the taste of the drink in the glass, while Tsunade's emotions kept surging. Until it got dark and the people in the tavern slowly increased, the two left the tavern. After leaving the tavern, Wang Ran did not return to the hotel. but went to the office of Sarutobi Hizen and told him that he was going to take Zishui out to wander and practice for 2 years. Sarutobi Hizen did not refuse either. After Wan Liu Wang Ran was fruitless, he happily agreed to this matter and said that Uchiha would go to explain it. Since it can save trouble, Wang Ran naturally agreed. My own approach can be regarded as helping Konoha solve many regrets, but I don't think it will owe favors. After coming out of Hokage's office, Wang Ran said to Zishui again, asking him to prepare in advance. The little guy still looked awkward when he got the news. He didn't expect that he was still eating melons in the afternoon, and it was his turn in the evening. And he was more thorough than bringing a few people away from the village. And I don't know when Master will return to Konoha. Arranged to stop the water, only Kushina was left. Originally thought that he would be with Konoha for a while, but also wanted to wait until Kushina mastered the fairy mode, and then pass a few Taoism to her. Unexpectedly, the turmoil in the ninja world would rise so quickly, so I had to pass it to her in advance. After explaining everything, Wang Ran wandered around the streets of Konoha for a while, and waited until the next time to come again. I don't know when. In the early morning of the second day, Kuzina and Hong, who were about to set out on a mission, had waited together at Konoha's gate early. Seeing that the soil was coming in late, Hong helped his forehead helplessly. The soil really hasn't changed. Even if you become a ninja, you will still be late. Take the soil. What happened to you this time? Is there another grandma who needs help, or the black cat is lost again? Hong smiled while looking at Taito and asked. Juxin also laughed. As a senior sister, Juxinai naturally wants to get to know his younger brothers and sisters. Therefore, the materials of bringing the soil have been thoroughly studied by Juxinai. He is always late, and the reason for his lateness, Juxinai, is naturally clear. Being ridiculed by Red, bringing the soil doesn't care at all. Instead, he scratched his head and laughed and explained to Hong, that's not the case. I originally wanted to go to Master to sue someone, but when I went, I found that Master had checked out. No way, I have to wait a while to see if the Master will come back. Idiot, since Master has already checked out, how could you wait until Master? Zai Ryong cursed with a somewhat helpless smile. But if I don't wait a while, how do I know if Master will come back? In this regard, Taito did not feel ashamed, but said as expected. Looking at a logical ghost who is serious about nonsense, Juxinai couldn't help laughing. This younger brother of my own is really interesting. Take soil, you got up too late. Master should have left with Shishui. Juxinai explained with a smile. Go away? Both Taito and Hong are a little confused. What does it mean to leave with Zishui? Yes. Master said last night that I would watch you practice for the past few years. He will also leave Konoha today and take Shishui out to practice. Kushina explained. How could this happen? I still have a lot of things I want to learn from Master. Taito couldn't help complaining. As the blood red pepper, Juxinai, listening to the complaint of the soil, directly gave the soil a blow to the chestnut. With soil covering his head and crying face, Zai Ryong chuckled. Okay, don't complain. What the Master gave you is enough for you to learn. General ninjutsu, don't you just learn it casually. When your strength reaches Shangnin, Master will come back, and then teach you new training content. Chapter 88 Chalet again. Oh, yes. I kindly remind you that the new training content will surprise you. At the thought of the technique Wang Ran taught him yesterday, Juxinai couldn't help feeling that is a more powerful technique than forbidden technique. Surprise? Senior sister, what is it? Seeing the mysterious appearance of God Juxin, the spirit of bringing earth and red came instantly. Although it's still early to reach Shinobu, it doesn't affect their imagination. You'll know when the time comes, and now we should start. Juxina said to the two in a serious manner, and no matter whether they had any doubts after speaking, they flew directly into the distance. Seeing this, Hong brought the soil and quickly followed. Sister, wait for us. What kind of surprise is it? At this time, Wang Ran was standing on the border between the country of fire and the country of rain. Shishui on the side looked at the surrounding environment in a daze. Shishui swears that he was still in Konoha not long ago. Then, after just a few swishes, he had already arrived at the border of the fire country. What kind of fairy speed is this? A bit too much. The speed is so fast, naturally because Wang Ran used the reason of shrinking the ground. Although he could also take Shishui and walk slowly to the country of rain. After all, the war was about to begin, so it was safer to hand over things to the 3 juniors earlier. Moreover, shrinking into an inch with the use of stop water can also let him feel in advance. After all, shrinking the ground into an inch is a technique that Wang Ran is going to hand over to Zishui cultivation, and it will be easy to learn when he gets used to it in advance. Just like the chicken soup that doesn't know the theory. Didn't it say that when a person adapts to a thing, he learns it? It will be a lot easier. Master, where are we going now? Zhishui looked at the unfamiliar surroundings, and asked with some doubts. Wang Ran thought for a while. He really didn't know where to find Yahiko. Although the Kingdom of Rain is not big, it is still a bit difficult if you really want to find someone out of thin air. Well, let me take you to see where I lived with your senior brothers and sisters. By the way, you can adapt to the environment of the country of rain. Wang Ran touched it down and said. As for why he said that, just look at the raining country in front of you. It is clearly separated from the country of fire, but strangely, only the country of rain is raining. I don't understand what the climate of Naruto world is all about. In places where it is not big, the various climates are simply inexplicable. After speaking, Wang Ran directly took out 2 pieces of clothing. The large one was put on him, the small one to Shishui. 2 figures, one big and one small, just stepped through the country of fire and entered the country of rain with continuous drizzle. With Zhishui, Wang Ran stopped along the way. It is also because of the fact that Zhishui is still small. Although his mind is mature, he can't help but attract attention when he encounters novel things. At this time, Wang Ran would slow down and explain some knowledge to him. Shishui was also willing to listen, and the 2 of them walked abruptly for a long time before reaching the position of the cabin. Well, that's it, Wang Ran said with a smile. Seeing the empty scene in front of him, Zhishui was a little confused. Didn't you say to show him where Wang Ran lived before? Why is there nothing? Master can't remember it wrong, or the house has been demolished. Master, here? Hearing the puzzled voice of Zhishui, Wang Ran smiled and leaned down and touched his head. When you look at things, don't just look at the surface. Under any scene, there may be another look. Of course, people are the same. So, no matter who you meet in the future, whatever you do, calm down and observe, and don't jump to conclusions lightly. Well, as expected, education should start from the baby. Before this Zhishui grew up, Wang Ran began to teach him not to be deceived in the future. After Wang Ran finished speaking, Zhishui nodded thoughtfully. With his mind, he has already heard that Wang Ran is teaching himself. Wang Ran didn't say much when seeing Zhishui's thoughtful look. It's good to get things right, and if you talk too much, you may not have good results. For Zhishui, as long as he has this concept in his mind, he will gradually understand many things. Standing up, Wang Ran held Zhishui with one hand, making a seal on the other. Then, in Zhishui's surprised eyes, the 2 entered the formation. As the cabin appeared in front of him, Zhishui glanced behind him in surprise. This is another look that Master said. At this time, Wang Ran also had a smile on his face. It seems that there is no need to go to specifically find Yahiko and them, because at the moment Wang Ran came in, he had already noticed that an induction magic circle was hidden here. The chakra fluctuations in the circle belong to Nagato, and the moment Wang Ran entered, the magic circle had already been activated. Of course, if Wang Ran deliberately wanted to prevent the operation of the magic circle, he also had this ability. Feeling the movement of the magic circle and the familiar celestial chakra fluctuations, Wang Ran nodded in satisfaction. It seems that Nagato has grown a lot in the year he has left. The magic circle just now deceived Wang Ran. Although it was also because Wang Ran didn't investigate it carefully, he had to admit that Nagato's growth was enough to make Wang Ran look at him. Well, is there anything good about Master? As soon as he looked up, Zhishui saw a smile on his master's face, and asked curiously. Wang Ran didn't hide it either, nodded and said, well, it's a good thing. Your brother and the others are coming over soon. Ah, brother, are they coming? How did you know, Master? Zhishui raised his head, doubts flashing in his eyes, and question marks in his little head. Didn't they come to find someone? Why is this person directly delivered to the door? Wang Ran smiled without explaining too much. I underestimated them. Go in and wait for them for a while, just cooking to fill your stomach. Oh, good master. At the same time, somewhere in the country of rain, a group of dozens of people were walking, talking and laughing. The 3 leading people were not bystanders, they were the 3 earliest disciples of Wang Ran, Yahiko, Nagato, and Koku. They were in a good mood when they had just completed the task. Although the reward for this mission was not much, it prevented a war that was not big or small. This brings the group one step closer to the realization of their dreams, so the big guys are very happy. But at this moment, Nagato, who was running, suddenly stopped. Yahiko and Xiona next to her naturally noticed the strangeness of Nagato for the first time, and looked at Nagato with concern and asked, Nagato, what's wrong with you? Was it hurt by the battle just now? Chapter 89 3 little ones come, red clouds on black background. Hearing this, Nagato hadn't spoken yet, and everyone behind him laughed in unison. Chief Xionan, how could this be possible? Just those little guys who couldn't even beat us just now, how could it hurt the leader of Nagato? Ha, that's it. They knew how strong the Nagato 3 were. It is not an exaggeration to say that if Hanzo had suppressed the Kingdom of Rain for so many years, the coercion was too great. Everyone thought that the 3 might have beaten Hanzo. However, Nagato looked into the distance as if he hadn't heard the people's words. Turning his head, looking at Yahiko and Xionan, Nagato said in an uneasy tone, Yahiko, Xionan, the formation at home was touched. Okay. Hearing this, the expressions of both of them moved. There are tensions and expectations. But in the end, anticipation prevailed. Nagato, do you think the master is back? Nagato shook his head. Although his strength has improved a lot, he still can't figure out who touched the circle of thousands of miles away. I don't know. I can only sense that the formation has been touched. Can't wait. No matter what, we must hurry back and have a look. Yahiko clenched his fists and said firmly, the cabin is their most important place. There are too many memories there. Although I don't know if Wang Ran is back, they must all go back as quickly as possible. If it is Wang Ran, then everyone is naturally happy. If not, you'd better expect the cabin to be fine, otherwise, don't blame us for being rude. Okay. Both Xionan and Nagato nodded heavily. After speaking, the 3 of them looked back at their companions and said, we need to go out if we have important matters. Let's go back to the base by ourselves. If you have anything, please, don't worry, boss, you can go. One of them said carelessly. Okay. The 3 of them didn't hesitate and ran away quickly from the team. Fortunately, this place is not far from the cabin. With their speed, they should be able to reach it within half an hour. The bosses are really strong. Their speed is so much faster than us. Yes. And listening to the leader's conversation, it seems that their master is back. The leaders are so strong. I really don't know how strong the master's master is. I think it should be similar to Hanzo-sama. Nonsense. If you can teach a disciple like the chiefs, how better than Hanzo-sama? Do you think Hanzo has such a strong apprentice as the chiefs? It seems so. Seeing the 3 people quickly disappearing in front of them, the group was talking about it. Should we buy a ninja? Suddenly, a puzzled voice came out from the crowd. Yeah. Do you still have to ask, which time is the end of the mission without buying a ninja? But our money seems to be where the leader is. Boss, wait. Save some money. At this time, Yahiko, Watergate, and Xionan naturally didn't care about these. It's nothing for the subordinates to have no money to buy a ninja, and the master and the cabin are the most important. During this long or short journey, all 3 of them went on the road without saying a word. Half an hour's journey shortened them by 1/3 abruptly. Looking at the familiar surroundings, the 3 of them felt a lot of emotions, but here is their best memory. The last time they came back, it was because Nagato successfully cultivated into the fairy mode a month ago and came back to upgrade the sealing circle. The 3 of them entered the seal formation with a sense of anxiety. As soon as they entered, their hearts instantly became excited. Without him, because they smelled the familiar smell of rice. They smelled this smell almost every day for the first 3 years. The 3 of them were determined almost instantly, and Wang Ran was definitely back. Wang Ran in the room was sitting next to the casserole waiting for the last dish to be delivered. Fortunately, the kitchen utensils in the cabin were not taken away by the 3 Yahikos. Otherwise, Wang Ran, who had no ingredients, would really have to prepare for barbecue. Looking at the table full of vegetables, Zishui couldn't help but salivate. I really don't blame him. This dish is so delicious. He has lived alone since he was a child. When has he seen this kind of formation? These 3 guys, it's really time to come back. Wang Ran muttered with a smile. Because Yahiko, Nagato, and Xionan didn't restrain their chakras, Wang Ran easily noticed the 3 of them when they first arrived. Still staring at Shishui, a table of gourmet food, and hearing Wang Ran's words, before he had time to ask a question, the door of the wooden house was suddenly pushed open. Master, you are back. Yahiko took the lead and rushed into the house directly, shocking Shishui with a cleverness. Xionan and Nagato were not far behind, and in the next moment, they also ran in. As a result, as soon as they entered the door, the 3 of them saw Shishui staring at them. Yahiko's face was a little stiff, turned his head to look at Xionan and Nagato and asked, this won't be Master's child, right? It's only a year, can he grow up like this? As soon as the voice fell, a spoon flew out of the kitchen in an instant, and directly hit Yahiko's forehead impartially. Both Xionan and Nagato looked at Yahiko speechlessly. How do they feel that Yahiko will forcefully lower his wisdom when he is in front of the master? Let's not talk about the existence of such creatures as the teacher. But if there is, the child will not be able to come out in a short while. The feeling of reunion just now was abruptly destroyed by Yahiko. What? As Yahiko's scream sounded, the three seemed to have returned to their original days. Senior brother Yahiko, senior brother Nagato, senior sister Xionan, hello, I am Uchiha Shisui, the disciple that master has just received. Although Yahiko was a little weird, Shisui stood up honestly and bowed to the three of them. When the three of them looked at Shisui, they felt a sense of right and wrong in their hearts. Shisui, we remember. Hello. The three of them smiled and greeted Shisui. After saying hello, Xionan just wanted to go to the kitchen to help Wang Ran when she saw Wang Ran coming out with a casserole. As soon as Wang Ran came out, Yahiko, who had just made it up, subconsciously covered his head, as if the place where he was hit by the spoon was still hurting. Wang Ran glanced at him speechlessly, and was immediately attracted by the appearance of the three of them. What the three of them wore was a windbreaker that was common throughout the ninja world. But Wang Ran is very familiar with the style of this trench coat. Red clouds on the black background. Isn't this horse riding the uniform of Akatsuki? After the co-authored three juniors separated from him, Akatsuki was still organized in the country of rain. Chapter 90 teaching completed. However, he is still carrying the meal now, not when he is talking. You kid, Yahiko, hasn't the meridian skin been itchy after not dredging it for so long? How can I come to master? I'll help you serve it. Seeing Wang Ran's smile and cursing expression, Yahiko also smiled, no longer covering his head, and ran to Wang Ran's side with a smiley face to take the casserole. Look at how you look like you are servants. Hurry up to pack up and eat. There will be something to ask you in a while. Wang Ran said to the three with a smile. Feeling the long-lost familiarity, the corners of Xiaonan's happy mouths have not been closed. Hey! In response, the three quickly tidied up, and then sat at the table. Smelling the fragrance of the food, including Shisui, Wang Ran's four apprentices couldn't help it. As soon as Wang Ran said to eat, a few people stuffed their mouths. Also Xiaonan, as a girl, he still pays attention to his own image, but the speed of eating is not normal. The three of Yahiko, Nagato and Xionan feel like starving ghosts who have not eaten enough. Even the food with Zishui was distorted. There was a large table of dishes, and it was a feeling that a few people didn't get enough points. Looking at the appearance of the four, Wang Ran just smiled, and said nothing. A meal was finished very quickly, and unexpectedly, there was nothing left of the table full of dishes. Of course, the price of this result was that Yahiko was collapsing on the floor holding his stomach. Master, why do you remember to come back and take a look? Just now when Nagato told me that someone was coming from home, we were worried about recruiting thieves. After drinking and eating, Xiaonan also sat in front of Wang Ran and said, with a little bit of coquetry in his tone. This made Yahiko spit out, hey, Xionan, you don't usually do this. How about the cold-blooded fan in front of the subordinates on weekdays? Xiaonan glared at Yahiko fiercely. This person really has no vision at all. You want to control. After speaking, he set his eyes on Wang Ran again, waiting for his answer. Wang Ran smiled when he saw the two arguing and tearing down the stage. This feeling was also a long time ago for him. I'm coming back this time mainly to give you things. By the way, I have given you some new techniques. Sent something? What is worthy of master? You should deliver it yourself. Xiaonan asked suspiciously. As for Wang Ran's new technique, it's drizzling compared to what Wang Ran wants to give them. Yes. That's it. This is the Zongman token that I made for you. You can also send chakras into it when you are in danger. As soon as I sense it, I will look for you immediately. With that said, Wang Ran took out the jade pendant from his sleeve and gave it to the three of them. Touching the jade pendant in his hand, Xiaonan's eyes lit up. Without him, beautiful enough. And on the jade pendant, there is his own name. Of course, they can also feel the seal technique on the jade pendant. But for them, the care contained in the jade pendant is the most important. Thank you, master, it's really beautiful, Xiaonan said with a smile, loving the jade pendant in his hand. Okay, put it away. The second thing is going to happen next. Just now I thought about the chakra fluctuations in the formation. Nagato, you have cultivated into the fairy mode, right? Wang Ran interrupted the freshness of the three people, and asked Nagato. Hearing that, Yahiko, Nagato, and Xionan stopped playing with the jade pendant in the observer's hands, and put away the jade pendant. Yes, master, I only learned it a month ago. Although it can be used now, it requires a long preparation time, and the maintenance time is short each time. Nagato explained to Wang Ran, and when he heard Nagato's words, Wang Ran nodded. Without Wang Ran's direct teaching, it is already very good to be able to cultivate to this point. It's already very good. and then just practice steadily. As for now, if you want to quickly enter the fairy mode, you can split a shadow clone in advance to refine the fairy chakra, and it will be done as soon as the time comes. Wang Ran said. He was very rude and borrowed from future Naruto's creativity. Nagato was taken aback. He hadn't expected such a simple thing. Good master, I understand. Wang Ran nodded, then looked at Yan and Xiaonan, and asked, what about you? Xiaonan nodded and replied, I have successfully practiced, which is similar to Nagato's problem. Yahiko also touched his head and laughed. Seeing his appearance, he didn't need to guess to know that he was also successful. Sure enough, Yahiko's answer was not unexpected, and it was indeed successful. Then how are you learning the 2 Dao skills I taught you before? Hearing that, except for Nagato, both Xiaonan and Yahiko's faces were a little bit hip. Master, it's not that I said that these 2 techniques are too difficult. It's been almost a month. Apart from Nagato's learning, Xiaonan and I only mastered the universe. Moreover, if you don't enter the fairy mode, you can't take out the things you put in the sleeves with universe in the sleeves. When Wang Ran heard the words, he gave a helpless smile, but it wasn't awkward. I really didn't have any good things before, and there were only 2 dozu. A giant dragon flame is indeed suitable for Nagato, but the key is that Xiaonan and Yahiko are struggling to learn this technique. Not to mention the universe in the sleeves. It is even more tasteless for them who cannot maintain the fairy mode. Unless you store valuables, it's not even as good as an ordinary seal scroll. Okay, don't complain. Hey, Long Flame is really not suitable for you and Xiaonan. As for the universe, although it is very tasteless now, it will be quite practical after you can enter the fairy mode anytime and anywhere. No, I'm here to teach you a new technique. Wang Ran looked at Yahiko and Xiaonan, who were looking upset, and said with a smile. Upon hearing this, the 3 of them immediately became energetic. Even Nagato is no exception. Only after practicing, the power of Taoism is not covered. Now Heolong Yanhuo is the most powerful technique in Nagato's hands. Although some abilities of reincarnation eyes have been developed, Heolong Yanhuo is even better in terms of attack power. I didn't care about the new technique just now, it was because there was jade in front. Now hey, it's so fragrant. Master, what new technique? Relax your mind and I will pass it on to you. After speaking, as the 3 of them relaxed their minds, Jinghua Shuayu took the initiative. In just a short while, with the subconscious cooperation of the 3, Wang Ranxin's several rewards were all passed on to the 3. There is no way, Wang Ran will only have so much. There is really no one who is particularly suitable for the 3, so they can only spend more time and take a more and more refined path. Chapter 91. Listen to Master's advice. Of course, if they only choose 1 or 2 techniques to practice, they may not be able to deduct this technique to the top. As San Xiao slowly opened his eyes, their minds slowly calmed down. I just received so much information at once. To be honest, there was a bit of confusion in my mind for a while. However, the 3 of them were also fast-bodied people, and soon came over. Looking at the 3 people who recovered, Wang Ran said, although I have given you several techniques, I want to give you 2 suggestions. One is to spend more time, learn and master all of them. I recommend Nagato to go this way. The other is to choose only 1 or 2 techniques, proficient and integrated into their own cultivation system. This way, Koku and Yahiko are more suitable. Of course, the physique passed to you just now, I suggest you still practice. After all, for you, simple use shouldn't be a problem. Yahiko, Nagato and Xiaonan nodded in approval when they heard Wang Ran's suggestion. They naturally know that Wang Ran's words are reasonable. So at this moment, Yahiko and Xiaonan are thinking about which technique they should choose to integrate into their cultivation system. Looking at the 2 men in thought, Wang Ran suggested, Xiaonan, I suggest that you can choose to blend in your style paper dance with forbidden spirit or mirror flower water, whether it is sealing technique or illusion. The combination of Japanese paper dance will have unexpected results. And Yahiko, I suggest that you major in Najibajakan, and cooperate with Jinghua Shuayu. In this way, coupled with your own water escape ninjutsu, you will have no shortcomings in all aspects. When the 2 heard it, indeed, what Wang Ran said was indeed their best choice. As for shrinking the ground, neither of them thought about it. In the trio, except for Nagato because of the reincarnation eye, Yahiko and Conan's dynamic observation abilities are not too strong. Xiaonan is okay, after all, in the sky. Well, Yahiko, if the cultivation is reduced to an inch, it is hard to say how it will end. Good master, we will consider it carefully. Now that the main purpose of this trip had been achieved, Wang Ran turned his attention back to the 3 of them in the windbreaker with black background and red clouds. Ahem, By the way, what's the matter with the three of you clothes? Wang Ran gave a light cough and asked Yahiko, Nagato and Xiaonan. When Wang Ran mentioned his uniform, the three of them instantly became more energetic. Especially Yahiko's eyes widened. Finally, it's finally time to show off in front of parents. At this time, the three of them told Wang Ran that they had worked their foundation, just like reporting to their parents that they had scored full marks in the exam. Master, guess what this is? Yahiko, who spoke first, didn't answer Wang Ran's question, but asked mysteriously. It's just that there is more or less excitement in this tone. Wang Ran glanced at him helplessly. Okay, you don't want to give you a chance to show off, you have to pretend to be more forceful. Now I declare that your careful thoughts have failed. Why? Did you form an organization? Wang Ran said with a smile. But there was a hint of evil in his smile. What? Master, why did you get it in one guess? Yahiko said disappointedly. Nagato and Conan, who were watching, shook their heads. Idiot. As long as a normal person looks at our dress, he knows that we are in an organization. But that doesn't prove that we founded it, Yahiko retorted. Indeed, if Yahiko, your tone is calmer and less excited. At this time, Nagato, who had been silent for a long time, delivered a fatal blow to Yahiko. Yahiko was helpless. Nagato said so. What else could he say? Tell me, what is going on with this organization? Wang Ran ignored Yahiko's depression and asked, Master, it's like this. After we got out of the teacher. Upon hearing Wang Ran's question, Xiaonan directly took over the right to speak and explained to Wang Ran. It turned out that since Wang Ran left, the three of them have been busy running around in the country of rain in order to resolve the chaos and bring peace to this war-torn country. At first, because they were helping others every day, the three of them felt that their lives were quite fulfilling. However, by chance, the three of them returned to a place where they once helped themselves because of a commissioned task. They found that the place seemed to be back to the way they were before they came, even more chaotic than before. Slowly, the three of them also realized that they were too few, and the three of them were probably after solving the trouble by themselves. As soon as the front foot is gone, the back foot will become confused again. Since it is difficult to realize their dreams by themselves, the three decided to find more like-minded partners and work hard together. At this time, Yahiko's personal charm and the usefulness of the three kind-hearted characters are reflected. The opponents who had been defeated by them had long been conquered by the character and charm of the three people. Now when they heard that the three people wanted to call together their partners, they all came to vote. In this way, the embryonic form of a small organization was born easily. Next, this organization grew bigger and more people. Similarly, there are more and more talents in the organization. Everyone has a different division of labor. Some are responsible for management and some are responsible for fighting. Through the missions of mediating wars and hunting down the villains on the black market list, this organization has slowly gained development funds. Now, this organization has formed a snowball trend, and has begun to establish stronghold bases throughout the Rain Country. And the name of this organization did not live up to everyone's expectations, and was named Akatsuki by Yahiko, to break through the darkness and bring light to the world. So, your organization is called Akatsuki? After listening to Xiaonan's description, Wang Ran's eyes twitched and asked, Yes, it's my name. How about Master, is it meaningful? Yahiko straightened his chest and said proudly, What can Wang Ran say about this? Ahem. Listen to Master's advice. If you encounter anything in the future, you must start a group when you can start a group. Don't take it alone. Huh? What does that mean? Hearing Wang Ran's earnest words, Yahiko, Nagato and Xiaonan were a little puzzled. What do they mean? Why do you not understand? That is to say, if you encounter enemies in the future, you should go on together instead of sending off the heads one by one. Chapter 92 Forbidden Breath. Wang Ran didn't explain much. I can't say that you, an invincible Xia organization in the future, just because of various single belts, and then the residue of being beaten is not left. Besides, the current relationship between the characters is messed up by myself, and I don't know what will happen in the future. Don't worry, Master. The three of us have always acted together. Hearing what Wang Ran said, the three of them understood, and then said to Wang Ran with their chests patted. Seeing the three of them, Wang Ran didn't say much. Standing up, he said to the three of them, the matter has been settled, and I should go too. The shinobi world is about to become messy. You have to be careful. Ah, Master, you have to leave when you come back. When Wang Ran was about to leave, Yahiko, Nagato, and Xiaonan immediately said with some dismay. As for what Wang Ran said, the ninja world is going to be chaotic again, and they naturally know that they have been working hard in the ninja world. It can be said that their Xia organization is now preparing for the upcoming war. Now you are also busy people, a large group of people rely on you, But there is not much time to waste. Wang Ran stretched his waist and spoke to the three of them unhurriedly. But we just want to stay with Master for a while, Xiao Nan said, a little unhappy. Wang Ran laughed. Haha, there will be time to meet in the future, Zishui, we are leaving. After speaking, Wang Ran walked directly outside the door, and was listening to Shishui, who had been listening to the conversation between the four. Upon seeing this, he hurriedly said to Yahiko, Nagato and Xiaonan, and then quickly followed Wang Ran. Master, take care of your body. Yahiko, Nagato and Xiaonan stood at the door, looking at Wang Ran's back, who was further and further away, and shouted, just protect yourself. Wang Ran waved his hand, and disappeared into the rain curtain without turning his head back. Master, where are we going now? As he got farther and farther from the cabin, Zishui couldn't help but raised his head and asked. Wang Ran laughed, and he had already figured out the route this time. First traverse the country of fire, go to the border to see Duke Sina, bring the soil and the red trio, and then change to the country of thunder. As for the water country, Wang Ran does not plan to go now. If I remember correctly, there should be a Uchiha spot hovering somewhere. Although he may not be able to beat himself now, if he has any back then, he will lose. Still wait for 2 years. When one's own strength improves, then go to meet this ninja world Shura. Let's go back to the land of fire to see Kuzina and the others, and then turn to the land of thunder. Oh, Zishui responded and stopped talking, slowly following Wang Ran's back. This time, Wang Ran also stopped using Shudechinkan to move. Originally, one of the purposes of coming out this time was to cultivate with still water, and what I saw and heard on the road was naturally part of the practice. In this way, starting from the country of rain, the two of them spent more than a month before crossing most of the country of fire and arriving near the coastline of the country of fire. Naturally, this more than a month wasn't just for driving. Zishui had also improved a lot in strength under Wang Ran's teaching. As soon as I arrived at the coastline of the fire country, a salty sea breeze rushed over my face. Smelling the smell, this surprised Shishui, who had never seen the sea. Although I have known from the book that sea water is salty, it is amazing to smell the salty sea breeze for the first time. Master, you see, this sea is so magnificent, it seems that there is no end in sight. Standing on the edge of the coastline, Zishui looked at the endless sea, and his eyes were filled with excitement. Wang Ran looked at Zishui's naive appearance, and the corners of his mouth showed an arc. This is what a child of Zishui's age should look like. The mature Zishui on weekdays makes Wang Ran very worry-free, but it is because of the maturity of Shishui that makes people feel more distressed for this 5-year-old. The sea is like this, it's wide and awe-inspiring. Wang Ran smiled and stroked Zishui's hair, and also stood on the edge of the coastline looking out. The sun shone on Wang Ran and Zishui's body, and the two shadows, one large and one small, looked very warm. But at the next moment, a terrifying chakra suddenly broke out in the distance. That kind of depressed feeling was felt even by Shishui, whose strength was only close to that of Xiaren. The two suddenly turned their heads and looked into the distance. Shishui, who was still weak in strength, could not feel anything. But Wang Ran, at this time, had already sensed that this powerful chakra contained inexplicable vitality. Such unscrupulous squandering of vitality, although it can obtain powerful power. But the ending. Everyone can guess that when the vitality is squandered, the life of the operator will come to an end. Master, what is going on over there? Zishui asked Zhao Wang Ran in surprise. He could feel that the place where chakra waved from was far away from him. However, even at such a distance, I can make myself aware of what kind of monster this is. Information flashed quickly in Wang Ran's brain at this time. Soon, he remembered what this was. One of the classic battles of Naruto. The famous battle of the 8 gates of Dungia Mat Dai vs. Mist Ninja Sword 7. Wang Ran is hesitating now whether he wants to go there or not. He is neither the person of Iri Shinobu nor the person of Konoha. In the past, he shouldn't make a move. If it's just to watch the excitement, it doesn't seem very good. Moreover, according to this posture, after the battle of the 7 ninja swords, there are only 2 or 3 left. Even if he passed, Mat Dai didn't need his help. Maybe the ancestral brain of the Mat family will make Mat Dai recognize himself as Wu Ren's helper. When the time comes, open the 8 doors and give yourself a kick. Where can I go to make sense? Forget it, let them fight on their own. They are a civilized person, and don't get involved with these fights. Anyway, according to the final outcome, this matter can be considered a perfect solution. Someone has used a forbidden technique. Looking at this posture, he should not survive. Wang Ran did not tell Shishui that it was Mat Dai who used the forbidden technique. Otherwise, according to Shishui's character, the person who used the forbidden technique was Konoha, he would definitely beg Wang Ran to help Matt wear it. And as everyone knows, Wang Ran is the last person to reject others. In particular, the object of seeking oneself is still one's own disciple. In the past, so many teachers borrowed lessons from themselves, but they were not ashamed to refuse. If Shishui asked for himself, how could he help? It's just that the price is a bit high, and Wang Ran doesn't want to bear the possible consequences. Chapter 93 Ninja Sword 7 Okay, it's none of our business anyway. Hurry up to Konoha Station and see Kushina and the others. Wang Ran shook his head, said to Zhishui before leaving. In the next second, the steps that Wang Ran had just taken out came to a halt. This caused a Shishui that hadn't even spoken the word "oh," and was immediately caught in the neck by Wang Ran's movements. In the next moment, a terrifying chakra burst out of Wang Ran's body, and Zhishui shrank his neck quickly, wondering what happened to Wang Ran. In fact, the reason is very simple, because he felt that the jade pendant he had brought earth and red was touched. Wang Ran felt it carefully. Okay. Isn't this the place where Matt wore the forbidden technique just now? Obviously, with earth and red, I don't know why he was involved in this battle. And it can bring them danger and make them ask for help. Naturally it cannot be Matt Dai. Then the facts are right in front of you. Ninja swords are all 7 people, right? Believe it or not, I will let you even 2 or 3. Gudong Master, you are. Zhishui couldn't help but swallowed. The aura on Wang Ran's body now was really horrifying. Hee, Jiudu and Hong are in danger. Shishui, don't blink, let you see the person who bullied us at the Tibetan gate, but happened to be hit by me and what the end was. What? When he heard that the soil and red were in danger, Zhishui was stunned for an instant. As a result, before he was relieved, Wang Ran grabbed Zhishui's arm directly, and the two disappeared instantly. Push the time forward by half an hour. The 3 people from the Toku, Red, and Kai team, led by Kai and their guidance, received an intelligence transportation task that was not too important. Because this task is not too important, the task of a group of people is relatively easy on the way. Of course, in fact, this task didn't require Shangren to participate, but Sarutobi-Hizen personally confessed that he should pay attention to the members of the Ran team, so Kai and their guidance went to the Ninja Profound stage, and this time they directly led the team. Originally thought that this relaxed atmosphere of the mission would last until the end, but never expected that they would hit head against the 7 ninja swords who had sneaked into the Land of Fire. Of course, if the people from Uran were here, they would know that it was not a group of people who brought the soil and hit the 7 ninjas. Rather, after the 7 ninja swords discovered them, they did not leave silently like ordinary sneakers, but chose to kill these Konoha ninjas who looked like a dish. GGG. With a burst of weird laughter, and there was a smile just now, there was a chill immediately. The rest of the team also took a defensive posture. As the voice got closer, everyone finally saw the true face of the person who came. A group of 7 people, each of which is strangely shaped. Either fangs, sharp mouths, or bandages. Anyway, he is not a normal person. Their appearance is not special to the soil that has been in the border for more than a month. Anyway, there is no surprise that a bunch of people on the water country have grown up like this. It was these people, one by one, carrying some strange weapons, which made the soil feel a little difficult to deal with. Hey, you belong to the country of water. What is the purpose of coming to our country of fire? Daita stared at the 7 people opposite and asked. This caused all the 7 ninja swords to split their mouths. Bokoj www.bokoj.size, and they looked very terrifying. Haha, this kid doesn't seem to know us. What should I do? The feeling of being ignored really makes me want to kill. The watermelon mountain pufferfish ghost carrying the big sword shark muscle, looked at the people in Konoha, and smiled strangely. You guys, shut up. Taito just wanted to speak, but was directly interrupted by the guidance of the Kai team on the ninja Xuantai. Senior Xuantai, what's wrong? Suspiciously looking at the Shangling Xuantai behind him, what surprised him was that the Xuantai, who was the Shangling Xuantai, showed a look of fear at this time. Oh. It seems someone recognized us. Peeper Shizang spoke, but his tight, expressionless face made it hard to see what his mood was. GG, it seems that we are still very famous. To celebrate, let me send them a luxurious thunder and lightning funeral. The Black Thunder Tooth cracked the corner of his mouth and said with a strange smile, HMPH, let me blow them into pieces with droplets. There was no pair in the dark, and he grinned. Although it seemed that the ninja swordsmen were not of one mind, Xuantai was still full of despair at this time. However, these children around him are Konoha's hope for the future, and he must not be able to survive. I hope that these fires can continue. Thinking of this, Xuantai forced himself to calm down. Go to the front of several children and protect them behind you. Then he said to the 7 ninja swords, I don't know what the 7 famous ninja swords of Urin village will do in our territory of Fire Country. Although it was a questioning tone, the sweat that kept falling down on Xuantai's face betrayed his mood at this time. 7 ninja swords. Hearing Xuantai's words, everyone behind him couldn't help but exclaimed. Except with soil. 7 ninja swords? What is that? I scratched my head in doubt and looked at everyone's performance. It seemed to be very powerful. Why haven't I heard of it? Hong was full of fear at this time, and he didn't even care about spitting out the dirt. He squatted and said to Daitu, the 7 ninja swordsmen, according to the school textbook. It says, it's a secret army in the ninja village of the water country. Although there are only 7 people, it is rumored that the 7 people are all elite ninja strengths, and each ninja sword has different abilities. If the 7 people are together, they can stand up to a ninja troop. Hearing Hong's description, a cold sweat broke out on his soiled forehead. When it's over, the 7 elites are serving food. Lin, this time we may be going to say goodbye forever. Hope you will think of me often. GGG. Sure enough, you still know our name. Hearing Konoha's words, Tonkao Ibeiren smiled exaggeratedly, not paying attention to them at all. Also, in the eyes of the 7 ninja blades, the Konoha people at this time were just tools for playing and pleasing themselves. Haha, broken knife middle dot first cut peeper shizang, big knife middle dot shark muscle watermelon mountain pufferfish ghost, long knife middle dot sewing needle lee shikushi maru, blunt knife middle dot uncut grass savages, double swords, flounder ghost lamp thousand blades, thunder swords, black teeth thunder teeth, explosive swords and no pairs. Who knows the names of the 7 ninja swords? Chapter 94. Bring the soil to awaken the writing wheel. I don't know what you are here for. Xuantai was still delaying time, although he didn't know if he could wait for the reinforcements, but delaying for a while was always more hope. What you know is really clear, so I should give you a gorgeous funeral. Hai Chulia said with a smile, and even if there was no trace of killing intent, the hearts of Konoha's people were pulled together. If you do this, aren't you afraid to cause a war between the country of fire and the country of water? Xuantai asked sharply. All the 7 ninja swords who were watching were laughing strangely. Battle? But our mission is to sneak into the country of fire silently, but now you have discovered it. In order to complete the mission, what can we do? Of course it is to solve you all. After all, there is no infiltration that a living person can see, it is a successful infiltration. The watermelon mountain puffer ghost grinned, and the innocent voice made Konoha's people shudder. War, is this about to begin? Xuantai also knew that this time really couldn't be dragged on, and turned his head slightly and whispered to the ninjas behind him. I will delay them as much as possible for a while. You guys should run away as soon as possible. Remember, don't look back. You can run one by one. The 7 ninja swords on the opposite side, seeing the appearance of Xuantai, also understood his careful thinking. However, is it possible to escape in the hands of the 7 ninja swords? With a disdainful smile, the watermelon mountain pufferfish ghost just wanted to speak, but Wu Li Jinba stopped him. Don't play anymore, we have other tasks, and we quickly solved these Konoha ninjas. Cut. Under the command of Wu Li Jinba, under the command of his superiors, the watermelon pufferfish ghost cut at him disdainfully, but Xuan did not fight. That is because the watermelon mountain pufferfish ghost can't beat Wu Li Jinba. Responsible. The watermelon mountain pufferfish ghost will definitely teach Wu Li Jinba how to behave. Run. Seeing that the 7 ninja swords on the opposite side wanted to make a move, Xuantai roared and rushed to the opposite side frantically. Fire escape. The art of Phoenix Fire. Following the charge of Xuantai, the technique of Phoenix Immortal Fire also appeared instantly. Xuantai is not without a more powerful technique, but among the techniques he knows, that can attack multiple people at once, only the Phoenix Fire technique is the most powerful. In fact, he also knew that this technique could not bring harm to the 7 ninja swords. However, even if it can stop them for a second, in this way, at least Konoha's Tinder can have more hope of escaping alive. Sure enough, in the next second, the 7 ninja swords easily dissipated Xuantai's Phoenix Immortal Fire technique. Seeing the Xuantai rushing towards him recklessly, Li Shichenwen gave a cruel smile. The long knife and stitches in his hand slammed into the mysterious platform, like a silver needle, directly pierced into the mysterious platform under the traction of the transparent thread. How could it be the opponent of the 7 ninja swordsmen who had just been promoted to the profound platform that could not endure for a year? Seeing the long swords and stitches flying towards him, Xuantai tried his best to stop it. Seeing the long knife and the stitches being smashed away by himself, Xuantai breathed a sigh of relief. But the next moment, his pupils contracted rapidly, and a mouthful of blood gushed out of his mouth. It turned out that after the long knife and the stitches were swung away under the control of Lee Shakowin, he inserted directly behind the Xuantai, and the unbiased position is his heart. It's too late to say, then fast, with so many movements. In fact, it only took 2 seconds to rush out of the profound platform. In other words, it was Konoha's Shangning Xuantai, which was directly killed by Lee Shikhyunwon. As a result, the 5 people, Gyudu, Hong, Kai, Shiranui Genma, and Ebisu, who were ordered to escape by Xuantai, didn't even have enough time to react. Seeing that he was still roaring for the first second to escape from the profound stage, Shinobu, the next second he fell in front of his eyes. Moreover, blood was constantly flowing out of the heart, and the whole person was stunned. This was the first time he saw that a partner died abruptly in front of him, and the reason was to let him escape. This made him attach great importance to his companion's soil, and couldn't help but shed tears. At this moment, he even forgot his own situation, and his pupils were rapidly shrinking. Slowly, as the profound platform fell completely, the pupils with soil suddenly turned blood red, and in every pupil, there is a goo spinning frantically. That's right, bringing the earth to awaken and right round eyes, although it is not the awakening in the original work or the double goo, but it is several years earlier than the original work. However, this is not what he wants. After awakening the Shalunyan, he could easily observe that Xuantai's eyes had lost luster. Moreover, his tarnished eyes kept staring in his direction, as if confirming whether they had escaped. Those who dreamed of dreaming before wanted to awaken Shalunyan, but when he really awakened, he was never more uncomfortable than now. How much he thought that the death of the gentle Xuantai was a fake, even if he couldn't awaken Shalunyan. Lee Shakhyunwon, you are too much. Such a good toy, you dare to it with my uncle. Do you want to taste the explosion of droplets? Wu Liziba stared at Lee Shakhyunpil fiercely, as if she was about to act if she didn't agree. Not only him, but the others also looked at Lee Shakhyunwon unhappy. At this time, the 7 ninja swords even quarreled endlessly because Lee Shakhyunwon took the advantage of ninja sword to kill Xuantai first. This completely angered Gedgi, and the anger in his mind had made him unable to calm down. You guys, that's enough. With the yelling of the earth, everyone looked at him. Seeing Shangui writing round eyes in the eyes of the earth, everyone in Konoha was surprised, but there was no idea of congratulations. After all, everyone might die here. But the 7 ninja swords were different, and they were overjoyed in their hearts when they saw that there were still writing round eyes in the soil. As long as you bring back this pair of writing round eyes, you will be given a lot of credit. GG. I didn't expect to meet a Uchiha clan who has awakened from writing round eyes here. This is really a surprise. The Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost stared at the soiled eyes and said greedily, to say who among the 7 ninjamen wants to make merit the most, it is the Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Ghost. As long as there is credit, is it still far from the day when he succeeds to the throne of Shuaiying? I have to say that although the Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish looks ugly, they are as beautiful as people think. Although they are not strong enough, they feel that they can use their wisdom to get together. Chapter 95 Matt Dai arrives. Lee Shikhyunwon, you just grabbed a toy, and now the rest is nothing to do with you. Cut. Just a pair of gooey writing round eyes. Although being choked by the watermelon pufferfish ghost made Lee Shikhyunwon a little unhappy, he still abides by the rules of the 7 people. I have already won the strongest one. If the remaining weak chickens are still robbed, it is estimated that the remaining 6 people in the Ninja Swords group will attack him in groups. Looking at the jokes of the 7 ninja swords in front of them, the more you want to bring the soil, the more angry and the more uncomfortable you think. Originally, because of Xuantai's death, Taito was a little bit dazzled by anger, but now the ninja swordsmen are acting like this, which is simply unbearable. You bastards, go to death. With that said, bringing the soil, regardless of the current form, rushed towards the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost stiffly. Bring soil. Zai Ryong shouted worriedly, and the impulse to bring soil made the desperate people even worse. And the Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Ghost, watching the brainless rushing to bring the soil, even the shark muscle is useless, but a little disdainful to stretch out a hand, want to grab the soil. It's a pity that the Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Ghost is after all underestimating the writing wheel, and also underestimating the dirt. After awakening the earth of the writing wheel, the improvement of dynamic visual ability is not a little bit. Looking at the outstretched hands of the Watermelon Pufferfish Ghost, brought the soil to easily capture his intentions, and then easily avoided the past. Then, chakra moved quickly inside the body. Najiabajekan, Bengkwon. With Tetanus shot, he also succeeded in hitting the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost who underestimated him. With a muffled sound, The watermelon mountain pufferfish ghost was repelled dozens of steps by the soil. Moreover, the area hit was obviously a little collapsed. The injury is not serious, but it still makes the watermelon pufferfish angry. It doesn't matter if the soil is taken to hide, it is even injured by the soil. This makes him the watermelon mountain pufferfish ghost. Where will the next 4 generations of Shuai face? Boy, I'm going to kill you. The watermelon mountain blowfish ghost said grimly, raising the broadsword and shark muscle and preparing to hack the soil. Hee, you are really embarrassed by the watermelon mountain pufferfish ghost. You were actually injured by a Konoha kid Xirin. Don't say that you are a man who endures the sword by yourself. It is really embarrassing to be in a team with you. Before the action of the watermelon pufferfish ghost started, the irony of the teammates first ushered in. The angry watermelon mountain pufferfish ghost is an itchy teeth, but he can't refute it. After all, what everyone said is the truth. However, this Uchiha boy, the physical skills he cultivates is really weird. He can actually attack the internal organs. Everyone in the 7 ninja swordsmen, seeing the watermelon mountain pufferfish ghost with a green face, all laughed even more fiercely. The watermelon mountain pufferfish ghost is called a stubborn. Just want to step forward and grab the soil to prepare for a shame. But unexpectedly, he was stuck again. This time it wasn't to ridicule him, but the ghost lamp Gyonba flashed directly and came to the side with the soil. As soon as he had just reacted with the soil, he didn't use the double knife and flounder. He directly pinched the neck with the soil with his hands, and stopped the resistance with the soil. Ghost Light 1000 Blades, do you want to die? Looking at the ghost lamp Gainbin who took the first step by himself, the watermelon mountain pufferfish ghost hated it. Gui Denkyonba turned his head and glanced at the watermelon pufferfish ghost. Waste is not qualified to speak. You. The watermelon mountain pufferfish ghost is so angry. Isn't it just a little careless? How dare you treat me like this? When I take the place of Shuai, I must let you bastards. There is no good day. It's a pity that the current style of the Ninja 7 is like this, and his watermelon mountain pufferfish ghost is not yet the heir of the water shadow. Ignoring the angry watermelon mountain pufferfish ghost, Gui Denkianran pinched the neck with soil with one hand, and grabbed him. Bring soil. Zai Ryong looked at everything in front of him nervously, but didn't know what to do. For a few Xiaren who experienced the test of life and death for the first time, being able to stand and talk at this time is already considered as having a good psychological quality. Feeling the tremendous strength on the neck, a fierce suffocation followed. Taito only felt that his eyes were dark, and couldn't help but want to resist. However, how could he be the opponent of Ghost Light Gyonban with the strength of Shinobu? No matter how hard he tried, Gui Denkianbin's hand still pinched his neck without any movement. Feeling the struggle with dirt, the corners of Ghost Lamp Game's mouth also made a radiant. He likes seeing others dying and struggling. This feeling is really full of accomplishment. GG, struggle, kid. But unfortunately you will soon lose the most proud writer of the Uchiha clan. When you are gone, what whole cards do you have to struggle to survive? Gui Denkyonba looked at the dirt cruelly, and the free hand stretched out directly, ready to dig down the dirt eyes. The third door. Open the door. Konoha tornado. At this critical juncture, arrow suddenly sounded in everyone's ears. Immediately afterwards, a green figure covered in green light suddenly appeared on the battlefield, knocking back the ghost lantern Kyonba with one kick. Metka looked at him in disbelief, and the ninja who repelled the ghost lamp 1000 Blades turned out to be his father, Matt Dai. It turned out that after detecting the anomaly here, Matt Dai and Tsukumo Hokage, who were on the mission, prepared to split their troops. One person comes to support, and one person carries out the task. Originally, this was impossible. As Konoha's veteran shinobu, what use would Matt Dai come to support? So at first, Tsukumo Hokage didn't even think about it, so he rejected Matt Dai's proposal to split the soldiers. But no one could bear Matt's character like a donkey wearing a shaft. Even if Tsukumo Hokage rejected the proposal, Matt Dai still rushed over here with a word. Fortunately, even though Matt Dai is a ninja, his speed after opening the 8 doors dungeon is much faster than ordinary ninjas. So at this most critical moment, he finally arrived. Finally caught up. Matt Dai let out a sigh of relief. Cough, cough. The rescued brought dirt, clutching his neck and couldn't help coughing twice. Dad. As Shiina's father, why are you here? Matt Ki looked at Dai who stood in front of them, and said in shock. Stop talking, run away, I will buy time. Matt Dai said with a serious face, without looking back at all, staring at the 7 ninja swords. Chapter 96 Matt Dai 4I, 8 door dungeon array. You said let us flee. But Dad, the enemies are all elite shinobu, and there are still 7 shinobi people. With Dad alone, it is impossible to stop it. Matt Ki gritted his teeth and said to Dai in front of him, "Don't forget, I still have the 8-door Dunjia formation." Matt said this sentence in a relaxed tone, as if the 8-gate Dunjia array had no side effects at all. But that is too. Matt Ki's eyes widened, and a drop of cold sweat came out of his forehead. However, before he could finish speaking, Matt Dai interrupted him. "Self-discipline." As he said, Matt Dai turned his head and gestured a thumb to the crowd. The smile on the corner of his mouth did not show that he had any fear of death. However, right now is the time to swear to the death to protect your most important things. With that, Matt Dai turned his head directly, and rushed directly at the 7 ninja swords. The 5th door, the door is open. The 6th door is open. The 7th door is open. The 8th door, the dead door, open. The 8-door Dunjia formation. The ghost lamp Kyonba, who had just been kicked flying by Matt, rubbed his chest when he was hit. Although it is a bit painful, it does not matter. Standing up, looking at Matt Dai who was covered in green light, he curled his mouth in disdain. From the undisguised conversation between him and Matt Ki, all the 7 knew that Matt Dai was just a forbearance. Although he has a forbidden technique, what is the effect of using it for one? You know, Kono has Shinin, in the hands of Lee Shikuanwen, couldn't even hold up a move. Looking at this, Konoha Shinobu, who wanted to stop them and let the group of little ghosts leave, unexpectedly rushed towards him, just like the previous Shangnin. Guilan Qianbiao laughed disdainfully, and directly pulled out the double knife and floundered behind him, and directly met Matt Dai. The remaining 6 people in the 7 ninja swordsmen had already taken a shot, and it was not easy to them. It's just a forbearance, and the face is not big enough for them to take action together. As the 2 of them got closer and closer, a large amount of red steam burst out of Matt Dai's body, and the aura of the whole person also changed drastically. Like an undefeated of war, he disappeared in place instantly. This is not an instantaneous technique, but the speed is too fast to capture. And the 7 ninja knives facing Matt Dai, especially the owner of the dual knives and flounders facing him, the ghost lamp Kian Bun, instantly blasted their hairs. Will die. Definitely will die. However, before Ghost Lantern Kyonba could react, Matt Dai suddenly appeared in front of him. Then, he hit him in the head with a kick. In an instant, the Ghost Lantern 1000 blades flew out like a cannonball. With one kick, the ghost lamp of the 7 ninja swords died with 1,000 blades. Of course, there is a reason for the carelessness of the ghost lamp Kianbian, but this can also be seen from the side of the power of the 8-door Dunjia array. Dai-to and the others looked at the magnificent Matt Dai and swallowed together. "K, your father is too strong. Why is he still a forbearance after so many years?" Several people asked with some doubts, but at this time Matt Ki was already crying. He knew that this time Dad was really leaving him, and there would be no day to see each other. As the people with the soil looked at Kai, they all found Ki's abnormality at this time. "K, what's wrong with you?" Taita was shocked. They were all rescued. Is it possible that Kai is crying with joy? Daddy. He used a forbidden technique. It won't last long. Let's leave. Kay gritted his teeth and said, God knows how sad he is at this time. However, in any case, he can't let his father's last help come to nothing and let his sacrifice be wasted. After the death of the ghost lamp 1000 blades, the remaining 6 people in the ninja swordsman did not dare to care about the life and death of the ghost lamp 1000 blades. Everyone knows that the more powerful the forbidden operation, the stronger the side effects. Xiang Mei wears this. I'm afraid that he will die on the spot after using it. However, none of them knows how long Matt Dai can maintain this state. Even if it is over in the next second, who would dare to try? Although they are a group of 7 ninja swords, they are not of one mind. Who would sacrifice oneself to take care of others? Sure enough, in the next second, the 6 directly dispersed. When Matt Dai saw this, he knew that he couldn't delay any longer, his body could not last long, and he could only do his best to see if he could take them all. When he thought of this, Matt Dai disappeared instantly, and attacked the nearest shinobi. Wooly Jinbo is all broken down at this time. If you don't chase so many people, what are you going to chase me for? However, although he couldn't escape, it was impossible for him to sit and wait for death. He could only take out the explosive knife middle dot smooth, and wanted to work hard. Bang! With just one blow, or even if Wooly Jinbo was beaten by Matt Dai, he vomited blood and backed away. Damn it, you bastards, don't hurry up and help. Wooly Jinbo roared frantically. The threat of death made him expect the rescue of his teammates. But is it possible? The husband and wife are birds of the same forest, and they fly separately when the disaster is approaching. What's more, they are not a group of 7 ninja swords. Sure enough, no one in the ninja swords was too careless, and they were all madly evacuating, wanting to leave this place of right and wrong first. Upon seeing this, Wooly looked at Matt Dai in despair, knowing that he was doomed to escape. However, at this time, there is also a man who has no less despair and fear than him. That is the Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Ghost. As a user of the big sword and shark muscle, the speed is the least good at the Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Ghost. So at this time, he was the one closest to Matt Dai except for Wooly Zabar. Matt Dai's attack sequence is very clear, starting from the nearest. Within a few seconds, the next person to be attacked was the Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Ghost. How could this make him not desperate? At this time, his brain was running wildly, trying to find a way to survive. Suddenly, he saw the dead and others who were about to run away, and instantly felt that he had a way to survive. Yes. Isn't Matt Dai just here to save these little ghosts? As long as you catch them yourself, Matt Dai will definitely have some concerns. As long as he procrastinated again, Matt Dai himself would not be able to defeat himself. Taking a step back, even if Matt Dai continued to shoot, he had hostages in his hand. He would let himself go because he had concerns, and first shot the other people in the Ninja Swordsman. Anyway, no matter which of the above results appear, the ending is the same. Chapter 97. Wang Ran arrived and made a strong shot that was the top combat power that he successfully killed Konoha, and he also seized a pair of writing round eyes. In this way, even if this mission fails, he has no merits. As for the life and death of other people, what does it matter to him? If possible, it's best to all die, so that you can show your merits. Just do it when he thinks of it. The Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Ghost gave up and ran away, turned and rushed towards Daito and the others. Ebisu was also sharp-eyed, and immediately spotted the Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish rushing towards him. It's broken. One is coming towards us. What should I do? Ebisu cried out in a panic, crying. Hearing his words, the rest of the people also looked anxious. Everyone at this time kept flashing through their minds, thinking about how to delay time. After all, according to the situation just now, it is estimated that these people together are not enough to fight the Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish with one hand. So, as long as it can delay the time, at least it will last until Matt Dai rushes over. But what can they do? In any case, it is impossible for him to take over the tricks of the Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Ghost. Right. You pay. Suddenly, Zai Ryong shouted fiercely. The jade pendant that Wang Ran gave them before was too urgent for her and Tuita to forget for a while. Yes. Yes. There is also a jade pendant from the master. Bringing the soil also reacted fiercely, and quickly took out the Qianlong jade pendant of the Tibetan gate from his arms. However, what kind of person is the Watermelon Pufferfish Ghost? With such a little effort, he has already approached the group of people with the land. Bringing a few people in front of the Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Ghost, there is almost no resistance. The Watermelon Mountain Blowfish Ghost effortlessly stunned several people, except that Daito and Kai were awake, ready to threaten Matt Dai. After all, one is Konoha Noble Uchiha, and the other is the son of Matt Dai. No matter how you look at it, these two people are more important at the scene. Fortunately, at the moment when the Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Ghost started, Hong Daito had already figured out the jade pendant and entered the chakra immediately. At this time, Matt Dai had naturally noticed the small movements of the Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Ghost. However, time is too late, and the Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Ghost has succeeded. Matt Dai, who was both anxious and angry, kicked Wooly Shiba directly. The Wooly who flew out upside down was very eighth, and fell limp to the ground, knowing nothing about life or death. Let go of those kids. Otherwise, I will never let you go. Matt Dai shouted at the Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Ghost. Because of the 8-gate Dungia formation, Matt Dai looked extremely scary at this time. This made the Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Ghost, who has always been abnormal and cold, couldn't help but shudder. However, looking at Matt Dai's performance, the Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Ghost project has been half successful, and the rest, as long as the time is delayed. Hey, I know you are very strong, but if you dare to move me, I will kill these little ghosts immediately. The Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost threatened Matt Dai, which made Matt Dai wonder what to do for a while. GG, go kill the rest, so that I will be the most credited. The Watermelon Mountain Blowfish Ghost screamed madly, but the next moment, the whole person flew out suddenly, flying in the air. The Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Ghost's chest was like a puddle of mud, softly treading. The Watermelon Pufferfish Ghost swears that he will definitely take this trick, just like the kid from Uchiha. However, the power this time is a bit outrageous. Boom! Exclamation mark. The Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost that flew upside down fell heavily to the ground, and where he just stood, replaced by two figures, one big and one small. Master exclaimed with surprise. That's right, the person here is Wang Ran. After sensing the help brought by Tuan Hong, Wang Ran rushed over immediately. Kai also looked at Wang Ran in disbelief. He had heard Taita brag about how powerful his master was, but it was the first time he saw Wang Ran. Unexpectedly, the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost was knocked off with just one blow. This strength has already caught up with the 8-door Mat Dai. But immediately, Kai couldn't get up easily, because his attention was once again attracted by the old man not far away. At this time, Mat Dai felt relieved, although he didn't know who Wang Ran was. But now that the children were safe and sound, he was relieved to pursue the remaining ninja swordsman. After all, the only opportunity to open 8 doors is how to eliminate danger for the children. Wang Ran glanced at the soil, and then felt the red evening sun falling on the ground. It was discovered that the two were not in danger, but instead brought soil, opening the writing wheel because of a blessing in disguise. A chakra was shot into the bodies of the unconscious people in a short distance, which directly awakened the unconscious people. Red awake, suddenly opened his eyes and jumped up from the ground. Realizing that Wang Ran was already standing in front of him, his tight heart finally let go. Ahem! The Watermelon Pufferfish Ghost, who was left behind by Wang Ran, resisted the pain and got up from the ground, vomiting blood in his mouth. Looking at Wang Ran, the Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish looked unwilling. Obviously his plan was about to succeed, but he didn't expect another Konoha powerhouse to come out suddenly. Damn, how come Konoha has so many powerhouses? Puff, I knew I would kill these little ghosts directly. I didn't expect that a strong man like you would borrow namelessness in Konoha. Spit out a mouthful of blood. The Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Ghost said to Wang Ran grimly. Wang Ran glanced at the Watermelon Pufferfish with a blank face. You guessed it wrong, I am not from Konoha. Upon hearing this, the Watermelon Mountain Blowfish Ghost instantly showed a surprised expression. You are not from Konoha, so all this has nothing to do with you. Please, save me, I promise to repay you. I have everything you want, and Master Shui Ying attaches great importance to me. He is definitely willing to pay a lot of price to save me. Please, save me. The Watermelon Puffer Ghost madly asked Wang Ran for help. At this moment, he had regarded Wang Ran as the last straw. At this time, the fear of death and the desire to survive have been firmly filled in his brain. No face, no dignity. Shit. The remaining trace of reason warned him that he must survive. Only by surviving can we return to the village to assume more important positions and better protect Yuran village. If Wang Ran saves him, even if he is asked to kneel down and kowtow to Wang Ran, it will not be a problem even to call Wang Ran's father. Wang Ran looked at the Watermelon Pufferfish indifferently, but he didn't want to interfere in this matter. But it shouldn't be for nothing. The Watermelon Mountain Blowfish Ghost actually threatened the life of his disciple. Chapter 98 Days Dying, Zishui Writing Wheel. If that's not the case, why would Wang Ran care about the Watermelon Pufferfish Ghost? To blame the Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Ghost on his own bad luck, and directly hit Wang Ran's hands. Hee. Help you? Do you know why I took your life? Wang Ran asked the Watermelon Pufferfish Ghost. Is it useful to you? Don't worry, as long as you save me, I will repay you as a cow and a horse. Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Ghost shouted excitedly, completely unable to see the appearance of a strong person. It's not that the Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Ghost is like this, but his reason and his city are supporting his current behavior. Only by being alive can we exert greater value. Wang Ran shook his head. Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Ghost is too deep in the city. Through the original work, Wang Ran naturally knows that the Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Ghost is a cruel, ruthless, but not greedy person. But his current performance really couldn't see any clues of his nature. For this kind of person, either has nothing to do with him. Once he is on the opposite side, he must be suppressed by thunder. Otherwise, as long as he is still alive, you must always be careful if he will cause you trouble in one aspect. You are too high on yourself. I will save you life, just to let you know who can move and who can't. Don't die, you are still a fool. You remember, my disciples in Zangman, especially my Wang Ran's disciples, you can defeat him in a fair manner, even if you are stronger than him, it doesn't matter. However, if anyone dares to kill my disciple, he will not give me Wang Ran's face. I will let him know how the dead word is written. Wang Ran's voice was very light, but it was clear to everyone's ears. As the protagonist in Wang Ran's mouth, with Earth and Red unconsciously revealing a relieved smile. It feels really great to have such a master who protects shortcomings. In the same way, everyone who heard these words had nothing but shock in their hearts. If you dare to say such things, Wang Ran's tools are not so big. The watermelon mountain blowfish ghost understood at this moment that no matter how wronged he would not be able to save his life. Closing his eyes, his heart calmed down at this moment. Scenes of the past flashed through my mind, and the faces of those who died at his hands also flashed one by one. There are people from outside the village, as well as their own companions. There are ninjas and civilians. For the mission, for the Union village. His hands are already covered with blood, but he doesn't regret it. If he was given another chance, he would still choose this way. It is a pity that he has not yet become a water shadow, and has not seen Uran under his leadership and protection, becoming the largest Shinin village. Hey! With a low sigh from the watermelon mountain puffer ghost, purple flames burst out of his body. This time, no screams came. In just an instant, the watermelon mountain puffer fish ghost completely lost the breath of life, and with the flames of the dragon fire, the ashes that disappeared quickly disappeared. Only the big swordfish muscle was left, as if there was life. It twitched twice not far from the death of the watermelon pufferfish ghost. It seems to commemorate this, my first master. Amazing. The people who had seen the horror of the 7 ninja swordsmen all said in shock. Standing behind Wang Ran, everyone looked at him with awe. Such a powerful watermelon mountain pufferfish ghost, unexpectedly in Wang Ran's hands, had no resistance. Whoosh. At this moment, Matt Dai, who had just chased the 7 ninja swords, suddenly appeared beside them. Only at this time, although red steam was still rising all over his body, Wang Ran could feel that his time was running out. Ahem K, you must remember ... self-restraint. With that, Matt Dai fell to the ground abruptly, his life aura getting weaker and weaker. No one thought that this father was still teaching his children at the last moment of his life. At this moment, Shishui behind Wang Ran's pupils were shrinking unconsciously. Father. Upon seeing this, Matt Kai yelled frantically, tears streaming from his eyes, unable to stop. Not only him, but everyone who was rescued by Matt Dai just now was crying. And Zai Ryong, crying at this time, couldn't even speak. Master, can you save Senior Deus' life? With the soil at this time, even the writing wheel eyes were not closed, and tears were slowly flowing out of the scarlet pupils. In this short span of less than half an hour, he had already witnessed the death of Shinobu and Xuantai. Now, even Senior Dai who sacrificed his life to save him is going to die. At this moment, a figure quickly appeared on the battlefield. The grey hair was the same as Hagaki Shumao. After Matt Dai left, Hagaki Shumao only hesitated to catch up. It is a pity that he has always been a step slower to open the 8-door dungeon, and hurried, only arrived after the battle. Looking at the scene in front of him, Tsukumo Haggai also understood that things seemed to be irreparable, and K, at this time, had completely ignored the arrival of Tsukumo Haggai, the head of Konoha's dark department. After hearing Daitis' question about Wang Ran, he felt like grabbing the last straw. Yes, the master who brought the soil is so powerful, there should be a way to save Dad's life, right? No. There must be a way. There must be a way. Senior, please help my father. As he said, Kai knelt down in front of Wang Ran and kept kowtowing to Wang Ran. Not only him, but even the soil and red people. They all looked at Wang Ran with tears. Tsukumo Haggai was even more direct. He saw that several people were begging Wang Ran. Coupled with his knowledge of Wang Ran's mystery and power, he subconsciously believed that Wang Ran could save the dying Matt Dai. Bent down and bowed directly, and said to Wang Ran, I beg your excellency to help my companion, I am really grateful. Wang Ran looked at the few people in front of him with a headache, really didn't know what to say. Fortunately, Zishui, who is not sure about the situation, is still very quiet now, which comforts Wang Ran. But the next moment, Wang Ran's hand was pulled by Zishui. Looking down, Zishui was staring at the writing wheel eyes with scarlet pupils, looking at him baffledly, Shanguin slowly spinning in his eyes. Master, please save this senior. I have to say that Zishui's talent is high, but when he saw his dying companion for the first time, he actually opened his eyes. Of course, this is not the reason why Matt Dai is too shocking. However, this is not the result Wang Ran wants to see. He knew that this situation would definitely happen after he came. It was really difficult. Chapter 99. Looking back at life and death, Wang Ran really had a headache at this time. Save. He is not incapable of saving. The connection is that if you save Matt Dai, this is a bit expensive. Although Matt's dimming is just forbearing, his chakra volume is not a lot at all. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to open the 8-gate dungeon array. In fact, it's not a big consumption. The most important thing is, what if I am discovered by the old man of the 6 Tao immortals? The old man's soul had lived for so many years, and said that he was just to protect the ninja world. but it didn't feel very reliable. When I first came to Naruto World, because I didn't understand, I directly used the Super 6 experience card. Fortunately, it was probably because the strength surpassed the 6 Tao Immortals, and he was not discovered. But when I think about it afterwards, I am still afraid. Is it really okay to use Jingwu Shuayu to reverse reality and forcefully retain a soul summoned by the Pure Land? Master, you can help seniors. Seeing that Wang Ran did not express his position, Hong grabbed Wang Ran's arm and said with a bit of choking. Hearing everyone begging for his father, Mat Ki on the ground got even more energetic and kept kowtow. Oh, it's alright, I agree, I will save Mat Dai. Wang Ran was really out of temper by the crowd. The main reason was that his 3 disciples were too ignorant of being considerate to master, so they asked him for help. Fortunately, Mat Dai hasn't died yet, so it shouldn't be a big problem. After all, there are so many resurrection techniques in the ninja realm, and there are no 6 immortals coming out. Wang Ran comforted himself like this in his heart. Hey Mat Ki, right, get up, and leave it to me by your father. Wang Ran reluctantly comforted Mat Ki, looked at the blood faintly flowing from his forehead, and sighed in his heart for his reality. Mat Ki, who was kneeling on the ground, heard Wang Ran say so he didn't want to delay, so he just stepped aside. At this time, his heart can be described as ups and downs. Just now, he was distraught because his father was about to die. Now that Wang Ran was able to save his father and was willing to take action, his heart was full of hope. Full of hope, everyone's eyes were on Wang Ran's body. After taking a deep breath, Wang Ran looked at Mat Dai lying on the ground seriously. At this time, Mat Dai, the whole person is like a piece of human-shaped coal. The high temperature of the 8-gate Dunjia array directly carbonized his body. That is because Mat Dai's talent is not so high. The power of the 8-door Dunjia array is not as powerful as that of the later generation Kai, otherwise he can directly declare death. Seeing Mat wearing this look, Wang Ran pretended to frown. Doing a full set of dramas makes it very difficult to save people by yourself, lest you come to beg to do things by yourself next time. If others are okay, just refuse it. But in case you play a little more carefully and ask yourself through your own disciples, this is the end of the stuff. As Wang Ran stretched out his hands, his face showed a serious expression, as if he dared not relax at all. An invisible chakra wave slowly enveloped Mat Dai. As this fluctuation became more and more obvious, Mat Dai's koala-like body gradually became a little fuzzy. Beautiful scenery. With Wang Ran's rapid operation, the space around Mat Dai's body was unexpectedly twisted. It's like the space surrounded by invisible chakras is undergoing irregular transformations. At this moment, everyone's eyes were firmly attracted. One by one, the atmosphere did not dare to come out, for fear that it would affect Wang Ran's performance. Wang Ran could feel that the chakra in his body was passing quickly. Slowly, the amount of chakra consumed has exceeded the maximum amount of chakra that an ordinary shinobu can have. The Xianzi chakra in Wang Ran's body was consumed so quickly. Moreover, even now, there is still no sign of slowing down. Fortunately, as Wang Ran's chakra was consumed, Mat Dai's body was recovering little by little. It wasn't until Wang Ran's chakra consumed more than 4 Kakashi, that is, the amount of chakra of 4 forbearance, and Mat Dai's body finally returned to its normal appearance. Wang Ran looked at Mat Dai with a dark face. He knew that it would consume a lot of chakras, but he did not expect that just reversing his body shape would consume 4 cards of chakras. Indeed, the 4-card chakra is a drop in the bucket for Wang Ran. But next, there is still the vitality of the biggest head. How much chakra does this thing consume? Should it be said that Mat Dai's strength is too amazing? Or should it be said that reversing life and death in the mirror is too tasteless? And as Mat's body slowly recovered, everyone was overjoyed, and Kai wept with joy. But seeing Wang Ran still didn't stop, everyone knew that it was not over yet, so he still didn't dare to speak out. Time passed by like this, and Wang Ran's face became darker and darker. This thing, although knowing that the cost of reversing yin and yang with a mirror flower is very high, the price is not as good as the reincarnation. After all, the stronger the existence, the greater the energy needed to resurrect. Just like Nagato can easily resurrect most of Konoha, but Ludao Daido only resurrected Madara, and his vitality was greatly injured. However, this price-performance ratio is too bad. It only added less than half of the vitality, and he has already consumed the chakras who don't know how many cards. From this point of view, Naruto is indeed a hug. After opening, he could easily hang the life of Kai who had used 8 doors. How much life energy is needed for this? The 6 immortals are also willing to pay. Feeling his consumption, Wang Ran couldn't help but complain. No, it's not a good deal, so be it. If it continues to consume like this, when Matt Dai recovers, he will be exposed to weakness. The ninja world is too dangerous. Not only can he not break his image of a superior person, but he must also not be in a weak state, so as to avoid being hacked and other gadgets. There is a chance. Besides, there is no problem with Matt Dai's normal life now, just because of the lack of vitality. He can't be a ninja. But this may not be a good thing for him. Thinking of this, Wang Ran slowly stopped chakra's output. As Wang Ran stopped, the dim distortion around Matt Dai disappeared. Father. Seeing Matt Dai, whose breathing was steady, Matt Kai couldn't help but rushed forward and fell into Matt Dai's arms. Tears of joy gushing out directly in Kai's eyes. Chapter 100 Gaze. Feeling the weight of his body, Matt Dai also opened his eyes in a daze. Is this Pure Land? Kai, why are you here? Seeing the sight in front of him, especially Kai lying on his body, Matt Dai jumped up in surprise. Then, he discovered that there were many people standing around, and things seemed not what he thought. Dad, this is not a Pure Land. You are alive and well. Senior Wang Ran saved you. Matt Kai wiped his tears, and said to Matt Dai with some excitement. Matt Dai is a muscle in his brain, but he is not stupid either. When Kai said that, Matt Dai also reacted. Opening the 8-door Dungeon formation by himself is a situation where there is no doubt that he will die. If he can survive, someone will naturally help. As for the senior Wang Ran that Kai said, among the few people present, only the unfamiliar strong man had everything to meet the requirements. Thank you very much for your life-saving grace. If you have any needs in the future, please give us your orders. Matt Dai directly bowed deeply to Wang Ran, and ordered seriously. Wang Ran nodded, and said to Dai, although your life was saved, your vitality deficit is so terrible that there will be no way to be a ninja in the future. Yes, I understand. His own body, Matt Dai, knew that he could naturally sense the lack of vitality, so he was not too surprised by Wang Ran's words. However, he knew it, Wang Ran knew it, and even Haki Shumao knew it. But other people don't know. Hearing Wang Ran's words, everyone fell silent. Especially Kai. The tears were already rolling in his eyes again. He knew exactly what a ninja meant to Matt Dai, but now Dai can't become a ninja anymore. Seeing Kai, who was about to cry, Matt Dai stretched out his thumb, showing his iconic shining white teeth, and said, Kai, don't cry. How can a man cry at every turn? This is the best result, isn't it? And, as long as life is still there, my youth is not over yet. Father Kai. As they said, the two of them actually hugged each other and cried. As if they just said that a man can't cry easily, just like farting. In this scene, the people around me were speechless. Even if it's not the first time I have met, it's really hard to understand. Taking advantage of this time, Tsukumo Hokage hurriedly cleaned the battlefield and not only seized 5 shinobi swords, but also 4 heads. After removing the watermelon mountain pufferfish ghost who died by Wang Ran's hands, the ninja 7-7 ran away. Dai. We should go back to hand over the task. Although he was very unwilling to dismantle the touching scene of the father and son, but after cleaning up the battlefield, after he made sure that Wang Ran would not bear the sword, Tsukumo Hokage continued to speak. This mission is really too important. Now that the mission can be determined to have failed, it is necessary to report back to the village in advance to make preparations in advance to avoid greater losses. Oh, yes Shumao. Have you completed the task after I left? Hearing Haki Tsukumo mentioned the task, Matt Dai stopped crying, and asked Haki Tsukumo with a serious face. Tsukumo Hokage shook his head and said, no, I gave up. The voice was very soft, but this voice sounded like thunder in Matt Dai's ear. What? Shumao, how can you give up the mission for supporting me? Matt Dai shouted in surprise. You know how important this mission is. It can determine the victory direction of a battle. As long as this mission is completed, Yunan village will inevitably be quiet for a long time. Otherwise Konoha will let him know what is called thunder might. Because you are my companion, since I chose you and me to perform this mission, I have to choose something. In the ninja world, those who don't follow the rules are waste, and those who don't cherish their companions, and those who don't care about the life and death of their companions are not as good as waste. Tsukumo Hokage said in a flat tone, and did not regret giving up the task. For him, the decision he came to support was the most compliant with his heart. Hearing these words, everyone present looked different. Bringing soil, red, etc., are all admired. Even from this moment, Tsukumo Hokage was about to sublimate into an idol of several people. Matt Dai is full of guilt, because of his own reasons. The failure of this mission, the village may not suffer much loss. As for Wang Ran, He looked at Haki Shumao thoughtfully. Rescue teammates. Mission failed. Is this the fuse of White Fang's suicide? It seems that this trip has made a lot of money. Not only did it save Taito and Hong, but also Zishui opened the Eye of Writing round. Now, I have witnessed two great events in the ninja world, one after another. No loss. No loss. Don't think so much. Hurry back to the village to hand over the task, and prepare in advance, so as not to cause more damage to the village. Just right. You can't fight anymore. Just go back to the village to cultivate. Seeing Matt Dai, who was guilty on his face, Tsukumo Hokage shook his head and said. When Matt Dai saw this, he had no choice but to do so. Then Lord Wang Ran, we will leave first. Tsukumo Hokage is a wise man. He did not ask why Wang Ran appeared on the scene, nor did he ask him about the purpose of his trip. He just greeted him and was about to leave. Your Excellency, let's go first. If you need my help, please tell me. Before leaving, Matt Dai said seriously. Wait. Seeing that the two wanted to leave, Wang Ran hurriedly called them down. He still has some thoughts about Hokage Kakashi. Although he is now under Watergate, the relationship between the two is only to guide the relationship between Shinobu and his subordinates. Although the two may be closer in the future, but what if? What's more, Watergate and Jixinai will definitely be a family in the future. Even if Kakashi does not come into his own door, they will not be regarded as outsiders. So for Kakashi's father, let him remind him. Your Excellency Shumao, please listen to me. No matter what happens after you go back, you must maintain a normal heart. Hearing Wang Ran's words, although Haki Shumao was a little unclear, he still remembered what Wang Ran said. After all, Wang Ran couldn't be aimless. Yes, thank you for your reminder. I will definitely keep it in my heart. After speaking, Tsukumo Hokage bowed to Wang Ran, then left with Matt Dai on his back. As the two of them disappeared, Wang Ran looked down at Daito and the others. There was still something to ask. As a result, I don't know if it was because the writing wheel eye had just been opened but never closed, which caused the consumption to be too great, and the soil directly fainted gorgeously. Wang Ran had no choice but to let everyone take themselves back to Konoha's camp. But when he left, Wang Ran always felt that something was staring at him. Frowning his brows and let go of the senses far away, but he didn't notice a trace of impropriety. Wang Ran shook his head helplessly. Could it be because it was too expensive just now?